Good morning, everybody. I declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts for the inquiry into the challenges and opportunities within the Australian live music industry. I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal of the Eora Nation as the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and their continuing cultural and spiritual connections to this land, its seas and waters. I pay my respects to Gadigal ancestors and elders past, present and future, and extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who may be with us here today. By way of introduction, I am Brian Mitchell, Chair of the Committee, and I'll ask other members to introduce themselves.
I'm Bridget Archer, the Deputy Chair of the Committee and the Member for Bass in Tasmania.
And Zoe McKenzie, the Member for Flinders in Victoria.
And I understand we have Ms Daniel online.
Yes, Zoe Daniel, Member for both Bass Victoria.
Thank you, members. I now call the representative of Australian Women in Music for the Hansard record. Would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, my name is Vicky Gordon. I'm the founding executive producer and program director for Australian Women in Music Awards and Conference Program, and a non-executive director for Australian Women in Music.
Thank you, Ms Gordon. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. We now invite you to make an opening statement if you wish.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for allowing us to contribute to this very important music industry review. The Australian Women in Music really is urging the Standing Committee to assess the challenges and the opportunities identified in the terms of reference, with the knowledge that the playing field for women, diverse minorities, First Nations and female artists and creative minorities working in the Australian music industry is vastly inequitable.
Oh, is that your statement?
I can talk to that further. I have not ever done this before, so I'm not quite sure what it is.
No, that's perfectly fine. Look, if you've got more to say that you'd like to tell us, we can take it as a statement, but I'm sure members will have questions as well and we can expand at length on there. So perhaps we'll move to questions.
Okay.
We'll move to questions and you can certainly be quite expansive in your answers, I expect. I'll move to my Deputy Chair, Mrs Archer.
Hello, Ms Gordon. I just wanted to ask you a little bit more about the role of data, as you see it, in relation to, in this case, women in the music industry. We've taken quite a bit of evidence over the past few days about some of the gaps that perhaps exist in terms of the data. Interested in your views around that as well, and what's missing and how you think it might help.
Yes, thank you. The area, as far as we are aware, and also my personal experience in the industry, the area of women and diverse minorities working in the Australian music industry is one of the least researched areas. And so the data that we have is very, very minimal across vast areas of the sector. We know, for example, that we're seeing less and less women programmed on the main stages of our major music festivals, and we're also seeing a diminishment of women represented in major awards ceremonies and across other areas of industry. The 217 Skipping a Beat research report demonstrated that male advantage is a pervasive feature of the Australian music industry. And we know from that report, which was again in 2017, that women creative artists are earning far less than their male counterparts. We know that women are significantly less likely to be honoured in the music industry awards. we know that 28% of senior and strategic roles in key organisations are held by women as well. And we also know from the 2022 Raising Your Voices report, which showed a very alarming culture in which sexual harm, sexual harassment and systemic discrimination is very dominant across the sector. So we would be definitely calling for far more resources and obviously more opportunities to drill down into what a lot of these issues are that are impacting on women and also affecting the general health and culture of the Australian music industry.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Archer. And Ms. McKenzie?
Thank you, Ms Gordon. One of the things I'm really curious about, we discussed at some length in the last 2 days, is behavioural change. Do you think the way people are seeking out music and attending live music event is favouring one group of musicians rather than another in any single way? Is there any connection between some of the concerns you have and the behaviour of young people today?
I think one of the things that has always been a challenge for the industry has been those that are making the decisions about who is being programmed on the stage. And we have been hearing for years and years and years that women are just not good enough, or that women musicians are just not competent enough. We know from an independent research report that we did recently, where we were actually doing a head count on the gender breakdown across major festivals in Australia, that the representation is really getting very, very difficult in terms of women. And it's hard to know how that impacts on younger generations attending music industry events, apart from the fact that we know that you cannot be what you cannot see, and that role models are extremely important for young people entering the industry.
Thank you, Fasanani.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. Ms. Daniel?
I just want to flesh that out a bit. And sorry, I did have to duck out of the room momentarily there, so hopefully I didn't miss anything. But are there particular strategies that are being used by particular organisations that could be scaled in order to support women into the industry? And also, I'm just sort of wondering if you can sort of paint a picture of some of the experiences that women have when they're working in the industry that might not be obvious to us.
I think, again, I refer to the Raising Our Voices report, and it's really critical to understand what some of the issues are. What the report said to us is that women are not thriving to the same extent as men, that people from diverse backgrounds, including First Nations people, people of colour, people with disability, LGBTQI+ people, frequently experience discrimination resulting in a denial of opportunities, and I've seen that across my entire career. We know that young people and people of diverse backgrounds can also be at particular risk of harm and poor employment conditions. And we know that there is a pay disparity exists between genders across the music industry. A lot of these factors include a traditionally male-dominated culture that's obviously been made alcohol very readily available, and a lack of proper regulation of workplaces can also create risk. So the extent with which women and, again, diverse minorities are impacted across the industry needs to be incredibly strongly highlighted, and it's been a very difficult challenge to instigate any real positive change across the sector. Whilst we know there is a strong hunger, and there is a lot of support for change across the industry.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you all. Ms. Gordon, I'm dismayed, frankly, to hear that discrimination, or there's evidence of discrimination to this extent continuing. I mean, I'm 57 years old, and we've been talking about this since I was knee-high, and I would imagine most decision makers in the industry are my age or younger. and to think that this is still an issue, which one could understand if it was the 60s and all the old gender models, and were in place. But I'm staggered that the industry doesn't appear to have moved on over the last 20 or 30 years. And from what you're saying, some things may seem to have got worse. And there's evidence now of young boys in particular being subjected to fairly misogynistic social media influences, which suggests if they get into leadership positions in the future that things could get worse again. What's the answer here in an industry that's fairly fractured in terms of the way that it organises itself? What is the answer here to making sure women get and other people who are not well represented get a fair hearing?
We believe that gender equality should be adopted as a core music industry value across the entire sector, and that everything that we're doing in the industry to create positive change really needs to be seen through the lens of gender equality. I can't stress that more strongly in terms of the complexity around the eco-culture of the industry and why that is important. We also believe that there should be more money and more resources administered to organisations such as Australian Women in Music, who are really doing a lot of the hard yards and the hard work on the ground with very little funding. So I think the answer to this, a starting point at least, is that gender equality needs to be adopted as a core music industry value across all areas of industry. And we would also hope that funding programs and any applications that are actually developed in relation to receiving public funding are also tied to gender equality.
Can I perhaps, I don't want to say I'm not sure what the term is, but I would hazard a guess that if you went to most organisations associated with the industry, whether they're labels or studios or whatever they are, if you asked them about the leadership of those organisations, what they thought about gender equality, they would all mouth the opinion, oh yes, we believe in it and very important, and they would all state that. But then the reality of the practice is somewhat different. How do we change? I shouldn't use the gender term, motherhood statement. But how do we change those statements of intention into practical action?
I think one of the things that's been very challenging in terms of perception around the music industry is that generally people when they think about the music industry, they think about singer-songwriters. And whilst we know our artists and our singer-songwriters are absolutely integral to the future of the industry, what we're also concerned about is the lack of representation of women behind the scenes, working in technical areas and production areas, working backstage. We're seeing, as I mentioned earlier, 100% all-male bands being programmed on all-male stages with all-male techs. So it's a very challenging thing to think about changing. Australian Women in Music is doing an enormous job in terms of lifting the profile of women and their contributions through our annual awards ceremony and conference program. But we do need to desperately collect more and better data on the music industry based on a gender disaggregated basis. We do need a well-resourced independent gender equality industry body. We need gender equality criteria in deciding public funding outcomes, which I've mentioned earlier. We also need to increase women's representation in decision-making structures, and we need to address gender bias in the music industry, as I've already said, by prioritising inclusivity and representation as core industry values. And that is just a starting point from where we're standing.
Thank you. Ms McKenzie?
Ms Gordon, I just have a question. I have a dim memory from my days on the Australia Council board that various sort of checks and reassessments of the recommendations for funding were always done at a sort of whole of nation level to make sure there was balance between states and territories, but equally to make sure there was balance in gender. So I'm really surprised to hear that there's a vast difference in public grants. Have you gone back through the Australia Council funding and does that bear out your argument that blokes tend to get more funding? It doesn't sit well with my foggy memories of years ago.
I'm not saying that blokes tend to get more funding. What I'm saying is that I think we need to be very aware of where funding is going in relation to gender. And we are not resourced or do not have the capacity to know where that sits in 2024. And that was also a recommendation that came from the Skitting a Beat research report in 2017. So I am not in any way suggesting that blokes are getting more money, but I am very concerned about the very slow change that is happening across the industry in relation to where women and gender diverse and minorities are actually sitting.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Ms Daniel, do you have a question at all?
Yeah, just further to that, I'm curious whether sort of internally within the industry there is awareness of having, if not gender balance, a diverse gender representation within the crewing of the shows and within the acts themselves, as in inside the industry, what level of proactivity is there, and also whether there's any data on sort of playlist programming of music based on gender. We've talked a lot in this inquiry, obviously, about Australian music getting played on commercial radio and such. I'm curious whether there's an empirical data split around what gets played, and whether we can sort of delve into how that looks.
Again, we're not in a position to answer to that. We don't have the resources, and I don't believe that there has been any deep research with regard to playlists breaking down in relation to gender. So I actually cannot answer that question.
And on the first question around the sort of level of awareness of the issue inside the industry and steps to address it?
Yes, the industry is very aware, and as I mentioned earlier, I believe that there is a very strong sense that the industry needs to change, and we are seeing small steps heading in the right direction. I believe that everybody wants to work in an industry that is inclusive, that is diverse, and is a healthy and safe, supportive place for everybody. I really believe that is what the industry wants, and I know there are very committed individuals across the sector working to that end.
And are you able to be more specific about how this manifests for individuals? You mentioned the sort of pay disparity, which is evident across a range of industries. We see in some industries, for example, that women don't want to work in those industries because of safety issues and a sense of vulnerability. Can you just articulate what it's like being a woman working in, that kind of environment where, as you mentioned, the vast majority of the crews and the bands might be male?
Yes, well, historically, the technical areas, and it's not like other areas of industry where with women in tech, but the technical areas in the music industry have always been a challenge. A lot of that actually has started historically with the training programs. This has changed a lot now, but training programs historically would always attract far more young men to those training courses. And we have many, many stories of women who've tried to enter training programs, for example, in technical areas, and just don't feel safe or have been bullied or cannot get their hands on the equipment to learn the skills. We're definitely seeing more and more women working in technical areas and as producers and as engineers, but we're still not seeing a lot of those women being engaged on the main stages in those technical areas. So there's still a lot of work to be done in that area as an example.
And just to delve into that a little bit further, forgive my ignorance, but what's the pathway for training? Are those tech staff sort of generally going through vocational education courses, or are they job? And I'm sort of getting at what the policy levers might be in terms of increasing the gender diversity in that area, or mitigating some of the risks that you're talking about.
As far as we're aware, there are a number of training schools that actually offer those courses for young individuals or people who want to enter those areas. We're, again, as a result of being under-resourced and not being able to really answer deeply those questions that you've just raised, we're not an academic organisation, and we certainly don't know what the levers are within those organisations in relation to gender. But we do know from having worked with, for example, the School of Audio Engineering, that they are very concerned and also work very hard, work very thoroughly to try and engage more women in those areas. But again, we just have so little resources to know what to do and how to move in regard to all of these issues that have actually been, happening for the last 35 years, really.
So just one more, Chair. So just going to the live music scene, I guess there's sort of entrenched structural or just innate issues in that sector, which might be a discouragement to women working in it. If there's, late nights, remote work, all those sorts of things, which make it difficult for women, particularly women during childbearing years, to work in the sector. I presume those sorts of structural barriers are the same.
They are indeed. And we know lots of stories of, obviously, women who are mothers who've got young children. We work with First Nations women who we're bringing in from the Northern Territory who need to travel with their children. We don't have any. We did a small internal research project for First Nations women in that regard recently, and childcare and parental leave. All of those things just are not available to those women, and that is across the board. We also have seen situations where women have left major jobs in the music industry on maternity leave with the promise of receiving those, being able to fulfill those jobs and be reinstated, and many of those women were not reinstated. So we have had major issues in relation to that as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Daniel. Ms Gordon, you mentioned earlier how some of the, I guess, promoters were lining up, all male lineups on stage, and women were sort of being frozen out of that. And there was I think there was some reference to a view being expressed by some that women were just not good enough for certain roles or for certain things. If we take, I would imagine most promoters want to maximise their profits, so I'm staggered that they would think that women, female performers, would somehow not get the crowds that they're after, particularly when I think, the top performers that come to my mind internationally, there's obviously Taylor Swift, Beyonce, Tones and I from Australia. They're all women. I think of Miley Cyrus and others. What is leading those decision makers to not put women on lineups? What's the view that's being expressed by them as to why that's happening?
I would love to know. The music industry has been, as we've already discussed, traditionally a very sexist and misogynist industry, and the fact that women are being excluded from lineups from some of the major festivals is just astounding to me and to many people across the sector, including many men across the sector who are very concerned about that as well. The culture of the music industry has just not been a healthy industry for a long time, and we're still seeing a lot of that reflected in a lot of these decisions that are being made. So it is beyond me and beyond our community as to why women are being overlooked.
And can I just, without wanting to, and if you feel comfortable naming any of those festivals, feel free to do so, but we are talking about major festivals. We're not talking about, some, little country festival organised by a fairly conservative, service organisation at the back of Beyond.
We're talking about, I'm not comfortable to name the festivals at all, but we are talking about a major festival and also a couple of other festivals that are very well known and very popular across the industry in terms of representation and audience. All
right, thank you. If members have no further questions, or no, we'll. Ms. Gordon, is there anything that you would like to? Well, in fact, before I go to you, I'll give you I'll ask you a catch-all, which I'd ask most witnesses. If there's one, if you're restricted to one or two recommendations that you think we should be making to government about how we can best progress live music in Australia, and to make sure that it's got a healthy future, what do you think the most important things are that we should be recommending?
I believe that we need to collect more and better data on the industry to really drill down on what a lot of these issues are, so that we're actually talking factually about what is actually happening and where women are not represented. And we also really do call on the entire sector to adopt gender equality as a core music industry value. So that across all areas of industry. So they are our key recommendations, and that funding and resources be provided to Australian women in music and women's organisations that are really on the front line trying to make that change.
Thank you. And is there anything that you'd like to say as we wrap up? Anything further you'd like to add that we haven't covered?
Yes, I'd like to invite everybody listening today to attend the Australian Women in Music Awards and Conference program in Brisbane in October, and come and support us and see what we're doing to create real change across the industry.
Lovely. Well, look, thank you for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there is anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 9th of August 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you are released. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I will now call representatives of the Association of Artists Managers to the table. Morning. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you will appear before the committee?
Alistair Burns, I'm co-chair of the Association of Artists Managers.
Maggie Collins, I'm the Executive Director of the Association of Artists Managers.
Jess Keeley, co-chair of the Association of Artists Managers.
Thank you all. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting you to make an opening statement, we'll just introduce ourselves.
I'm Lydia Archer, I'm the Deputy Chair of the Committee and a member for Bass in Tasmania.
And Zoe McKenzie, the member for Flinders in Victoria.
And online we have?
Zoe Daniel, member for Gold Melbourne.
Yeah, that was Goldstein in Melbourne, that was cut off. And I'm Brian Mitchell, I'm the Chair and I'm member for Lions in Tasmania. And we invite you to make an opening statement if you wish.
It's just a general opening statement, then we can go into questions because I know we don't have a huge amount of time. But I just want to give a bit of context on what we do as artist managers. So the people beside me are active artist managers at the moment, as well as the co-chairs of the organisation. And I was an artist manager for 16 years up until the end of last year, where I hung up my hat officially on that and transitioned to doing this position full-time now, managing managers, as it were. So just to give you an idea of our scope within the industry, within our submission, there's a good diagram there that really gives the picture of what our role is. There's really no other better way to speak for the artists other than managers, because we represent the artists. We only make money when the artists make money, because we work on commission, similar to agents, but different from agents within the music industry who take commission on live events and a smaller commission. A manager's job is never really done. We just do whatever it takes to manage the artist. And so we have a holistic scope and view of what is going on within the Australian music industry at the moment. We're experts in it, in every field, and the Association of Artist Managers represents over 400 of these managers and their artists. And yeah, we just want to thank you for having us today to have a chat.
Pleasure. Thank you for that. This is totally nosy, but is it 20%? Is that the going rate?
Yeah, that's the most common thing. But it is a commercial agreement where there can be different terms take or leave.
Yeah.
I would also note that's 20% of net as well. So it's not a gross take.
Oh, okay, right.
Majority of the time. Yeah.
Oh, that's a big difference. Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
All right. I'll go to my members first. The Deputy Chair.
Yeah, I'm interested, and obviously someone who's had experience over a long period of time in the industry around what changes you have seen or may have seen, particularly in relation to we've had quite a bit of evidence around a generational change in sort of audience behaviours, and just sort of interested in your view of that. Is that something that you have observed, and what your thoughts might be on what's driving that?
Yeah, definitely. Well, we have had a chat about it. It's something that comes up quite a lot in all of our membership gatherings and in amongst the board that we have, and also our patrons, that there is definitely something where you can point towards a generational change, and that comes with time and technology. And we want to go with the flow. We want to move with that, and we want to find ways that work for these artists so that they can build sustainable careers. And the changes, a lot of that involves the audience in particular. We feel like one of the biggest issues in Australia is that we don't have enough Australians listening to Australian music, essentially. The way they consume music is obviously changing. Mainstream media is not as powerful to those younger ears who are listening online on TikTok and various other ways, just through friends and everything. So we have to take that into account, but it's very hard to measure that sometimes, how big that change is, and how significant it is. But yeah, I thought I would start with that. Maybe Al, do you want to give?
Yeah, I think that fundamentally it's that the streaming game has gone from being a small player to being the dominant player, and the attention of a new generation is largely in social media spaces, and it means that all the methods to reach that audience that were there even 10 years ago have shifted and been broken up a lot. So you know, going back to 60s, 70s when you could have one TV spot and break open your entire career as the Beatles. In America, that's transitioned into now being little bite-sized moments where you reach audience one by one, and you build careers brick by brick, and it's just very different, and it's far less immediate, and even the likes of Triple J have become far less powerful. So there's no win that guarantees a career anymore. You have to have this really long view and be in every space, and so yeah, for us as managers, it's far less immediate, but you know, we still experience ways in which it can work. Just like you need connectivity, and that hasn't changed, but the way to actually reach those audiences is just a far longer game, and you have to be far more patient, I think, and takes a lot longer to get to the point of sustainability.
Well, yeah, I would actually say that the issue we've got is there's there's objectively less likely to be a middle class of musicians now, of artists who make enough money to get by every year, and that also includes us. So then by proxy there's less managers who are able to have a sort of sustainable career. That's not necessarily new. Like, we're a small market for the arts, so it does mean that you need to be sort of multifaceted. Lots of us have other jobs and other ways of subsidising what we do. But I think what we're noticing now is that there is far less opportunity for an artist to go and play live around this country and be able to make enough money to pay their rent for the year. And that has been the case for a long time in this country. We've been able to sustain that.
So long time.
I mean, for us, it's 20 years. So when we look at, you know, to your point about the changing of the audience landscape, that's definitely happened. And it's on the industry to skill up and to follow that path. That's part of what we do, but it's also part of what artists do. You know, they're in the zeitgeist, they understand where certain cultural touch points will go, and they often represent that. I think what we're mostly concerned about and what's kind of attracted the attention, particularly of government recently, is the fact that there are less opportunities now for the artists to present their works to a captive audience. We have a very passive audience who are operating, you know, on every platform digitally. But the pure noise of the digital landscape, combined with the heavy influence of predominantly international artists, both on the live market and the digital space, isn't allowing for that cut through anymore. So there's probably a combination of ingenuity needing to come through again, but also a significant recognition that the culture is being limited in terms of the output to reception. We're just not getting that anymore.
That's really interesting what you say about the captive versus the passive, because, you know, Ed Sullivan's show, everybody's watching that show. They are totally engrossed in the Beatles or whoever it was on that show, and it was a cultural touch point for everybody, whereas now the TV's on, and even if you're on it, it's background noise, and you're on a device at the same time.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, that's
I was just reading Glenn Wheatley's book, and he was talking about his days in Masters Apprentices and some of these other bands. And it was just like the weirdest thing to get this comparison point of them talking about touring through the country, playing every night, like 5,000 people at Festival Hall to watch a band that weren't like that huge. And I just was very aware of the fact that these kids probably didn't have a lot else to do. And so it was a main focus, and that has just changed so dramatically. So yeah, for me personally, as a manager, it's about needing to then look globally and not expecting to necessarily be huge in any one market, but by having a big global audience, like having a global audience, even if it's in smaller chunks, it still achieves the same goal.
Because our remit is live music, so I get the whole, I don't know, it's a holistic ecosystem, but we took evidence yesterday about in Mexico, Mexican artists somehow managed on Spotify, and there was some correlation with language. You know, so wherever there's a non-English speaking language, the domestic artists do really well. But in Australia, it's the American artists or the British artists, and so if we accept that the younger audience is using Spotify and other streaming services, Apple or Amazon or whatever it is, to get their music from, what are the levers, what do we need to do to guide them to at least know that Australian music is there, and for them to make the choice, you know, of course. We can't feed them Australian music, but what do we need to do in terms of creating the legislative and regulatory levers to at least allow young people to know that Australian music exists and where to find it?
Are we talking about this in the live capacity?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess Spotify is where they're introduced to it, and then that creates the impetus for them to go and see it live. So we know those relationships there. But yeah, I mean...
Well, because there's certainly sort of two spaces, I think, because obviously the introduction of music and the discoverability feeds into the live audience. It can often work in reverse, and, you know, I think Maggie will talk about one particular initiative we've been working towards recently. But ultimately, I think what we've noticed with that global trend where local language music is working effectively for those that are non-English speaking in terms of music discoverability is simply the fact that the sort of For You page, we'll call it, or the serving of the algorithm for English-speaking countries is dominated by weight. And so whilst, all of us, if we're on our TikTok feeds, will get fed Australian content, the likelihood of that being adjacent to another English-speaking, much bigger video from the US, and there's going to be lots of people that know algorithms who are going to probably say I'm being very rudimentary, but that's what we're observing, is that it doesn't take you too long to get to an American post, for instance, purely because it's going to be one of the biggest with the reach, and that's how the algorithm works. It's as many eyes as possible as it moves on. So for live music, the discoverability factor for us can be digital and needs to be digital, which is sort of a separate issue to then what can we do to actually get people to play live. So Maggie might talk about one of the initiatives we've been heavily advocating for recently.
Yeah, it does cross over into the live space specifically, and you may have seen some of it in the media. But so there was the long-term manager of the Hoodoo Gurus for 40 years was Michael McMartin. About just over a year ago, he received an award at our AM Manager Awards, and on stage he called for more. There used to be this rule that was pretty much governed by the Musicians Union, which as itself doesn't exist anymore, whereby there was an Australian Act that was open for every international touring act. So he called for the return of that. Nothing much happened for the next 12 months, and then Michael passed away, unfortunately, just a few weeks before our awards in May. So we decided that, we've got a shopping list of, causes and things that we could fight for, but this one seemed close to our hearts and very timely, so we called it Michael's Rule, and it was a call to bring back that rule that Australian artists get in front of all of those eyes and ears for those international touring acts. There have been some fantastic examples where that's worked so well. Pink and Tones and I are probably one of the greatest examples, especially in the larger scale, and we just want to see more of that. We know that there are opportunities where those musicians get there, but it's not just about that support moment when they're on stage. It is about the marketing and getting that name out there for all of those people who are anticipating the show. A lot of them want to come earlier, naturally anyway, but then sealing the deal when they actually get to the show and say, I know who that artist is, I've seen their name around, now I'm going to check it out and see when they're playing live again. And so
just to dive into the Tones and I example, it particularly has worked for regional areas of Australia. So Tones and I supported nationally, and Pink obviously does some of the biggest scale, maybe even the biggest regional shows in this country. Tones and I's never been able to sell tickets in Townsville, and she's now going back and doing, I'm fairly sure it's 3 separate 5,000 capacity nights in Townsville off the back of that Pink support. So that correlation is particularly relevant now because, Tones and I, as one of our most successful Australian artists, was struggling to sell tickets because of a lack of exposure in those areas.
Yeah. And one of the things that we've heard about this is, we'll say it again, Taylor Swift, came with her whole entourage, and there was all a big package deal and with her own support act. But if the Michael Rule was to be implemented, it wouldn't be a matter of necessarily replacing the support act that she's already contracted, just bolting on an Australian act while she tours here. So, very, not unachievable. Ms. Daniel, do you have a question at all?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We heard yesterday from a couple of young people who are in a band, and they stacked up some sort of really interesting commentary around all of the costs associated with touring. And I'm just curious whether you could take us through, as those who manage artists, how you stack up the business case for accepting an invitation to play at a festival or, to do a gig, and what the sort of main costs and pressures are, and whether, how difficult it is to kind of get to a point of profitability when you're doing live music gigs around the country.
Yeah, I find it scales quite a lot. So if you were, say, a solo artist or a small group, and you were early in your career and you get an opportunity to say, I had a recent one with a band called Folk Bitch Trio, if I can say that here, who toured with a UK artist, Ben Howard, and they're early on, so we needed the fee to be at a certain level, but ultimately they were tour managing themselves, they were borrowing amps, they were sharing a room, they were keeping the scale of those costs as low as possible, and so the tour became feasible. Whereas as it builds up, you tend to then add tour managers and sound people and maybe session musicians, and so definitely like the question of costs is a moving beast depending on what your where your fees are at and what you're able to spend. And for many bands, they are able to tackle opportunities early on just by kind of, I guess, hustling and being resourceful with costs, sometimes driving instead of flying, sometimes doing the 10 hours to Sydney to make it work, and that's been around for forever in Australian touring markets. So I'm sure what they were laying out was those are very real things, and it's always challenging and stressful. And when flight costs went up sort of off the back of COVID, that was a game changer for bands. When petrol's high, if you name it, like there's any number of ways in which small rises in costs can make simple touring sort of feel impossible. But overall, I'm with a new band in that very situation right now, and we were able to say yes to a couple of support tours and just basically figure out the parameters and do things as cheap as possible. And if they start being slightly more successful, we will add extra people and costs will rise, which is its own challenge long term to ever have that profit margin. But it does mean that it can be possible in the early stages. I would just say, as managers though, a big part of tackling those challenges and succeeding in saying yes to a tour and finding a way to make it work on a budget level is having the experience of managers who have been through it before and can say to a band, I know this looks scary, but I think here's the budget. Having that knowledge and experience becomes invaluable, and a lot of these opportunities get a no instead of a yes, because bands just don't have the experience to sort of find a way always. And so it just speaks to the importance of managers in those situations.
I would say, or the support, right? The support to be able to make the decision.
Yeah.
This will probably come up a lot, but I would also throw in here that insurance is becoming a huge issue, particularly within the festival space, which I know we were just referencing. The issue with cancellations for bands currently, if they have been booked with a guaranteed fee on a festival, is contract dependent, but the majority of the time, if you are booked on a festival, that festival cancels due to weather, which is really common now, not uncommon, your fee is forfeited. You probably at this point have put up costs that are not refundable. So it's travel costs, it's rehearsal costs, it's crew. And the resolution after some recent, there hasn't been a resolution after some recent cancellations, but the suggestion, certainly from promoters who've been booking, is that the artist needs to have insurance, which is an additional cost now on top of what you're already putting out in order to potentially insure your own fee. So if you're asking, I don't know the age of the musicians you had yesterday, but if I go to any 20-year-old artist right now and say, do you have your insurance to cover your fees in case this big festival cancels? They don't even have car insurance at this point. So they're like, I don't even know what that is. So it's a really complex financial ecosystem currently.
Ms. Daniel?
Yeah, so,
Sorry?
sorry, Chair, I was just going to sort of push that a little bit further to say it was Team Jesus and the Gene Teasers, just for the record, that we were talking to yesterday, but they in effect said that the industry's kind of proved them right from what they thought when they were starting out in music when they were in high school, which was that you could only ever really do it as a hobby, that it would be, it's difficult to make a living from it, even though they've been quite successful and they've opened for the Foo Fighters, for example. Is that, just sort of curious, harking back to, back in the day where you'd play show after show, night after night, if you went on a sort of regional tour, is that part of the problem, that if you're, maybe you're going from Melbourne up to northern New South Wales, you're doing sort of one gig rather than doing a road trip where you're doing pub after pub, night after night, and then you can sort of consolidate your costs in order to make some profit.
Yeah, 100%. And it's something we were just talking about in another consult last week that, and when I brought up Glenn Wheatley's book and the touring that they did when he started in these bands, it's just a totally different landscape in terms of the number of shows you can play through the country, and therefore your ability to earn night after night, as opposed to maybe being able to play like Thursday to Saturday and then coming home and then going out again. It's a very, very different situation to not have all those regional markets in play. And even, they were talking about playing Melbourne City and around Greater Melbourne, 5 nights a week, and that landscape has totally shifted. And that's why, as a manager, I now think about being quite scarce in Australia and focusing a lot internationally. And that is me looking at the landscape and going, this is how it has to be, So I don't know if, the question is, can that change? I think there definitely could be investment and effort put into expanding out the venue circuits and working on that. But likewise, the world has shifted as well, and it's not just a case of going back to how it was.
There has been a lot of really good money put into regional touring and regional events, which I think is awesome and I think should be amplified, because I would love for an opportunity for there to be in Australia a touring circuit like there is in North America and in Europe, where you play one place, you drive 1 hour, then you can play the other place, then you drive 1 hour and you play again. That would be amazing if that could happen in Australia, but I think one of the biggest things that drives the demand for that is how are those regional people listening to this music? So this comes back again to the discoverability thing. One idea that was put forward a few years ago was getting Double J on analogue radio in regional areas, because there's no space for it apparently in capital cities. I don't know too much about how that works, but I think it's a brilliant idea, because at least you're getting some extra airtime for, the ABC, who's playing a lot of Australian music, and it's like mainly music. There's not a lot of other stuff happening. So.
Can I jump in there? We took evidence yesterday from Community Broadcasting Australia, and so they've got, obviously a whole range of different stations, but they've got, what was it, FBI? I think in Sydney, the pretty hip sort of station, and then there's RTR in Perth, and across regional Australia, they can less hip, if I can put it that way. But what role do you see? I mean, that's a spectrum issue for the minister, obviously, Double J on analogue through Australia, but there's an infrastructure that's already there with the community stations. What do you do to get your artists onto those platforms now? I mean, do you see that as a viable option?
You don't. It's a bit of an effort to return issue. So for any community radio programming, you can service through AMRAP and do your follow-ups and hopefully engage someone again for a fee to follow up, to be able to potentially secure some additional profile rather than just sort of the spins, we'll call them, which is the radio play. We have a lot of artists and a lot of music, and the idea of being able, with an audience set that's probably quite small in a regional area, you might get 2 or 3 spins. It's unlikely, just based on what we were talking about with the attention economy at the moment, that will land with someone locally, just that single one-off song that they've heard, without them having repetitive mentions of that artist again. So it really beds in, particularly for young people. Yeah. So I feel like the sort of recommendations at the moment, we've got incredible artists and an incredible level of artistry in this country. Like, we really do, at this point, we over-index in terms of successful global artists artistically. I think at the moment, live music is dependent on audience development, and it feels like that's probably the next phase that we're walking into, as opposed to the money to put on a show, which feels like it's been thick and fast and incredibly helpful. It's getting audiences out, and so that feels like it needs a slight pivot in terms of what the actual, I suppose, like the functionality of that and what that looks like in terms of being able to build an audience again.
Ms Mackenzie?
Yeah, just one thing I noticed in your submission relates to algorithms, and there was an observation made in the commentary by a secretariat that said, oh, and of course now artists need to pay the streaming services to have their product algorithmically preferenced. Is that accurate?
Okay, it is, that's a very layman's term, but Spotify have, for artists who are not signed to a major label, Spotify have a device by which you can take a reduced royalty in order to push your music more algorithmically. So that is effectively, yes, it is a pay-for-play because you're taking a reduced payment so that Spotify enhance the algorithmic push of your music.
And it's very effective, at least has been. Like it'll probably start reducing, but for a period of time, all the labels internationally were doing it even without telling us. And suddenly songs were like boosting up heaps, and you're like, they've done that, but they didn't even mention it. And so it's been quite impactful. And again, it's that question of it's sort of almost like exposure versus in reaching audience versus actual income. Yeah. So, but there's also direct advertising options within Spotify as well, like to do these marquee features, and there's things where you can pay to just get sort of to get featured on the app. You know, we'll have a pop up in front of you. So,
Can I just jump in? Yeah. Is there evidence that when that algorithmic push is made, which therefore increases the exposure on the platform, is there evidence of that having real world impact in terms of people being more interested in merchandise or in ticket sales or other things? Because I mean, it's one thing to sort of say, well, I've gone from 1,000 listeners to 5,000 listeners on Spotify, or people are listening to the music on Spotify or whatever it is because of the push. But does that have a material effect on the artist's success in the out here in the real world?
I think it's like I was saying before, that it's all little brick building, and so you'll reach some new audience, and it will be another couple of wins. It won't change the game, and it won't sort of unlock the secret to your success within that, say, streaming space, but it will have a difference in terms of reaching some new audience, and that will help a little bit with your touring, but ultimately, like, it'll have diminished rewards as it goes along. So, all these things, when we look at it and someone says, hey, should we do this? You go, yeah, we'll do it for a little while. That'll be another little boost, reach some new audience there. We'll do that support to it. That'll be another way to reach the audience. And you're just building these little blocks. The question mark for me right now is like, does that lead to a sustainable career in 2024? I've seen it 5 years ago. Like in the last 10 years, I've had some successes with it getting there. I don't actually know yet whether things have changed so much in the last 5 to 8 years that I'm going to find out, oh, actually this is that much harder again. We're seeing some encouraging results with this new band, but yeah, I would say we will do those things as a way to sort of just add a little bit more fuel to the fire.
When we talk about the algorithmic push, so that suggests it's obviously within the platform holders' remit to be able to modify the way they present artists to an audience, and I would expect, and I'm not a tech person, but I assume they can hone this down to age or demographics, or
it's incredibly specific.
Yeah, so that they could choose if they wish to say, right, for the Australian audience, if it's an Australian artist, we're going to push those front and centre. Would that be something that you would want to see happen?
We've done multiple consultations and discussions around this. This is a corporate issue, so the current dialogue around quotas in general, both for radio, for streaming, for what we would say digital exposure, there is a significant amount of discussion which will definitely go beyond at the simplicity of what we can offer in terms of recommendations. Yes, the answer would be if you would put, much like we were experiencing with the heightened influence of Triple J in the real dominant time, the quota that the ABC adhered to allowed for a significant percentage of Australian music to be happening in and around people's lives where Triple J was playing on a very regular basis. The frequency of the plays, the touch point that that brand also gave Australian music listeners. I don't think we can, as an industry, like underplay how significant that sort of metric has been for building not just Australian careers, but building kind of youth culture in general. So that's a significant change, I think, over particularly the last 10 years.
The success of Triple J, though, I think, is the combination of supporting local artists while also having high-performing internationals. And I think with the Spotify thing, if you create the equivalent of a Australian stage at the festival, when you have all the big artists on the main stage, if you create that in the streaming landscape, that Australian stage is not going to perform well. Whereas if you create spaces where you bring in Australian music in a way that's more effective in amongst this high-performing international music, then it could be very effective, and it'll be more like what happened at Triple J, where it's not just put over on the side and said like, hey, we're doing our thing for Australia. You have to be more strategic than that. And, you know, like the success of A Splendour in the Grass for local acts is getting to play in amongst these huge high-performing artists on the main stage, like being put on par with them, you know, and not being put off to the side.
And you would then argue that it's specialised curation that has helped with that, which includes things like quotas, and the algorithm does not provide that.
Now, I'll come to Mrs. Archer in a moment. I just want to go to one of the solutions that you're suggesting, which really caught my eye. You want to regulate limits on the percentage that venues and festivals can demand from artists on merchandise sales when government funding has been received by the venue or festival. So just go into a bit more detail on that. So an artist is a venue or festival, and the promoter or the owner says, right, well, we want 10, 20% of your merch, which is
it won't be the promoter. It's the venue, and it's one of these things where it's an unregulated space. The percentage has been going up, and
from what to what?
So it is on our list to try and go back to say 70s, 80s and see where those percentages sat. In our time, probably more like 10 to pushing 30 for some like festivals. But the problem is it's of gross, and so the risk on the artist when you've got manufacturing costs, shipping costs, seller costs becomes actually quite high that you can lose money.
So I just want to be clear here for the Hansard. So you're saying up to 30%.
There's been festivals that have done 30%. I haven't seen venues.
So the artist has paid for everything, and they've basically handed over the T-shirt and selling it, and then the festival will take 30% off the top.
Yeah, and the highest I've seen with venues, I would say definitely 20%. I'm not sure that when you get into some arenas it might be higher, but definitely I've seen 20%, and we find that to be difficult in terms of the risk proposition because some of those manufacturing costs can be quite high. The margins are not huge, and so it creates a high risk. It also pushes up prices for the consumer incredibly because you're trying to sort of find a way to make it work. So for us, like, if we were to properly tackle this issue, we would be wanting to talk about what is a regulated
ceiling.
Yes, a ceiling, because I think it's one of those things, and it's the same with inside ticket charges. Percentages have pushed up, and it's an unregulated space, and it's just quite straightforward for companies to just inch it up, and for no one to be able to do much, and the consumer doesn't really know who's getting what. Because
we took evidence that I'm not sure it was Team Jesus, it might have been them, saying that it's the merch sales which are that's the profit.
Their profit margin.
That's it. I mean, everything else is just cost, and then it's the merch which makes them the money at the end of the day. So if the venues have gotten onto that and said, okay.
Some of them have been great on recent tours where they were lower than expected, or they said we won't charge if you make less than $1,000 on a support tour. And I was like, you know what? Thank you guys for showing some kind of thought to the experience of this artist coming through. Whereas, that is not always the case, and I think it's not reliable to hope that each venue will consider.
In terms of our remit, which is obviously to promote and support and make sure there's a life for live music, what difference does that sort of change make in terms of viability for artists in the live music space? Dealing with that specific issue of merch.
It would be a significant extra chunk in those income streams, I think that is a really like tangible change that could happen. But you know, the same absolutely can be said around certain ticketing charges, because these are all the things that when you tour, if you look at the money coming in and what's making it to the artist, each 5% in each of these areas is a game changer, and especially as the income starts lifting, it becomes, it'll be a huge factor. And there's some of the real tangible shifts that can happen.
You said it's under examined, I guess. It's also under research, like why that percentage has been increasing from what to what, and why some venues do the artists a solid and don't charge anything on merchandise because they're very artist focused, whereas other venues do. And the reasoning that they do that is because they provide this space where the artist comes. Well, the artist brings the people, and the venue also makes money off the bar, but the artist doesn't get a cut of the bar. You know, so if there's the kind of like the reasoning for why you want to take a cut, and a gross one at that, of the artist's income, and not let them partake in any of the risk or the the spoils of another area of income. That's the difficult part, and that's this is, I guess, and as I said before, we have a shopping list of issues, but that comes to artist exclusivities, and then the expectation that they take on some of the risk of the festival, that when they play the festival, if the festival cancels, you lose your fee. Well, why are they partaking in the risk of this festival? Why is it up to them to get this insurance on top of everything else that they're doing to get there, when they're not able to, if it doesn't work two ways,
Or the issue with exclusivities is also that it'll take out, say, 6 to 9 months sometimes of an artist's career in Australia where they cannot do anything else, and so it can just make it very hard to have a live touring income stream in that chunk of time, and you've definitely had situations where major festival properties have sort of taken advantage of the weight and the desire for artists to do it and be part of that, and put exclusivities onto them that are probably not really workable.
Explain to me exclusivities.
So, as in the offer will say, you can, from the date of this agreement until the end of our festival, you cannot play any show in sometimes even Australia and New Zealand without our approval in advance. And
at all.
And so.
And who puts these conditions on festivals?
So that has been the festival. So that's been quite a common thing, and it's been another area of concern that it's a combination of saying you can't play for this period of time. Sometimes it's 3 months, sometimes it's upwards of 9, and
before and after the festival.
From the contract date usually until the festival happens. So that
sometime after the festival, and it affects announce times as well. So say, you can't announce a tour that's happening outside of that zone as well. You can't announce it.
You can understand some of that. I mean, they don't want to have you as a headline and then you're playing.
Exactly. But the issue is that the sort of the proposition being put forward, the fee versus the exclusivity, and what you're losing in terms of value in the market, means that I've tended to say no to their festival offer, but it becomes a bit of a challenge. It just feels like it's often been an overreach because those festival properties have had the power to have these blanket rules. And to be honest, there's a big element of applying global corporate rules that from contracts internationally, and just like planting.
I was going to say it's so much around a contract template which is circulated to individuals who potentially don't have representation at the level that we're talking about, which is us really. But you're talking about bands that are doing it themselves and have a day job, and then they're just like, the contract's fine, and they'll sign it. So the lack of I don't know, for lack of a better word, like kind of unionising, so to speak, and be able to push back on a lot of what we're saying, which is, the merchandise cuts, the exclusivity clauses. It's very, very difficult for young people to get together.
Balance,
That's it, and it just turns up in their inbox, they sign it, and off they go to play this festival without a lot of bargaining power.
It's just totally unregulated as an environment.
I know
It
just
is, yeah.
we're running out of time. I'll go to my members. Mrs. Usher.
Oh, just quickly, I think you've probably sort of answered it. We have taken quite a lot of evidence around, I guess, people's experience and that anecdotal experience, but there seems to be a bit of a view that there's a lack of sort of tangible data and research around some of these things and the changes that have happened over time. So you guys have obviously sort of adapted to that and found your level on the way through, but that sort of idea that there's not really, a body of evidence or data there, is that something that it would be your experience, that you're just kind of finding your own way based on your own anecdotal experience?
Well, when it comes to those specific things, let's take the merchandise, for example. I mean, that information is not publicly available. You'd have to go into individuals' contracts over many years and look at reports and those who are willing to give that data. But you have to you have to actually contact people and get it. It's not publicly available. So yeah, but that's the data that really counts. That's the data that can help us.
I would also say it's culture, so it's really hard to get data. There'll be stories of success in pockets around this country which are so inspiring. It just is not a template. So I think that's the nuance. But that is also the job. That's why everyone still does it, because it's exciting and ever changing. So there's definitely an idea of sort of skill set management and ingenuity and all of the things that work within the cultural landscape, and particularly within the arts sector. It's a responsive industry in many ways. But I think, the fact is that it's art sitting alongside heavy commerce. Like, there is a lot of money in contemporary music versus some of the other art forms that allow themselves freedom, right? Yeah. So I think that's the duality, is you have an arts mindset with the creatives who are involved, and then you have a heavy corporate dominance on the other side. That's it. Yeah, that's where I take the nice 20% of the net that's coming when we all have day jobs.
Ms. McKenzie? No, you're right. Ms. Daniel, do you have anything else to add? Oh, she's gone? Right.
One thing I was just going to say in terms of specific to live music is that I wasn't sure what outcomes of inquiries would be, and there's a lot of voices probably pushing for, certain festivals when things were going down were saying we need more support, like this is what we're worth to the economy. And I think one thing from me is that I think it's really important to, with any initiatives and funding support, to be very holistic and apply it across the sector, because there are big brands with very loud voices who will be looking to get, say, a headline of we've supported this festival with this much money to prop it up and keep it alive. And I think there's a danger in those band-aid solutions, and it's just really important that I think it's like, okay, well, what is everyone needing across the board? It's not supporting those ones that are very important to the ecosystem, but it's just not doing it on a one-off basis because they have the loudest voices.
Just quickly to follow on from that, do you think that the danger there is too that we kind of are just propping up something that's changed over time, and that there's not that we're not seeing that incentive for innovation as well? Yeah,
if you take if you sort of basically bring enough money to a property to sort of reduce its risk so it can happen, then it can probably go on for a while. Whereas if you support something so that the entry point is slightly lower and it inspires people to have a go, but it still needs to perform commercially, then I think that's something that's really great. And I was recently involved in something that got that support. I pulled out, but someone has continued. They've announced the festival. They're going to make it happen. And that government support made a difference, but it certainly didn't take away the stress enough that I pulled the plug. So enough to inspire people to try, and that where they still need to be very resourceful and commercially, responsible, but not so much that that it kind of is creating a false ecosystem. Which I think we talked about with some of the RISE grants, that in certain cases that created a false ecosystem because it was like too much money and not enough oversight.
A lot of attention has been on the big name festivals, obviously, and a fair few of them have fallen over. And there's also been, we've taken evidence that some of them are internationally owned and they're very corporate in their nature and pretty cutthroat. They make very cutthroat decisions, whereas the locally based, community based festivals who don't get the same sort of level of support, if they got even a fraction of the money that the big festivals have been getting, it makes all the difference in the world to them. In terms of the live music circuit, not that there necessarily is one, how important are the smaller shows and venues? I mean, because a lot of the attention based on the prelude to this inquiry has been on those big festivals, and we've been at pain to say it's not about that. It's just that. It's about the venues as well and everything else. But how important to the future of live music in Australia is the continued existence of the small and medium-sized venues, the small and medium-sized country shows, and what's needed to ensure that they continue?
I would say it's the most important, as opposed to the bigger multi sort of genre festivals, right?
Wait, I mean, like when things expand and contract, you have to sort of respect that process, and there's always room to go back into small. I've always, and I've spent my adult life, developing artists, creating, like working from the small and moving them into to a bigger audience, to a bigger career, to a bigger life. And I know when it's time to focus in on the small. So it's awesome to hear you ask that question, because it is, when things get too big, sometimes they pop. And, we've seen examples of that. And so, yeah, going back into the grassroots and, being strategic with whether it's investment or regulatory decisions and stuff like that. Focusing on those who have local interests and local businesses.
Yeah, the strength of those venues and those local communities, and that is the core. And as long as that's still there, you've got a pretty healthy industry. And when you're starting at the beginning with an artist, you really notice if there's a lack of 100 capacity venues, 200 capacity venues, and as it builds, you really notice the lack of 1,000 or 2,000. You need these tiers. You need to have an ecosystem that provides the building blocks towards a sustainable career. So if you're missing any venue between 500 and 1,500 in a city, you're in trouble, because there's nowhere. A band sells a 300 capacity show and they're like, great, let's move up. And they have to take a risk on a 1,500 capacity show and they look like a failure. If you just had the right venue infrastructure, they would be able to build up the right way. So that's such bread and butter, like for every key city that's trying to do this, have a music ecosystem, is those venues.
I'm going to ask the catch-all, which is if there was one recommendation, or feel free to offer three, but if there were, the most critical recommendation that we can make to government to ensure a healthy future for live music in Australia, what would it be?
Investment in venue development and audience development interest. I don't know what that looks like yet.
I think one of the biggest things is looking into content quotas and algorithmic quotas, potentially, looking at other countries and see what they've done, not necessarily following what they've done, but doing that research and finding out how we can open that up for Australian audiences.
Last word, Alistair?
Well, I'll put a word in for us as managers to say that, while it's hard to own this sometimes, because it's not always felt by everyone, like my experience is that the influence you can have on when you work symbiotically with an artist on building a sustainable career is just game changing. And so I think the reason why we put so much work in this organisation is the health of that management sector, who really understand how to build it from zero to something.
What's our role in that, though, as legislators and regulators?
Well, that can be in the form of acknowledging that role as being one of the key ones in terms of funding support. We're, for example, starting an apprenticeship pilot program, and that can be something that's a little toe dip that doesn't continue, or it could be a major part of, say, the education sector in this industry going forward. So I think for us, it's just, we feel that this role alongside the artist is at the core of what leads to sort of proper, sustainable and often global careers.
Actually, one of the specific things is that to avoid any kind of issues like that happened with Rise Grant, where it sort of where money gets sent into areas of people who aren't actually qualified. Managers know the industry back to front, and there are like the majority of them, our members are independent business owner managers, and so consulting with them on funding, peer assessment, that kind of thing. I really would love to see more people who have feet on the ground in the peer assessment process of any funding that gets out there.
Look, we'll have to end it there, but look, thank you all for your attendance at today's hearing. It's been very informative. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 9th of August 2024, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you're all free to go. Thank you very much. And I'll now call representatives of the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance.
Just grab another chair. Got enough chairs?
See a chair?
Yeah.
Yes, right. I'll say it again, now call representatives of the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? I'll start on my left.
My name is Kimberly Wheeler. I'm the President of Musicians at the MEAA. I'm a singer-songwriter, I'm an engineer, I do a lot of different things within the music industry.
Thank you.
My name is Jessica Serra. I'm an artist representative with Me and Musicians Australia, and I have an artist project called Montaigne.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lilia Anderson. I'm Policy and Strategic Research Lead at MEA.
I'm Paul Davies. I'm the Campaigns Director at MEAA.
My name's Matt. I'm a Wadi Wadi man.
Sorry, your full name, Matt.
My name's Matt Jeffrey. I'm a Wadi Wadi man of the Dharawal Nation, and I am an artist and engineer, and have ran a community recording studio.
Thank you all. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting you to make opening statements, we'll just do our introductions. And to my left.
I'm Bridget Archer. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Committee and the Member for Bass in Tasmania.
And Zoe McKenzie, I'm the Member for Flinders in Victoria.
And I don't believe we've got Ms Daniels not online. No, she's not back. So, and I'm Brian Mitchell, the Chair of the Committee, and I'm the Member for Lions, also in Tasmania. We now invite you to make opening statements if you wish.
Yes. With your indulgence, Chair, we might share that. I'll start and we'll pass it down the line, as it were. MEAA, the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, represents 16,000 workers in our cultural industry and in media, journalists and others. The people who entertain and make our films and videos and TV and inform the public. We take our responsibility as a union of workers who have public service as their driver very seriously, but that's the purpose of the work our members do. It's not, of course, we play an industrial role, we have awards and agreements, we do all the things unions do, but at the base of all of that is the value our members provide, if you like, or the way that they facilitate cultural participation and inform Australian society and communities within Australian society. I will touch briefly on some of the key themes in our submission, and of course we very much welcome the opportunity to talk to that submission and hear and respond to your questions. And my colleagues will help by taking a little bit more detail. Of course, our research and policy person is much more capable than I am in answering some of the detail. I'm very grateful for her attendance. And of course, our members have got direct lived experience, if I can use that expression, of what it means to be a musician in Australia and indeed internationally. Live music, or the music industry in general, is the most profitable in the entertainment sphere. It is hugely profitable. Yet we have a charity supported by the recording industry and by others, by public donations, propping up that industry. I can think of no other industry of this magnitude where we require a charity, as I say, funded by record companies and others, to provide welfare for the workers who make that industry operate. We have no qualms about the people who operate that charity. We're not questioning their values or their intentions or their motivations. We are pointing to the structural problems that make that a reality. What is it about the Australian music industry that demands a charity? Our members can tell you what it is, because on average they earn less than $6,000 a year from their work. It's a relatively new concept in public discourse to talk of artists as workers, but I think it's an accepted equation these days, and certainly we advocate strongly on that principle. Artists, performers, musicians, creators are workers. There are other things as well, of course, but when they perform, when they make records or when they are on the stage, they're doing so as any other worker would. As one of our members pointed out to us over recently, you could be standing behind a bar pouring drinks and get a minimum wage, but if you're in the corner of the same bar with a guitar, you might get nothing for that work. Our principal claim is that on the basis that the industry is broken, what other industry, how else can you describe an industry that depends upon the operation of a charity? That depends on 25% of the workforce in the festival scene to be volunteers. Our principal claim is that as a broken industry, the workers who make that industry require a basic recognition of their value in the form of a minimum fee for their performance. Most of them, of course, most of our members are not employees. If they were employees, and of course we could make that case, we could make a case in the Industrial Commission that in many instances a band is actually made up, in a legal sense, of an employer and a number of people that band leader employs. And the case would be that the way that the contracts work for that performance don't sustain the award that's applicable. Just can't apply. So we could prosecute one of our members as a band leader for not applying the award.
I don't mean to be interrupted. We're going to run out of time.
Yeah, well, I will pass on in a moment, but I want to make the point, Chair, about these very important themes about a broken industry and the impact it has on the workforce, and the fact that a legal device of employment or contractor, something that was partially addressed by the Workplace Relations Minister in the Parliament over the last 12 months, hasn't affected our industry. We're still not protected by those reforms. A minimum fee is required. Every state, with the exception, ironically, I notice MPs from Tasmania here, with the exception of Tasmania and the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory, have agreed that when public money is spent on events where musicians are engaged, a minimum fee should apply. The Commonwealth doesn't do it, Tasmania doesn't do it, the Northern Territory doesn't do it. I can talk more about that later.
Thank you. I think someone else had a...
Yeah, perhaps I'll just add a little bit of colour there to some of the comments that Paul made. I think one of the core points we want to make today is that it's not an accident that musicians are struggling to make a living in Australia, and one of the key reasons that's driving that is that over the past few decades, a group of just 3 major companies has come to control an estimated 85% of the Australian live music market. For those companies, as opposed to musicians, live music is a very lucrative business model. As one example of this, Live Nation has made a net profit of over $550 million in the last financial year alone. It's largely done that through the kind of Amazonification of live music. It's extensively vertically integrated the market, so they not only control ticketing, but festivals, music agencies, and increasingly music venues. What that does is give them unprecedented power over musicians and their audiences. And in fact, in the US, the Justice Department is currently suing Live Nation for alleged anti-competitive behaviour. That lawsuit contains a lot of claims, but among them is the claim that Live Nation has retaliated against venues that work with rivals, locked out competition through the use of contracts, and restricted artists' access to venues unless they agree to use Live Nation's promotional services. So we're here today in part to call for a reappraisal of the competitiveness of this market in light of this investigation. We believe that it's only through tackling these kinds of structural factors that Australia stands to gain a flourishing live music sector. Thanks.
Thank you. Any artists?
I'd probably add to what Lily has said, to just say that this industry has always been about control, and in particular control of artists and access and distribution. But the difference in the past is those controlling interests were at least based here and had some sort of connection to our society and our social fabric. It wasn't necessarily great for artists then, but then when you introduce the sort of faceless international corporations that now are taking hold, it's amplified the pressures, the financial pressures, and the scope of what we can actually achieve. And it's so much harder now, harder than it ever has been.
When you say it's harder now than it's ever been, what's harder?
It's harder to, our income streams. We used to earn money from making records. Now that's essentially the loss leader. We have to make a record, and we essentially give that away to streaming companies to be even in the game. It's, we're not earning money. We're earning less from live music than we used to. On top of that, so it's harder on all sorts of levels. I know the previous cohort, they talked about the algorithms on social media, and that's a problem because you are only dealing in your own bubble. And some of the things they talked about where you were able to defer royalties and get better algorithmic access, that's not available to me as a independent sole artist. Does that help?
So just for the Hansard, we get down to specifics. It just helps.
For sure.
Ms. Sarah, do you have anything to add?
Yes. So I've been doing my artist project Montaigne for about 10 years. I've won an ARIA award. I've been nominated for a Grammy. I represented Australia at Eurovision 2020 and 2021. And that's just a mere short list of my achievements in the last 10 years. And despite my ostensible success with radio play and millions of streams, and I've collaborated with David Byrne with the Talking Heads, so very serious I'm in the music industry stuff. Yeah. I still don't make enough money from my recordings to make minimum wage year on year. I actually still owe money to my label. I have not made a profit from my music for 10 years, despite the fact that I've had like a platinum selling single, all that stuff, right? And every year is another year I spend figuring out whether or not I can still do music as a full-time job, which, in my opinion, is kind of crazy for an artist at my level of renown and success, right, and public recognition. Now, if that's what it's like for someone at my level of success and fame, you can only imagine what it is like for the average musician in this industry, right? Like, you're not making money from recordings, and also you're not really making money from live music, doing your trade, doing your skill that you've practiced for years, then you commit time to. You tour. Touring is hard. I think there's a cultural assumption that music is an enjoyable thing to do. It's a hobby. Even if you don't work at it professionally, it's a fun thing to do. But if you go on tour, you find like it's grueling. There is very little that is comfortable or reassuring about it. You don't know what audience you're going to play to, if any. You don't know if you're going to lose a lot of money. If you're a musician, you might not even be getting paid very much because maybe the artist, again, if they're independent, can't afford to pay you that much. Hotels, well, not even hotels, sometimes if you can't afford budget, you're staying in like a really uncomfortable bed somewhere. You're not seeing any of the city. I think this is sort of an aside, but I think a lot of people think, wow, you get to travel and stuff. You don't see anything. You go from airport to venue to hotel and then back to airport to venue to hotel, and you're away from your friends and your family and your life.
Yeah. An illusion of glamour.
Yeah, precisely. It's not very glamorous, I would say, even at my level, and yes, exactly. And I think it's incredibly disheartening how undervalued musicianship is in the world and in this country in particular, since it is skilled labour that, appears and dominates our everyday lives. All people. Imagine pubs without music. Imagine TikTok without music, right? Like, that app thrives upon the contributions of artists. And many people play for free or for exposure, and it's not sustainable and it's not fair. And I think musicians need to be made a priority for government support unless and until current structural inequalities in the music industry are reformed. I don't think you should have to be born rich or sell your rights to a major label to get your music career started as an artist. And I think, I can speak also to the way that major labels compensate, photographers, musicians, all that stuff, and any session stuff that they do. I don't think is high enough, and definitely could be high given the kinds of profits that these companies make.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffrey?
I guess I just wanted to echo and opening statements that, there's various state and federal government policies that are, brought about this arts as workers shift. It's coming from below, artists as workers. For me, it's the fact that you were echoing at the end there that wherever someone's born, whatever postcode, they should be able to have the means to see music as a career. And so you know, when I was, like, I live on the Central Coast, and I ran a community recording studio there for years, and then I moved to Inner West and did it there. Just noticing how much untapped talent there is, and how much needless barriers have been erected for just primarily the purpose of profit instead of the purposes of storytelling and building communities. So all of this stuff about, you know, monopoly and monopsony and stuff that my fellow, you know, comrades here have talked about is real, and it is the real barrier. You know, there's a First Nations First plank that's been put into the National Arts Policy Revive, and in my perspective, that thing is not worth the paper it's written on unless different forms of ownership are promoted in the reconstruction of this industry, because this industry is broken. It's slanted one way. It's slanted to funnel money out, not just of musicians' pockets, but out of our economy. And different forms of ownerships, of artist collectives, of cooperatives, these kinds of things are more in line with First Nations' ability to have community control and retention of our storytelling as well. And these forms of ownership are also, in my perspective, not just beneficial for First Nations communities, but also for all kinds of communities of listeners around the country. So from my perspective, seeing how much untapped talent was just there in my own suburb, and then just like inviting my friends over to record their music for free, friends of friends, etc., etc. Everywhere from the recording stage, you know, to the listening stage, there's just these large, like, global vampires, and they provide little to no service apart from they just exist. So
we're going to run out of time for questions, but I appreciate you all with your opening statements, and very, very much so. I'll go to my committee members first. You're happy?
I'll first start too.
All right. I just wanted to come to the issue of Live Nation, because that hasn't really been a focus of the inquiry to date, and I think you mentioned $550 million profit. Is that right? Is that in Australia? That's their Australian profit, or?
I believe as a company that would be their global profit.
Okay, all right. So yeah.
But I can. I'm happy to find that out and get back to you. I'm happy to confirm that.
Because I've got no doubt that they've structured their affairs to have an Australian arm and a US arm. It'd be nice to know who's making what and whatever. But notwithstanding that, so there's the contention is that Live Nation is making a bag load of money off the back of ticket sales, and I imagine, you know, the big acts. And then there's the intersection with Macero's experience. A success, you know, if you know, people would look at you and think you're a successful artist, Grammy artist, and say you're struggling to make minimum wage. That doesn't gel. And notwithstanding your evidence, Mr. Jeffrey, I get that you're talking about a totally different issue of ownership and a more, just a different style of it. But at the moment, we have a music business where it is, people make music. Somebody thinks, oh, that'll make me some money, so I'll go and promote it, and whatever it is. But the concern is that if the corporate end is making all the cash and the artist is struggling to eat, then that's not a viable, healthy situation. You've suggested the $250 minimum fee. Now, it says here for publicly funded gigs.
Yes.
That's a distinction. So it's not just so.
Talk to that if you like.
Yes. So if you're going to play in a pub, you're not necessarily arguing that's a contract thing.
No. So in essence, what we saw, of course, during COVID was the decimation of the sector. Recovery required government to invest, so there were grants all around the place, usually state governments, but also the Commonwealth. And our claim at that time was, I think it's a standard practice, in fact, in spending public money, that a minimum fee should apply, or minimum payments should apply to the people who are being paid by way of that fund. And we said that principle should apply to the musicians. As I said earlier, every state, with the exception of Tasmania, the Northern Territory and the Commonwealth, have agreed with that principle. It's an agreement to recognise the 250. It's an agreement to say, yes, this is a standard we require when we spend public money in this industry when it's being used for musicians.
And is that operating in practice now?
Yes.
And what's been the material effect
Well,
of that?
it's been really gratifying to see, I have to say. 4 years ago, we did a survey of the musicians' workforce at large, and I think we found that around 50% of performances were not being paid a minimum. We ran the same survey at the end of last year, and it's now more like 75%. So that's a significant improvement, which we're very pleased about. I have to say, our aim, of course, is to normalise that fee.
Sure, yeah.
And we've now seen it being applied in purely commercial settings as well.
And then that's a consequence, I guess, of, well, if I play X gig, which is publicly funded, I get 250. If I play for you, I don't. So, yeah, and also one would hope just decent human behaviour. It'd be good to get some information if you're able to provide the committee, offline, a bit more detail about how that is working, what impact that is having for artists, and in terms of the terms of reference of our committee, which is to look at the, in a nutshell, the viability of live music as a sector, how that sort of guarantee feeds into viability of live music. That would be very useful, I think.
Could I just add that,
yeah, please.
With the 250 is based on the Live Performance Award, and if you look at that through the lens of same job, same pay.
Yeah.
I went with the ACTU delegation to Parliament House to talk to some of you folk. That's the similar idea behind that, and ideally to achieve that in our day-to-day work as well, not just when it's funded by the public purse.
Yes, of course.
We say that it's not so much an industrial claim as a basic social justice claim, that it's not fair to have any worker perform for nothing and to undercut other workers.
Worst thing over here is play for exposure, just terrible.
Playing for pub meals, playing for 10 drinks.
Yeah, so look, 100%. I don't think you get any argument there. I hear that, and the MEAA has made a fairly lengthy and involved submission and made some fairly detailed recommendations which go to the systemic nature of funding. And you would have heard, as you were sitting in the gallery before, we were talking about some of this in terms of the big festivals, the big multinationals, and that we've already taken evidence from people who've shared similar concerns as you have. But when I come down to it, our committee is about wanting to ensure there's a viable future for live music, and we've taken a fair bit of evidence about audiences, and I know you're about industrial rights for artists. That's the key thing. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to stick to your knitting rather than going to the more general issues that we've heard to date. Did either of you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm quite interested in your views off the back of the evidence that we heard from the managers around those sort of anti-competitive exclusivity, which is not something I had been aware of before. So I'd be interested in hearing your experiences of that, and as artists, your experiences of those anti-competitive type practices that might exist.
Well, naturally, we agree that there's a kind of balance that needs to be struck there, but it's clearly out of balance at the moment. I'm looking to my colleagues, who are the musicians here, to see whether they want to meet your question with.
Sure. So often you'll be asked to sign an exclusion clause so that you don't play either side of an event, and that might be okay if the event itself pays something that recompenses you for the fact that you're not able to work in a geography. So, and that it just doesn't happen that way. And you know, I think as the last cohort talked about, they're applying things that are designed for other systems to, you know, small artists like me and others. It just doesn't make sense, and it's kind of, you know, it stops us working to anti-competitive.
So in terms of what you're being asked or demanded to sign in order to appear, and what you think is reasonable, is there any work being done on what are more reasonable? Because you know, every sector would need a pro forma template to work off, which could then be customised for each particular circumstance. But has that been done?
We're looking for a viable industrial partner to regulate the industry. The Managers Association we work with them, we respect their role. In fact, we support, and we already have a role in some of the work that they're advocating in terms of their proposal for support artists for international touring acts. We play a kind of similar role there with our performers in the screen and film industry, the TV industry. So we support them, but they occupy one small segment of the industry. There are lots of other organisations who occupy different segments of the industry. There's really not a competent organisation. I mean, there is Live Performance Australia, but they don't play with respect. We don't see that they play the type of role we need in order for us to engage in a constructive relationship. They might well be able to do that, but we think in general it's too atomised. That is the kind of corporate structuring of representations in the industry. Did you have something on? Were you looking there for that? No.
Yeah, I think our understanding with exclusivity clauses is that they're just growing. It's a growing phenomena, and it's a symptom of the power imbalance between artists and these, you know, big corporate giants. And so that's the concern, is that artists can't you know, negotiate better terms for themselves. And also the issue, you know, we've seen a lot of festival cancellations, and sometimes where those festivals are cancelled, they might not be reimbursed the full amount that they were meant to be paid for that act. So then they've lost that gig, but because of an exclusivity clause, they've also lost all the gigs around that they could have taken. So there's a really big, you know, opportunity cost of taking that. And
if I might add, I wanted to clarify the point I was making earlier. The point is, our membership in this sector in particular, but many of our members, even beyond music, are not employees. So when I talk about finding a competent organisation to engage with, there's that constraint. I mean, historically, of course, industrial relations happens between employer associations. Now, so we're trying to construct something that is workable.
Are musicians caught up in the new? Because we've tried it. Well, I shouldn't say we. The government has tried to recognising the emergence of the the food delivery drivers and those who are.
No, we will cut out of that.
You're okay.
And, you know, can I just quickly say, where does the word gig worker come from?
Yeah, I don't know.
It comes from the musos. So.
I don't know to use that.
So I think you'll see in one of our recommendations that we're advocating for those reforms to be extended to do with our membership.
All right. Can I just? I want to swing back to the Live Nation thing, and you're talking about the vertical integration, which from their point of view makes perfect corporate sense to control as much as they can. What would you like to see happen from our end at the regulatory and legislative end to address your concerns there? What would you like to see happen?
I mean, in the first instance, we're interested in a parliamentary inquiry into the competitiveness of the live music industry. So that's also so that, you know, this can be considered in more detail. But I think, you know,
Don't knock your chances of another live music inquiry.
I guess in the absence of that, we'd be looking at the ACCC to look into the competitiveness of that industry.
I think it's also, if you don't mind, relevant to say here, while you're looking at live music, we're looking at the entire industry, and in the recorded side of in the recording industry, there is a big problem there with, and we've reported to other parliamentary inquiries on this, whereby most musicians, you know, it's in the high 80–90% of musicians who work in that industry as session musicians get no fee for the broadcasts of the music that they've created. That's a gap in our system. That gap doesn't apply in Europe. It doesn't apply in most parts of the United States. There is recognition of those rights for session musicians, but we don't have it in Australia. As one of our members said at a previous inquiry, if the records that he made in Australia are played in Germany, he gets a fee. If they're paid in Australia, he gets nothing.
Is there any intersection between that issue and live music?
Well, so my point was, thank you, Chair, was to say we have been asking for an inquiry into the recording industry because it is so arcane and difficult to understand. We think there is merit in an inquiry in order to tease out the variety of interests and the structuring of that industry in order for a good regulation or reforms to be envisaged or worked on.
I just want to say, of course, the recording industry and live music industry are intertwined, because the recording industry is where you get, if you would say, the cultural product therefrom to then play to the rest of the world.
I was specifically about the session.
So we have asked for, we think it's relevant for an inquiry to look at that industry because of its complexity and because of the need for reform.
Right. And just swinging back to the Live Nation vertical integration stuff, what foray have they made into venue ownership in Australia?
Yeah, so they now own and control a series of venues. So, for example, I've just got a list here, but they now own Fortitude Music Hall, Henley Street Music Hall. Then they have a series of controlled venues, including Marvel Stadium and a number of others, the Button Theatre. So they're, you know, the vertical integration model is you kind of own or control every element along the supply chain, and through that you can kind of exercise a sort of maximum amount of power over audiences and musicians. So if you own every element of that, there's no internal competition. No. And also, you know, you see it with independent venues getting really squeezed by these companies because they're not part of that supply chain. And so that's the concern as well. So
when you say independent venues getting squeezed, are they not able to sell? Does Live Nation not sell tickets for their venues, or what's the?
We should probably point out that it's not only Live Nation.
Yeah, it's TEG.
Okay, right, yeah.
This is happening all across the sector by these three major companies. I think the issue with small venues, I mean, if we look to the US example, we can see there that they are, the claim is that they're punishing venues that don't use their ticket, use their ticket sales providers and so on.
In what way?
I'd have to look at the actual, legal case and get back to you, because I'm not. Okay. If you wouldn't mind, I mean.
I'm
happy to report back on that.
Is there any evidence, anecdotal or otherwise, that this behaviour is happening here?
I think we probably don't want to go there, only because I don't feel we have details we want.
Okay, no, that's good. No, that's fine.
What we're saying, Chair, is the structure of this industry is manifestly one of dominant corporate power, which has a detrimental effect on the industry as a whole, on diversity, on the workforce, as of course we're advocating from that perspective. There are multiple and well known, I think, effects of industries that are dominated in this fashion.
So you'd basically like to see some sort of antitrust provisions put into.
Right.
I get it.
Thank you for saying it.
Yeah. No, I'm happy to say it.
I mean, it's similar to...
That's what you like to see.
There was a very informative essay I read a couple of weeks ago about the history of the film industry in the United States. I think there was an antitrust action in the late 40s which broke up the studios, who at that time owned everything, in the same way as we have music companies running the music industry in Australia.
Now, of course, they will say that if we go down this route of breaking them up, they'll, it'll mean the death of venues. I mean, make the industry unviable. Ticket prices will go up. What's your answer to their counterclaim?
Well, there's an argument that says it can't get much worse. With respect, please.
I have been playing only in independent music venues in the last year, excepting festivals and stuff, but I've been playing, for example, at the Vanguard in Sydney, which is independently owned. And I've booked Northcote Social Club as well in Melbourne for a gig. And at both these venues, I have wanted to book one support act because it's the standard for booking support acts is 2, and the industry standard rate generally as well for the artist to pay the supports is $500 each, which is not a lot of money if you consider touring especially, because $500 would barely cover accommodation and flights and stuff, right? So it's already low. I, as an artist, would love to book just one act so I can give them both fees, maybe a bit more money for that one person, right? It does cut out another artist opportunity, which sucks. But I also am watching my margins and my costs as an independent artist and sort of considering these things. The venue, however, in order to make enough money on bar and food and whatever that night, and because they're not taking a cut from merch generously nowadays, want me to book 2 artists as a support to maximise the time spent at the venue and the amount that people will spend on drinks, right? Everyone is getting squeezed in this equation, right? If this venue doesn't get enough money from drinks or however they make their income, venue, hire fee, all of that stuff, probably have to sell eventually to someone like Live Nation, and then Live Nation can introduce, we'll take a cut of the artist merch now, we'll make, take also a percentage of the ticket from the fee and all that stuff, and then they can just continue to squeeze and squeeze and squeeze, and they earn, more and more and more money and more assets and all these things, while the workers and the artists and stuff all are just continually shrinking. And that seems to me what the projection is of what happens with a monopoly and a dominance like this.
And this is some of the evidence that we're hearing around that food and beverage model of venues is sort of broken, if you like, anyway. We heard from the former owner of the Zoo in Brisbane that was exactly their experience, that they could sell out a show, but that wasn't that's not where they're getting their money. But they're just not selling alcohol in particular in the way that they once would have. So they're like, well, how do we actually sustain having a venue? And of course the venue's then closed. Yeah. And you might not have any views about this, but does there need to be another model then to kind of replace that older model, given audience behaviour has obviously changed? Yes. What might that look like, and what role we might play in that?
I think, I'm no expert, but I think there are really great and broad structural problems with the music industry that mean that maybe audiences aren't buying as many tickets, and it's harder to sell at shows, and there's risk posed for everyone along the chain in this equation. And I think, it's kind of like when your back hurts, but it turns out it's because your glutes are really tight, right? Like the source of the problem actually lies in treating the whole body and the whole thing. And I think with the music industry specifically, there are just so many dominant corporate players who extract all of the wealth. And, through the recording industry, major labels have relationships with Spotify. They are stakeholders in that company, which means that their artists get prioritised in that equation. Those artists tend to end up playing the bigger venues that are owned by Live Nation, so everything keeps going up towards these companies, while, independent musicians and venues and all these things end up floundering. Because, attention from Spotify and TikTok and all these algorithms are all being funneled into the corporations again, who have the resources and the leverage and the reputation and the business relationships to continue to prop themselves up.
Can I add something here, please? So you asked for a new model. This is why I brought up different forms of ownership, because we can get stuck in the same time loop that we've been stuck in since, the 20s and 30s of, break up big capital and then let it come back and monopolise everything and break it up again and let it take up everything again. If you promote forms of ownership, like if the government was serious about, if our society was serious about changing the foundational relationship, it would be promoting forms of ownership like artist collectives, cooperatives, creating education programs around them, investing in the construction of community-owned stages, community-owned recording houses, for different community purposes, whether that's through local councils or whatever different kinds of state bodies. But this is how you create foundational level of access to equipment, to education, to the career path to become a musician, to then be able to play in the rest of the private sphere. You can use the stick to whack the private sphere, and I'm well happy for that to happen, because that needs to happen. But you also should create a different kind of dynamic or relationship, which isn't inherently exploitative. And if you're talking about sharing culture on the continent for thousands of years, all this stuff, it's nothing. It's a drop in the ocean, and it just, frankly, the conversation gets really tiring, because we went to some of us went to the ACTU Trade Union Congress, and we're talking a lot about intellectual property and First Nations our cultural intellectual property rights and these kinds of things, and all of this sort of unexplored as of yet territory for legal reform. I mean, there isn't just a responsibility to there should be a human responsibility to share music, to share stories, and we should all be willing players in it, and we shouldn't have to go through the same time warp dance of breaking it all up just to have it all come back.
The consequence of the problem we've been describing, Chair, is homogenising our culture. Yeah. And we urge you as parliamentarians to take that into account, and we recommend what we've recommended in that submission.
Thank you all.
I just wanted to say, it's better. It's a better. This is what was my point. It's the only way to protect culture. To protect First Nations culture, the relationship with how we tell stories in the industry has to change.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. Look, thank you all for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, I believe you have, or if there is anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 9th of August 2024, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you're all now released. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the committee is now suspended for a short break, and will resume at 11:20. So. After a short break, I now call representatives of the Australian Festivals Association. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Michael Chrysidis, I'm the Director of Untitled Group.
Untitled, you're here together, sorry, yep.
Adele Robinson, I'm the Managing Director of Fuzzy Operations and also the Chair of the Australian Festivals Association.
And I'm Mitch Wilson, the Managing Director of the Australian Festival Association.
Thank you. And I should just make it clear that I'm now calling witnesses from the Australian Festival Association and Untitled Group. Is that right? As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament and giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. And before inviting you to make opening statements, we'll just introduce ourselves.
I'm Bridget Archer. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Committee and the Member for Bass in Tasmania.
And Zoe McKenzie, the Member for Flinders in Victoria.
And Brian Mitchell, the Chair, and I'm the Member for Lions in Tasmania. And we now invite you to make opening statements if you wish.
I'm Michael Chrysidis. I'm the co-founder and director of Untitled Group, Australia's largest independent festival and event promoters. We are a grassroots company with a team of 65 staff in Cremorne on Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung land in Naarm. We also create annual employment opportunities for thousands or more through our festivals and events all across Australia. Our festival portfolio includes globally recognised events such as Beyond the Valley, Wildlands, Pitch Music and Arts, Grapevine Gathering, Ability Fest with the Dylan Alcott Foundation, and Finals Festival at the Australian Open. We also operate an established artist touring division, live music booking agency and artist management arm. Recently, we were ranked number 12 in Polestar's global ranking for top promoters worldwide. Annually, our 300-plus events attract over 500,000 highly diversified and loyal patrons, and we've grown a community of 1 million plus on our database of highly engaged music lovers. Our deep understanding of the evolving needs of young Australians enables us to consistently deliver world-class experiences year on year. Music festivals are the backbone of our entire business, as they are the Australian music industry. We're a 100% Australian-owned, small-medium business that operates in an industry we're deeply passionate about, but it's an industry that's in a state of crisis. In recent years, we have faced a series of challenges impacting our ability to operate. Since the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, we've been experiencing significant supplier and labour shortages, along with increased operating expenses ranging from 30 to 60%, sometimes meaning that our festival break-even can only be achieved at complete sellout or not at all. These challenges are compounded by a noticeable decline in consumer confidence in Australia festivals. An onslaught of overly negative media stories has made it increasingly difficult to maintain trust with our community and encourage early ticket buying behaviour. Escalating costs and competitive bidding wars for international talent have also added further strain to our resources. This situation is exacerbated by high insurance rates and ambiguous clauses which fail to provide adequate confidence for us to continue operations in outdoor venues, particularly those vulnerable to natural disasters such as fires and floods. We also contend with substantial investments required for infrastructure development, including the maintenance of festival sites, external roads and telecommunication systems. These investments in regional communities are rarely subsidised or supported externally. The global live music landscape is increasingly dominated by a few multinational corporations. These companies with billions of dollars of backing aim to control talent pipelines, making it more difficult and expensive to secure diverse and appealing lineups. Despite regularly competing with these major multinationals, we continue to make significant positive economic contributions impacting both inner city and regional communities. My natural position is not to be sitting in this room. However, this year alone, Untitled Group has had to retire or suspend from operating 3 of our flagship festival brands, Grapevine Gathering, For the Love and Suncycle. This decision of consolidation within our business did not come easy, but it's what we have to do to give some of our events the best chance to succeed, and our company the best chance to survive in these conditions. This will have cascading effects that impact hundreds of people who are counting on these much-needed events for employment, most importantly, the Australian artists that have not only missed out on much-needed income, but an essential platform to further propel their careers. When we first started this business over a decade ago, many of the Australian artists we were working with were performing to intimate crowds in nightclubs. Neither did we dream that we would grow alongside these artists who are now selling out arenas and stadiums around the world, headlining globally renowned festivals and continuing to put Australian music on the map. We've been instrumental in advancing these careers of these iconic Australian artists such as Dom Dolla and Rufus Du Sol, who are some of Australia's largest music exports of this decade. These artists are this generation's Nick Caves. These artists are this generation's Kylie Minogues. Without action, I see an Australian music industry dominated by overseas companies that do not have a vested interest in our ecosystem and propelling homegrown Australian talent. We welcome this discussion with policymakers as the decisions made by the people in this room will dictate how we get through this crisis and whether businesses like mine and Australian artists like those mentioned before exist for our future generations. As part of this discussion to assist Australian festivals, we'd like to propose establishing a clear insurance regime, including a code of conduct and crisis decision-making policies to protect event organisers. Additionally, the government should acknowledge the significant economic, cultural and social impact of the festivals, which provide thousands of jobs and provide immeasurable positive impact to our community and the lives of young Australians. We would also like to see increased investment in supporting the festivals and events, allocating grant funding that would support existing events with the priority in seeing investment remain within Australian businesses. This would de-risk the industry and decrease insurance premiums and operational costs, crucial for maintaining festival viability. Establishing an infrastructure fund to enhance festival sites could also be a vital resource for sustaining positive impacts on festivals, particularly in regional communities. We support Music Australia's data collection efforts and informed decision-making process within the government to encourage a national discussion on harm minimisation strategies, including pill testing for audience and attendee safety. I look forward to discussing these points further today and welcome any further questions into government's inquiry and how we can best ensure the longevity of Australian live music.
Thank you. Ms. Robertson?
So, as I said, my name is Adele Robinson. I've been promoting and producing festivals in Australia and New Zealand for 25 years, which feels like a long time. My events include Listen Out, which travels to 5 capital cities in Australia and also Auckland, New Zealand. Field Day, which is in Sydney on New Year's Day. Harbour Life, which is a small boutique show, and also Groove in the Moo, which travels to 6 regional centres and, as you may know, was cancelled at the beginning of this year due to weak ticket sales. In addition to this, I'm the chair and one of the founding members of the Australian Festivals Association, which I will note was founded because at that time our industry was in crisis from the war on festivals from the New South Wales government. It's just been jumping from one fun thing to the next since then. As Mike mentioned, festivals are currently experiencing a crisis that is from a combination of issues all occurring at once to create what I would call a perfect storm. I wanted to touch on the onerous and inconsistent regulations between the states. Running a touring festival around Australia highlights the inconsistency with running events around Australia. I think that there's a role from the federal government to lead the states from a federal arts perspective that can include guidance on the grant system that's state-based, which is generally focused on tourism, that doesn't support the real ecosystem of the music industry. That state-owned venues need to reduce their hire fees, noting that venues like Centennial Park in Sydney have become completely untenable for events under 25,000 patrons, and in particular in New South Wales, state venues are more expensive than commercial venues, which in the current crisis doesn't make sense. New South Wales regulations generally need to be addressed. The regulation costs to operate in New South Wales are far higher than anywhere else in the rest of the country. And I also think that state-regulated event costs that include things such as user pay police, user pay ambulance, traffic, and also the venue hire fees I mentioned, we could look at a system where they are waived, as they are for hallmark events currently. I think that's something that could be a really good solution for the next couple of years. I also wanted to note that in November 2022, Mitch, Jessica DeCrew from Splendour and myself went to Canberra and met with as many ministers as possible. Jess told anyone who would listen that if there was an intervention from the government, then festivals would start falling over. Since then, Splendour in the Grass and Groove in the Moo, 2 significant and important Australian festivals that were very important for regional Australia and also for the youth demographic, have cancelled. At the time, I thought she was exaggerating. She wasn't, and I think it's only going to get worse before it gets better. That's it from me.
Oh, thank you. Mitch?
So I am the Managing Director of the Australian Festival Association. We were founded in 2008, as Adele said. We've got currently just shy of 80 members across the country, about half of those festival promoters, like these two put the shows on, the other half about suppliers to our events, so do everything from the sort of fencing to toilets and everything in between. We were founded in 2008 in response to a crisis 2018, sorry, yeah, in response to the crisis in New South Wales, particularly where the former government made a decision to try and regulate us out of existence. And we're still trying to work through a lot of those challenges, particularly from a user-paced policing perspective, but also the mandated costs of private medical providers at events, also user-pays ambulance costs, and further restricting liquor licence conditions, which have a flow-on impact to our ability to have sponsorship agreements with corporates that want to get access to our audiences, and also having young people at festivals, which in the current climate where we're seeing 18 to 24-year-olds not buying the same level of tickets as they were prior to the pandemic, our ability to get audiences before they turn 18, ideally 16 plus, but even younger than that, is being restricted because of liquor licensing approaches from state and territory governments, and it's having a huge flow-on impact. So I guess what I wanted to just touch on that we also put in our submission is we obviously represent the music festivals mainly around the country, but a number of other multi-arts festivals, and we really see the whole industry as part of like a broader ecosystem, and if festivals are struggling, that has a flow-on impact to other parts of the sector. So I think government needs to be looking at this from a national level in the lens of supporting artist careers, but also a number of the commercial businesses that support those artist careers, because you can't separate the two. You can have artists producing as many songs as they like, but if they can't commercialise them and get them on tour and get them in front of audiences or on the Spotify playlists, Australian artists aren't going to be able to make it in this big globalised music market, particularly in the English-speaking world, where we're competing against big markets in the US and the UK that have a lot of backing and a larger industry and are a lot closer together. The festivals piece in that is when it comes to audience discoverability of new artists, particularly Australian artists in our context, then traditionally, and I would say even currently, radio and festival lineups are probably the most effective and most powerful way that an Australian artist can really develop their audience. So the importance of looking at the regulatory system cohesively and sort of collectively is really important. So you can't separate the need for support for festivals, whether it's a regulatory issue, funding, from the need to support artists when it comes to radio and streaming quotas and royalty revenue through caps, maybe tax offsets for live music venues or people who put content through those live music venues, like promoters, or you can't separate that from supporting artist managers who really do a lot of the work to ensure that those artists are able to navigate the system and sort of focus on their art while also having someone to sort of help them through their business. I think that's just what I wanted to really reiterate, is that we acknowledge that we're probably like the canary in the coal mine when it comes to challenges facing the music industry, and particularly the live music industry. A lot of festivals have obviously got a lot of media attention this year. We lost Splendour, which is our equivalent of Coachella or Glastonbury. Like, imagine if the US or the UK lost one of those festivals and the impact that would have globally. I think the government and the committee really needs to look at the loss of Splendour in that lens. And then, you can't separate out the issues facing festivals from the issues facing the Australian music industry more broadly. So just wanted to reiterate that, but we're happy to take any questions. And I think from an AFA perspective, Adele, as our chair, we've just wanted to give the opportunity for a lot of our members to come along to these events to provide them the platform to get in front of you. And we also know that sometimes people would love to ask questions of people that are actually putting on the shows and have those relationships. So that's sort of why there's so many of us here.
Perfectly fine. We've had about 7 at some times. Look, thank you all for your evidence, and really appreciate you being here. We've gone through, I know most of us have gone through your submissions and your recommendations, and you're echoing a lot of what we're already hearing. So impacts of climate change, regulatory burdens, insurance. You're suggesting vouchers for young people, which has come up previously. Now, a couple of issues that haven't been raised, that we've touched on them. You're suggesting the removal of commercial radio caps on licence fees. How would that work? And what impact does those radio caps have? Well, I guess, sorry, I should come at this a different way. Our remit is live music, and we fully understand that for there to be a healthy live music sector, there needs to be a healthy recorded music sector. But what impact does radio caps on licence fees have on the health of the live music sector?
Yeah, of course. So I will note up front that I believe ARIA and PPCA are appearing later today even, and they'll be able to go into more detail. But I think in our submission what we wanted to show is that we're obviously the voice of music festivals and advocating for the interests of our members, but from an industry and ecosystem perspective, the government needs to acknowledge that an artist's career is dependent on their ability to get their songs heard and seen, and also to be able to, raise money. The more their songs are listened to or seen on a stage, the more money they're able to get, whether that's through royalties, through fees from their, offers to play live, and it's that income that enables them to have an ongoing sustainable business. We acknowledge that the festival piece is important for their income, and I think you've heard in other evidence that playing live is a really big proportion of an artist's income, but even more so, and these two would probably be best placed, but the levels of streaming numbers and radio play influence maybe their decisions around which artists to put on their stages. So by having an artist's ability to earn money through their songs being played on radio is really important to show the streaming, but also to just earn some money. And currently the cap is imposed under the legislation in the Copyright Act, which limits the level of royalties commercial radio stations have to pay to an artist to play their songs. And we think that that's unfair, and they should be able to just negotiate with the commercial radio stations to be able to have a commercially agreed upon position, because we know that even live music income, especially with the increase in cancellations of festivals, is not going to be enough to sustain an income for an artist into the future.
Right. Now, you're also calling for a review of radio content quotas. So, as we know, there are currently rules around Australian content. What are you looking for there in terms of that review? Do you have a review outcome in mind?
From our perspective, currently my understanding is it's very self-regulated. A radio station can self-identify what level they fit into, and the associated Australian content quotas. And there is definitely an understanding in the industry that a number of radio stations have reduced their I forget what it's called, what level that they are in, and the associated content quota that is on that. So we've seen, a lot of pop music stations might, be in a sort of quota that is lower than what could be if they were really committed to supporting Australian music.
So that's a regulatory issue. But,
yeah.
And we've also taken evidence that I don't believe there's any requirement for there to be a look at emerging artists versus the old stages. So you could play Johnny Farnham till the cows come home, and that'll fit the.
Yeah, we also see most of the Australian. If you go into the data, the Australian songs are played from midnight to 6 a.m.
Right.
and not when people are actually listening, and that still allows them to reach their
Yeah.
quotas. But is it really supporting Australian artists?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, but from the commercial radio stations, they'll argue, well, they're putting on the artists at peak times that their audience wants to hear, and if they play, and this, being devil's advocate, I'm not proposing a position here, but if they play artists that their audiences are going to switch the dial or to turn them off.
And that's why I think government needs to play a role to maybe mandate that all of them need to play more Australian music, because I want to be able to get in the car and listen to an Australian song, and at the moment that's not really that possible. So clearly the self-regulating model is not working.
I've got a couple more before I throw in my colleagues. You talked about, and we've heard evidence previously about the relatively high cost in New South Wales of provision of police at venues or festivals as opposed to other jurisdictions. Is there any actual independent oversight of the costs that you get charged? Like, is there any transparency involved? I mean, if they say it's going to cost X number of dollars to provide a copper to your venue?
I think it's one of those things where one of the problems with the New South Wales Police is it very much depends on which jurisdiction you're in. So there can be
within the state.
Yeah, there can be one LGA where you've got a good relationship and it's very transparent, and the planning process is really collaborative.
Oh, so is that the district level? The decision?
Yeah, that's right. And then there can be some places where you're just told what it is, and that's what it is. So I think that is one of the issues.
Would you prefer I would have just assumed, and assumed it's a dangerous thing, that there was like a, entertainment liaison unit within the police.
No, there is no. So this is one of the things that has always been an issue in New South Wales. There is the only event police are for hallmark events. That's when you meet with the person that specialises in events. If you're at a commercial festival, you are dealing with your local area commander. Yeah.
And they've clearly got guidelines as to what
they do a risk assessment, which is they do, and you don't get to see.
And it's totally at their discretion, and the timeline on these things can often be heavily impacting at the last minute. For context, when we are at our peak, we're running 20 to 30 festivals around the country, and we're not running any festivals in New South Wales.
And to be clear, and these are legislative requirements that you must have police at these events?
Well, that's questionable. Like, it's most of the legislation around the country says that as an event organiser, you can request to have additional support because you want.
Yeah, you have to put in a request for them, but you're told what you have to request.
And then they will provide the service from a law and order, public safety perspective, and then because it's a commercial event, you'll have to pay for whatever they see. Which in most jurisdictions outside of New South Wales, there is a level of reasonableness in the numbers that they're setting and the cost, and there's a commitment and an openness to sort of pay those fees because we understand the benefit. But in New South Wales, there is a determination by particularly the local commander, superintendent in the police area that you're operating in, and the only overarching sort of statewide thing is the cost per officer per hour, and then the number of police and the cost that comes along with that is then set.
But the way it's regulated is through the liquor licence. So if you're not a subject music festival, which sits underneath the music festival regulation, with that, then they have to approve your safety management plan, which includes the user pay police numbers. If you're not a subject music festival, they still have to sign off on all of your plans through your liquor licence. So that's how it is controlled.
And why is there a necessity or why are we talking about uniformed police officers, not security guards?
In some cases, and in some cases it's really good to have police there. Like police in traffic positions can do something that like a traffic controller simply can't do.
But the member for Bass and I belong to a state where there's an annual event called AgFest, which is run by rural youth, and all the traffic management's done. There are some police there, some police, yeah, but they're mainly volunteers. Yeah, but it's I shouldn't go down rabbit holes. I just find it.
I think there's
I totally get.
Yeah,
you're a commercial venture, then and you're using publicly funded police. There should be a cost there, but I just don't know why this isn't a job for security. Privately funded security.
Neither do we.
Yeah. We're having good discussions in Victoria. I think there's an acknowledgement that it's a drain on their resources sometimes. So what we're just asking for across the country is a centralised model similar to your events team within the police that we deal with in every state, particularly easier for the likes of Adele, who's doing 5 cities on the one tour within 2 weekends sometimes. Having a certain nationally agreed level of cost like we see in a whole range of other sectors, National Cabinet dealing with this at a ministerial level, and the framework around the risk profile, can we just have an agreed level of risk profile so that if Adele or Mike have got an event, they're like, okay, this has got 20,000 people in the centre of town with this age group, I can ballpark understand how many police I'm going to have and what the costs will be so that they can budget for it.
Can I just pivot back though? So if, because I don't want to get hung up on police, but I think in terms of what this does for viability of live music and the imposts on you as organisers, I would hazard a guess that the cost per person of having police in attendance is a fair bit more than the cost per person of having equivalent security guards in attendance who perform the same functions, other than obviously if there's a crime being committed, you do what everybody else does and you call the police, and the police attend when they're needed. But
it's about $150 an hour difference.
That's not insignificant. But if you were to propose to the police, you've got a big venue, you're a big festival, you want to do it, you've got liquor and everything there. If you were to say, look, instead of having uniformed police there, we want security guards, does your event get approved, or do they say no, you've got to have police?
This is where it's a case-by-case negotiation. The frustrating thing for our members, whether they're experienced operators like these two, or if someone's we've had examples of new festivals that want to start a 500-person event in regional New South Wales, and they're trying to have a conversation with the council and the local cop, and because they haven't done it before, they're getting run around to all of these plans and everything. And it got to the point where they just decided the police weren't convinced that they were sort of ready to do it, so they just essentially forced them to cancel.
Wow.
And I think what we always find that I think New South Wales is the most intense relationship, and it seems like there's a starting position of the easiest outcome for police is for no event to occur. And I think we've got to change that mindset of these are amazing contributors to culture and community and bringing people together, and let's find a way to make it happen.
Which is fascinating. So you've got police, and then you've got the 24-hour commission, 24-hour, what's he called? The bloke we met yesterday? Commissioner. And so you've got these two different arms. They're trying to promote it and double the venues in 4 years, and you've got this arm.
Mitch made a comment that their preferred stance is no event to occur. This is already happening. It's not an insignificant cost at all. We don't do festivals in New South Wales for this.
Because of that reason?
Particularly in the electronic dance space, where it's deemed a more risky event.
Because,
there were, and particularly fellow promoters, and you would have seen, I think, social media posts in festival is also no longer here, in 2017, days like this, there were viral videos going around of more police than patrons on the dance floor. And they go, why do they need 30 cops at gates open on the dance floor? And who wants to go onto a dance floor and be approached by that? It just is not logical, it's nonsensical. It's done to deter the events from happening, and it's worked in New South Wales.
Okay. One last one from me. About the 16-year-olds. We've heard somebody touched on this recently. I can't remember whether it was yesterday or before, about if you're a licensed venue or a licensed festival and you want to get 16-year-olds in there, it's just really, really hard, whereas in some jurisdictions, I think they were talking about Europe, it's, oh well, you know, or maybe, no, it was America actually, which I found really interesting because you can't drink there till you're 21, but they will allow 16-year-olds, maybe you mentioned it, remember
I've got some excellent examples for you on that.
Yeah, so what? Yeah, because so we've had evidence that it's 16-year-olds will just turn up and you just don't sell them drinks. So that doesn't happen here. You know, it's over 16, it's a licence, you can't go. What needs to happen?
My Listen Out show, I have made 16 plus all around Australia this year. In New South Wales, Victoria, and Western Australia, I think that's right, they have to have a guardian with them at all times. So basically, and obviously when you're talking about kind of grey areas with licensing police, that theoretically means that if you're there with your daughter and she goes to the toilet, she's without a guardian while she goes to the toilet. Like, obviously you'd have to have a fairly bad relationship with the police for that to happen, but that is actually what the law is. In Queensland and South Australia, you don't have to have a guardian with you. So I've got that show on sale at the moment. I've sold 30% of my tickets in South Australia are under 18, 19% in Queensland are under 18, and the other states are all under 7%.
Yeah.
So
who wants to go and number down?
and when I'm looking for ways to try to increase our audience and therefore make the festivals more viable, that's a real sign of something that can be done and that can be changed. Because if I had 30%, if I had an extra 20% of people in those other 3 states, I'd be in a very different economic position with that show.
And is there any hard evidence that if young people under 18, I should say, are going to a licensed event, is there any hard evidence that they are getting their hands on liquor, you know, at those events?
Being really honest, last year I did 16 plus show in South Australia, and I had more issues with under 18s turning up to the event intoxicated than getting intoxicated.
Oh, so they're
inside.
all preloaded. Yeah.
So I think, you know, if you're under 18, there's other ways to get alcohol, and buying drinks at a licensed event with like really high security ratio, really strict rules about what the wristbands are, that's much harder to get a drink than outside of the event.
Yeah.
And more expensive.
At the event, you've got trained staff all the time.
That's right.
Yeah, all right. And all the normal RSA rules come in. Deputy Chair?
Yeah, I'm just interested in the context, I think, of the things that you've already been talking about, what, if any, the relationship is between those things and then insurance costs as well, and whether there's a correlation. I mean, I just sort of wonder whether it changes the risk profile for insurers based on what seems to be like an enhanced perceived risk at the security end, or whether it works the other way around. And I suppose just attached to that is picking up what you mentioned in your opening statements around harm minimisation, like pill testing. We have heard some evidence, for example, that has driven insurances up in jurisdictions where pill testing has become available. Don't really know why, but yeah, that's driving insurance.
Yeah, I think that would be a fairly uneducated view in terms of someone saying, oh, they're doing pill testing, so there's going to be drugs at those events, therefore let's put our premiums up. Whereas the pill testing is a harm minimisation tactic, which is keeping our audiences safer. If anything, I'd argue that, you know, sadly we have had a person pass away at our events from the influence of drugs, and you look at these series of events that did happen, it was somebody that had to, you know, hide their drugs from coming through the searches, the vigorous searches that we have at our festivals and events, and this person not being educated about what they were taking led them to that position of an overdose. So having that person have that comfort to not be able to hide this and not know what they're taking, to be able to go and test this, I think was definitely going to save lives in the future, and education is key. In terms of back to the insurance point, I think and young people attending events, I think insurers are solely looking at insurance from a cancellation standpoint, which is again exacerbated by the negative media that's constantly surrounding this festival's cancelled, and particularly in Australia, we had a festival cancel in the March of this year on Labor Day weekend from extreme heat in Victoria. I don't remember, one year it's extreme wind, the others it's floods, it's heat, it's becoming more and more increased risk. And because there's only really one major insurer of brokers around the world, they really dictate what these premiums are, and they're going up and up and up to a point now where our insurance premiums are, close to 7 figures for some events, which is insane. That is our safety net, that is the profit margin, not anymore.
But I think you're right, like it's a flow-on effect, like the more extreme weather there is, and the more people are calling on their insurance premiums, the higher it goes up. That's how insurance works, isn't it? And same with cancellations, like the whole thing feeds the cycle for it to go up, and insurance post-COVID was already increased dramatically, and then all these factors have just made it worse, so it's that perfect storm.
So so what you're saying is that those insurance increases, though, you think are directly related to climate risk and cancellation risk rather than other factors.
There's definitely been I think it has forced the conversation with the insurance industry. Some of these festivals having pill testing operating, but like from our perspective, like drug use is not a music festival issue. It's an issue across the community. There's some regulatory agencies also equate certain genres of music to drug use, which we just don't think is a sensible way to be approaching risk profiling and a conversation around drugs. And from an association perspective, we're just committed to providing all harm minimisation options available to young people, because we know it works. Like, if there's a drug checking service on site, it's usually the first time that they've been able to have a conversation with a medical professional about their drug use rather than one of their peers, and actually have an informed decision. And we've seen evidence show that drug use reduces by someone who's had that conversation because they're more informed around what they're doing. And if you're providing them with actual evidence from the testing service around what substances they had and what they thought it was, if it's not what they thought it was, young people make sensible decisions around not wanting to consume it. Like,
there's also that conversation around like prescription drugs that they might be in and how that reacts with a drug, and that's not a conversation that you're going to have with your friends. That's a conversation that you need to have with someone professional. And I know we've done pill testing in my Auckland show, and that's one of the main things they're talking about, the combination of like antipsychotic drugs with recreational drugs.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. I think it was evidence we'd heard from the ACT around insurances going up, and I just wondered whether that was, it's hard to tell whether that's anecdotal.
Insurance is going up for the testing services as well as for some of our operators, but I think it's been now that there's more testing services available and they've sorted out their issues with the insurance, it's had less of an impact on our members.
From what I understand with Groove in the Moo, at the time, Pill Testing Australia couldn't get insurance, so they were trying to get us to include it in our insurance for them, and that was something that was problematic. I'm not sure. There might be something else.
And I did say I supported Music Australia's research initiatives that they're undertaking. I think that's going to be the best way to approach an informed decision here. Obviously it's a wide research that they're doing on the live music industry, but also how young people are interacting with live music events, with alcohol consumption and drug consumption, because I think there might be a lot of misconceptions out there, particularly with young people in this next generation.
And actually that's sort of what we have been hearing, is that some of the pressure that's coming onto the live music sector in terms of viability is just that business model of kind of food and beverage model, and that maybe young people not certainly not consuming alcohol in the way that we probably did,
particularly for a multi-day camping event. So I've 35,000 people that will come and stay beyond the Valley over New Year's Eve. So it's a fully licensed event, so we check all their cars and everything for our alcohol prior to the event. Our bar takings have been consistently dropping year on year.
It was a bit crazy post-COVID that first year, and then everyone got a bit more sensible.
Yeah, for the single day events, everyone got a bit crazy. But look, we've just noticed a continual drop off, and people are saying, "Oh, is it the sober generation?" And people are more informed; they don't want to harm it. But if you look at it, the cost of living pressures, the cost of crisis, they spend so much on the ticket, their supplies. If there's going to be something that gets cut, maybe they are cutting back on their drinking from that, from a simple just cost analysis perspective on that. And if that is the case for a young person, perhaps drugs are a cheaper alternative. And that's why I think it's paramount now more than ever that we look into, how we can ensure people's safety and the harm minimisation on that front.
One of the other issues, you touched on research, and that's something that we've heard a lot of, that there's a lot of anecdotal sort of information about audience behaviour or changes in, especially that 18 to 25 age group. And Music Australia did indicate that they were doing a whole lot of research. The other thing we have heard a bit about is around financial support through government grants. But I'm just wondering if you have a particular view around where that's best placed. Some evidence that we've heard, for example, suggesting that we're probably not getting great results if governments are subsidising what's maybe a kind of just propping up a broken model, that there's not an imperative for sort of innovation in some of those grants.
I think so. We welcomed the Revive Live funding that was announced in the budget, the extension of the Live Music Australia grants, the 8.6 million in this year's budget. It's only for 12 months though, until June 30 next year, and there's caps. Previously, it was $100,000 cap per grant, and particularly for the larger events, that really doesn't even hit the sides, and it definitely doesn't make a difference between whether they proceed or not. So I think the current grant offerings from the federal government work well for a small part of the industry, but if you want to support the sector through the recovery, it's nowhere near the level of size that it could be. And I think the other options that have been floated, which would probably be way more impactful for our members and for festivals, would be maybe more on that demand side. So, giving young people a $300 culture grant like they did in Europe, and they can decide where they spend that money. And then that also gives the industry an indication of what young people are looking for, and it will support us. But that's obviously giving a lot of money to 18 to 25-year-olds is a cost for government, but it would have a huge impact. And then I think the other option that has been put forward is these tax offsets, which is definitely one way that you could really support the industry. But I'd say if you want to support the live music industry, then those tax offsets need to apply to the people who are putting the content through the venues and actually bringing the artists over. So that would be festival and music promoters. And on the research piece, we welcomed the sound check report done by Creative Australia. It was in our submission to the National Cultural Policy that report was recommended, so we welcome the government directing Creative Australia to do that, and we worked really closely with them. We're really proud of the results, but the one piece that's missing that we didn't just have the time and capacity to include in our sound check is that climate change impact on festivals. So I think we're calling on government to support the next round of research into festivals, and particularly on those climate change impacts, because we want to know whether the sites and spaces around the country that we're using for festivals at the moment are going to be viable into the long term, and we want to have government at the table to have a conversation about whether they're appropriate and have the support of the RFS or CFA, around the country, as well as police and ambulance, because I think we're not going to see a reduction in these extreme weather events, and industry needs government at the table to partner to get some of that data down on paper. So then if there's certain areas of the country or certain spaces that we shouldn't be, then we can make an informed decision together about maybe designating certain areas where it's going to be safe, sustainable and viable into the future, because I think that's the one benefit from a music perspective in Australia, is having events outdoors. Like, we've got a beautiful land to share, and the weather is good most of the time when it's, you know, sunny and clear. If we can be a bit more sure on the areas that are safer to have mass gatherings outdoors in the heat, that aren't going to get cancelled because of, you know, weather patterns, then, like, let's get the research done, and we're a willing participant, and we're committed to changing our practices.
Yeah, and on the not getting cancelled part, like on the funding specifically, like funding, that little bit of funding to help existing events, particularly in this climate, is more crucial than ever. And I think a lot of the initiatives out there are at state per state discretion. You know, I deal with a lot of different states, and you've got great initiatives like in New South Wales, Great Southern Nights, and things like Always Live in Victoria, which are great to see. However, a lot of the time when we are looking for funding for existing events, it's seen through the lens of an acquisition lens. For example, this event's already existing and it's existing without our support, so why should the government come in now and support it when it's been going that way without our support? And the reality is that it won't keep going that way without government support, and those events will cease to exist, and the economic drivers, the tourism drivers, all those incentives will fail to be there for these states and cities and regional centres. So yeah, I also, while I do welcome and like the fact that we are such a big tourism driver, I think solely looking through funding events through a tourism lens and a lens of stimulating new activity is a shortfall view as to how we sustain these events
in this climate
in this
Totally.
Yeah. But it is short-sighted too, because all of
props up false economies.
The state tourism agencies are literally funding events that only happen in their state or territory jurisdiction because they can
exclusive content. They can't go anywhere else, so you can't put a whole run in for a tour. It's
the states are effectively paying promoters to not have their shows in other capitals to drive people to fly to their state. We see it, Sydney, New South Wales and Victoria do it. Queensland, WA is doing it more and more so at the moment. And we
actually,
just don't see
can I
it's
just say on
viable
WA, because they just did something quite cool recently. So, City of Perth put out expression of interest for a new music festival, because that's what we need, a new music festival when everyone's already struggling, for this big grant. And then they obviously looked at everything, got a lot of feedback from people, and have now decided that multiple events can instead get an amazing venue for free, and that will be spread out to a whole lot of different promoters. That type of initiative is what needs to be happening around the country.
It's not costing any more money.
It's not costing any more money. It's actually going to be more events, and it's events that are already there. And there's no exclusion about how long you've been running or anything like that. That is really smart.
I'll have to draw things to a close only because our next witness is this year and our time allotted was finished at 12. But thank you. That's obviously been a fascinating conversation. The chair's also stepped out, so he's asked me to do the formalities for him. So thank you for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or indeed if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by the 9th of August 2024. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you may suggest corrections. And I thank you for your time, and you are now dismissed from the panel.
Thank you
for being here with us.
I like your stuck.
Which one? Yeah, it's nice, huh? Yeah, thank you. So, if I may, I now call representatives from the commercial radio and audio to the table. Yes. I've got a bit carried away. Mm-mm. Oh, that's only questions too. I really want to start being free cascade of decisions that are Oh, welcome back, Chair.
Mate, how are you?
I didn't control things at all.
No, you got it way over time too. Yes,
That was a fascinating conversation.
I'll leave for 5 minutes and go over time. So we will now call representatives of the commercial radio and audio. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good morning. Kieran Davis is my name. I'm Chair of CRA and CEO and Managing Director of ARN Media.
Sarah Kruger. I'm Head of Policy and Legal Affairs at CRA.
Thank you both. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering the question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting you to make opening statements, we'll just get to our introductions.
Bridget Archer, I'm the Deputy Chair of the Committee and member for Bathurst and Texas.
And Zoe McKenzie, the member for Flinders in Victoria.
Brian Mitchell, Chair and member for Lions in Tasmania. And we now invite you to make your opening statements if you wish.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to address the parliamentary inquiry. CRA, the representative body of the radio industry, is here today to discuss how our sector could collaborate even more effectively to support the live music ecosystem. Radio is an influential and far-reaching medium with over 260 member stations, 220 of which are in regional areas. With over 17 million Australians listening to their local radio station in 2023, the commercial radio industry is a vital and free part of Australian culture, delivering music, local content, Australian stories and community connection. Commercial radio has a long history of supporting emerging and established Australian artists. We continue to contribute to their economic development through royalty payments, which amounted to nearly 40 million in 2023. We also contribute to their career development by playing their music and going beyond the mandatory music quotas. In 2022, commercial radio played 2.7 million Australian songs and broadcast 160,000 hours of Australian music, with all networks and stations proactively involved and fiercely supportive. Triple M's homegrown segment is broadcast 6 nights a week on all stations across its national network and exclusively features Australian artists with a focus on emerging talent. Established in 2023, artist Maddie Rowe hosts a national weekly show on Nova featuring a combination of well-known and unsigned Australian interviews and new songs. On the KISS network, the iHeart Australia weekly 2-hour show is dedicated to playing 100% Australian songs and features interviews of local Australian music talent. These type of dedicated shows are replicated on stations across the country, and you would be amazed at the number of breakfast shows this morning around the country that have broadcast weekend gig guides promoting venues, artists, driving awareness, promoting ticket sales, all of which are vital components for a successful live music industry, delivered by live, local and trusted Australian voices, generating awareness and excitement. Many networks now also run streaming apps and produce dedicated streaming stations playing only Australian music 24/7, with the insights, learnings and research we can garner from these stream stations being comparable to any global tech platform. However, like the Australian music industry, commercial radio is facing more pressure than ever before. Global big tech, changing consumer behaviour and a challenging macroeconomic environment, to name a few. Like the live music industry, radio revenues have not returned to pre-COVID levels, and with wage inflation pressures, increased production and broadcast costs, the challenge of competing with streaming services and the shift to more digital advertising models, stations are experiencing substantial margin decline. Radio is facing some existential threats on a technical and regulatory front, so it is vital that no more measures are taken to add to these burdens. While the potential for collaboration between radio and live music industry is immense, there are also challenges that need to be addressed. These include issues of funding, regulatory constraints and the changing media landscape. The Government's National Cultural Policy includes many initiatives that provide important support for the Australian live music sector, particularly through the work of Music Australia. These initiatives show how support may be provided to the Australian live music sector without negatively impacting other sectors, particularly the Australian radio sector. Radio provides critical support for Australian music by ensuring it remains accessible to all Australians. Ultimately, government interventions that harm the Australian media sector are likely to create unintended detrimental impacts for Australian music. So what is the way forward and what else could we be doing? To truly unlock the potential of radio in supporting the live music industry, we need a regulatory environment that is flexible, supportive and conducive to innovation. This means advocating for policies that allow for more creative freedom in content programming and supporting initiatives that foster collaboration between radio stations and the live music stakeholders. Radio and music are both key pillars of Australian culture. We should be working together, and we want to work together. Research, promotion and events, as well as working to achieve prominence for Australian radio on connected devices, keeping Australian radio and Australian music free and accessible for all, is something that is in all of our interests. We look forward to a future that is collaborative, creative and sustains the unique Australian voices and music across our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kruger?
Nothing to add to that, thank you.
That's right, thank you. Mrs. Archer?
I feel I've dominated the last
Oh,
session,
okay,
so
right.
I'll let you
Mackenzie, or-
go
Quick
first.
question. You spoke about some of the dedicated Australian music programs, but we heard from the testimony earlier today that they tend to be between midnight and 6 a.m. Does that accord with your understanding of when it's programmed?
No, I think I mentioned 3 examples there. So Triple M is weeknights.
Yep. Meaning before 9 p.m.
Yep.
Yep.
The KISS network that we do is 7 to 8 p.m. and Nova is 7 to 8 p.m. as well. So it's not. And I think that somewhere along the way, quotas are mentioned, and we have a quota system between 6 in the morning and midnight at night. That's actually probably to protect Australian music, because only 7% of listening to radio occurs between midnight and 6 p.m. So in coming up with the quota system with APRA and PPCA, it was agreed that we would do it at prime time for radio.
Okay, interesting.
Just in terms of Senator Pocock's bill, so the committee has recommended that it not proceed, and we've heard from previous witnesses that they would like to see the cap removed. What impact would the removal of that cap, or the 1% cap bill, or either or, have on revenues for stations?
Revenues it wouldn't, but margin and profitability 100%, and beyond profitability, the sustainability.
Yeah.
So we pay $40 million a year in copyright fees. That equates to about 5% of the overall revenue of the radio industry. Okay. Now that's revenue. If you put that down to a margin perspective, you're talking 20-25% of margin. There are some stations that, particularly in regional Australia, that with the cost of broadcasting, the cost of regulatory environment, the cost of talent, the cost of broadcasting, as I mentioned, they are facing the threat of closure. And radio is, and I hope we demonstrated in the opening statement, it's much more than music. Radio, actually, what's between the songs is more important than the songs themselves. We provide a community connection. We provide information on local news and services. We're a connection to the community when there are things like emergency services taking place. In fact, sometimes we're the only connection that communities have. So beyond the service that we provide from a music and entertainment perspective, there's a community and awareness perspective that we do as well. Raising the cap, or abolishing the cap, actually would threaten the closure of particularly regional Australian stations. And I think maybe what you would have heard over the last period of time is that radio is making a lot of money and can afford to pay talent huge amount of fees. Well, actually, as the CEO of a radio network that probably pays the most, we see that as a long-term investment to actually staying in business. Because if we competed in a world out there that was just based on music, we wouldn't survive. Right. Because Spotify are far better at doing it than we are.
Okay. I had a question that's just escaped me. A lot of commercial stations involve themselves in sort of live broadcasts, and is there more that the commercial radio sector could do? Because our terms of reference are very much geared towards, how do we protect and nurture the live music sector? And we certainly realise and recognise there's a absolute relationship or ecosystem, as a term that's been come up frequently, between recorded music and live music. But what more can the commercial sector do, commercial radio sector do, to actually put on events, promote live music? I'll leave it to you.
We have tried to put on events ourselves, and it's not our core capability. We don't do events, and experience from media companies all around the world, to be honest, would suggest that it's just something that we're not good at doing, and we're better off leaving it to others who are professionals. We absolutely want to partner, and we do partner with festivals, with promoters, to provide airtime and support and awareness. That's something we're very good at doing. We're very good at building anticipation and excitement, awareness for the event that's coming up, ticket giveaways, interviews with the artists. tonight in Devonport, in Tasmania, we've got a charity Coin for Kids event happening. We've got 6 or 7 artists playing. There'll be about 250 people, but it's been the talk of the radio station down there for the last 3-4 days. Those type of initiatives we're actually very, very good at doing and supporting, and we would want to do more. We would like to sit down with Music Australia and understand what are the requirements, how can we work together, how can we collaborate more, because it's good for us. It creates great content, and as a commercial organisation, it's our responsibility and our content team's responsibility to create great content that grows audiences that we can monetize. It's something that actually does.
And another example is Nova, who does Red Room live bands, and they had last year 7 Australian artists perform. They had 5 Australian artists perform live there before as well. So as Kieran says, we're very keen to to hear what Music Australia, Creative Australia, what they think, how we can work together. And we've had meetings with them, and we're proposing more meetings to explore that.
Can I ask what's happening in terms of behaviour with younger people? Do you know what demography is listening to you? Can you tell?
Yeah, so it's an interesting one that comes up a lot. Young people are still listening to radio, and we can see the number of young people listening is still growing. They're not listening for as long as the older age group, so keeping them engaged is really, really challenging. And in a radio environment where you're in the car or it's easy to change from one station to the other, making sure you're playing the right music, testing it correctly for the right demographic, the right genre of music is something that we as an industry spend an awful lot of time, and operators spend an awful lot of time making sure. But I absolutely believe that there is a strong appetite for music amongst the younger generation on radio. Without going into specifics of different networks, we've got a small regional station in Sydney called CADA, which we recently relaunched about 2 years ago. And the feedback we've got around the new artists we're promoting, the different genre of music we're doing, accessing it to western parts of Sydney, because it's a regional station technically in Sydney, the feedback is very, very good. But we've had to pull back with the current economic environment because the economic support for it is really, really hard. So I think in terms of overall listening, they are listening, they want to listen, but they're not listening for as long. And it's so easy for them to go to YouTube Music, to go to Spotify, to go to wherever else they want to get their content, that it's a constant struggle that we've got to do. We do a lot of research. And I think one of the things where we could work closer together would be around research. I know you've spoken a lot of research the last few days, but in terms of testing music, most of us have streaming services, and we can tell, same way as Spotify can tell, or any other algorithm-based technology can tell about the popularity of a song, how it's listened. We should be sharing that information. We do music tests with the record labels every week. We would research 150, 200 people in each market and test about 40, 50 different songs. That helps us inform us around what playlists we would play. That information is shared back with the record labels. So there's a lot going on that we do, but I think we probably could ramp it up and do more.
I mean, as part of that, and that goes straight to my other question, was the popularity of Australian music. I think anecdotally, the quantum of evidence we've taken so far is that there's, I think, a prevailing view that commercial radio, in particular, prefers to play the big international artists, and the legacy Australian artists more than emerging artists. Emerging artists, Australian artists, are seen as a risk. That haven't built their audience, so maybe not as advertiser friendly as a well-known Kylie Minogue or Johnny Farnham or whatever it is, or Cold Chisel. What data research have you got about the popularity of Australian music with your audiences, their appetite for emerging Australian artists?
So we as I said, we test music every week. So that is one area that we have. I think if I just take a step back, our job as a commercial industry is to create content that generates the biggest audiences. And if content isn't liked, whether you're in radio or TV or whatever you do, and you lose audiences, then you don't do it. So we make sure that the content we put out is the most popular or is something that is going to resonate with that particular demographic of that particular genre of station. So weekly testing is something that we do, and Australian music regularly comes up with that, because the record labels will come in with new music, we will test it, and it's not just at the whim of a certain music director, it actually is put through a pretty rigorous process. I think in today's world as well, though, where we have an advantage is that, and again, I'll speak from a personal experience with what we do at ARN, We have the iHeartRadio app. It has a station which is dedicated to Australian music. We can tell in real time what Australian songs are performing and what are not.
Okay.
And we can tell where in the country they're performing and where they're not. And that would help us inform as to whether they would make a playlist on one of the more broader mainstream stations.
And from that, have you formed a view as to the relative health of emerging Australian music now compared to what it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago?
Being Irish, I wouldn't have the knowledge of
Well,
10, 15 years ago.
How long you've been here? So.
Yeah. So I would certainly think that from my experience of being in Australia for 15 years, the health of it is no stronger, no weaker than it was 15 years ago. And the success of a song, it actually probably isn't whether it's Australian or not, it's whether it's a good song or not.
Yeah.
I don't think our audiences would delineate between an Australian or a US or a UK or wherever.
And just in terms of what our stations play, because there does seem to be misinformation about what we play and what our obligations are, and that 6 to midnight comment is an example of that. So all of our Australian music obligations apply to the period from 6 a.m. to midnight, so peak listening hours, as Kieran said. And we have a tiered system depending on the format of the station, and the top format is a minimum of 25% Australian music. The second format is minimum of 20% Australian music. 43% of our stations play in those two formats. And there is, on top of that, a new Australian music quota. So out of that 25%, 25% needs to be new Australian music.
As part of the quota?
As part of the quota.
I wasn't aware of that, okay.
As part of the 20%, 20% needs to be new Australian music. And that is all set out in our codes. It comes from the Broadcasting Services Act, Section 123, which mandates that we have codes that cover that. If we were in breach of that, there are complaint mechanisms that ultimately the largest sanction for that is, the most significant sanction for that would be removal of a licence. Now, that's never happened. But the point is there is a formal complaints process with formal and significant sanctions attached to it.
And as someone who grew up going to probably far too many festivals, I did listen in last night to some of the recordings from yesterday, and I noted that the representative from ACMA said that in the 3 years she had been involved, there had been no complaints.
That's right. Paul, congratulations for listening into the committee. it's riveting listening.
Can I tease out one of the points you just made? So if you know what music is popular where and roughly with whom, is that data you share back with the live music industry? Because it would tell them where certain bands should go, bands or performers should go.
Yep, and that's part of where we could work collaboratively more together.
It's one of the three issues that I mentioned in a meeting with Creative Australia last year, and it was just before Millie Millgate had started, so Music Australia was not there. But the three issues there that we were just throwing around in discussion was research, promotion, and then these sort of radio-specific type events. Just as issues we can explore.
So, what are in terms of our remit, which is to promote and nurture live music in all its forms, or in Australia, what are the key things we should be looking at to make that happen from a federal, policy, legislative, regulatory response?
I think recognising radio's role beyond music. We are very good promoters of events. We're very good as a medium of driving recall, call to action, buying ticket sales, interviewing artists, live performances in the studio, doing outside broadcast unit, doing ticket giveaways. So we actually link into an awful lot of the ecosystem beyond playing Australian music, where I think the argument sometimes tends to be purely defined.
When you say recognising that, what does that mean in terms of practical action from our end? What do we?
Well, I think if we're looking at how we could work closer with Music Australia, I think the first of all regulation, and you've mentioned sort of the Senator Pocock bill that came through. It's very difficult in environments whereby you're faced with a legislative environment or legal costs or a legal situation to enter into discussions with another party where you're going to be penalised actually if you play more music or if that cap is removed, and that's not sustainable from our economic perspective. So the less regulation, the better in my view. And in fact, from a regulatory perspective, we saw this week Spotify released their Q2 earnings earlier in the week, their margins grew substantially because they cut back on the amount of music they were playing. So they bundled their advertising packages to include podcasting, audiobooks and music, pulled back music, paying less royalties, and their profits are through the roof. So having quotas like that for us or for an internet environment or a global player actually can have detrimental effects on what we're trying to achieve. So the more we can get to a situation whereby we are working collaboratively with them around events, around promotion, around research, we would absolutely welcome that and would want to do that.
I don't think there's any appetite, certainly not from my perspective, to end Australian content quotas, because I totally respect your position that your role is to maximise your advertising revenues and make money for your companies. And I guess if it's a totally unregulated environment, if your pathway is our audiences want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of our playlists to be Taylor Swift, Beyonce, Drake, all these American and British artists, that's what you play, in an unregulated environment, unless we slip in, say, well, no, actually, you've got to play these, which may not, So hopefully you understand.
100%. I'm sorry if I gave the impression I was looking at the abolition. I'm not. I appreciate that. But I'm lucky enough. I've worked in radio in 21 countries. And where, and there's tension between the radio industry and the record and music industry in every country, because the music industry will say you never play enough and the record industry has to play the right song. So that's just part of the nature of the industry. But what I have seen work really well is in situations where the less amount of regulatory involvement and stipulations and requirements actually works better for a collaborative approach between the two, because it eliminates the if you like, the sort of the two different sides of the story equation.
Yeah, well, working together certainly is very, very useful. So I guess either one of you, so other than that you already mentioned, is there anything else that we should be doing from a national perspective, particularly in terms of live music? How do we, what do we need to be doing to promote and nurture live music in Australia better? I mean, because as we know, it's going through a pretty tough time at the moment, and there's different views as to whether that's just whether it's a long-term trend thing, or whether it's due to audience changes, fundamental audience changes, particularly amongst young people, or whether it's just I shouldn't say just, but whether it's a cost of living issue, which will have its, hopefully will come to an end, and then people start buying tickets again. But what do we need to be doing?
I think that the metro markets sometimes are well served by the big international acts. We sometimes forget about the regional markets and the opportunities that exist there. And as I said, 220 of our radio stations are in regional markets. The chance for a festival to come or a music event to come to some of these markets is a big thing in that area. And giving away tickets drives a huge amount of interest and awareness on that radio station. So I think when we're looking at how we could all work together, let's see how we can incorporate the great attributes of what radio does, particularly in regional areas, to try and drive awareness and build up more excitement and emotion around it, beyond just mere advertising, because that's what we're very good at doing. It's not just the song, it's not the artist, it's a big part of it, but it is the pieces around it, the promotion, the ticket giveaway, the outside broadcast units. That's all part of the ecosystem that radio can help with.
And I think, sorry.
No, you go.
I was just going to say, it's interesting when you look at the, that whole ecosystem and how what we do on radio then impacts on the live music industry. And I noticed that ARIA's submission mentioned that 58% of artist revenue comes from touring, only a relatively small amount from copyright, but that having a hit acts as a catalyst for that, and so that circle sort of continues. So I think what we're doing and all of the initiatives that Kieran is talking about on air and that promotion that we give then is feeding into and supporting the live music industry, and therefore the more sustainable our industry is, the more that then helps the live music industry, even though what we're doing does not necessarily have the word live in front of it.
No, it's complementary. We took some fairly distressing evidence, frankly, from a young artist, Grammy Award winner, multiple award winner, clearly very experienced, very accomplished, and she's not even making minimum wage. So we're just it's tougher there. And I know there are artists who are platinum sales in Australia but unless they can repeat that and become established, it doesn't go far. That one hits.
And actually, on that, several of our programs actually do promote unsigned artists who would probably fall into some of those categories. So Maddie Rowe puts unsigned artists on. We have, I think Cada does as well. I think sometimes there is actually a lack of understanding. I don't know whether all the people who criticise commercial radio listen to a huge amount of it, because there really is a lot to find there that sometimes we feel is missed. This was a good few years ago now, but one of our networks did a DAB station devoted solely to unsigned artists, and that sort of thing might come back again. So there is a lot there that no one else does. And I think the other piece, which sort of links to Kieran's comments about the regional impact, is that radio is local, live, trusted Australian voices. And with that comes an ability to influence that you don't get from Spotify. And I think that also should not be underestimated.
No, and I know, we're sort of getting off topic a little bit, but your industry, like most media, you had to synchronise and, so, for example, you talk about the information centres, but I know a lot of the local newsrooms have closed on individual stations. It's now a syndicated news service, that's across a lot of commercial stations. It's just a function of the market.
But I think we, as operators, we all know that the long-term sustainability of our industry is to continue to provide that live and local content. Because if we start syndicating across 15 different markets, it's not going to provide it.
And having said that, when I grew up with, is it Casey Kasem?
Yes.
The guy's name? That's an American top 40. And that was beamed into Australian stations. And we used to sit there with the plain recorder and your tape recorder, and it always took over the end of the song. Oh, damn it, Casey Kasem.
And I think it's worth also just mentioning that despite the syndication that to some extent exists, every single one of our regional, every single one of our regional stations serving a population of more than 30,000, which is all bar 7 or so of them, has to broadcast 3 hours a day of local content, hyperlocal, and that's local to that licence area. So again, this is something that a lot of people are unaware of, and that obligation is pretty unique, and there are 104 licence areas in Australia, so you can get a sense of just how local, and in places like Tasmania, that would be hugely important.
And it's not just the broadcast of local content, it's the maintaining of for a period of time, local headcount and the production hours in each studio in those markets.
Is there anything that we haven't touched on that you'd like to talk about? Or?
No, I don't think so. No, I think we've hopefully covered it and answered what you can, and maybe leaving with a greater appreciation for what we do.
Yes, it's been very enlightening, I think. So, look, thank you for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 9th of August 2024. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you're both released and may go back to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Friday afternoon.
Thank
cool,
you.
Isn't that terrible? Thank you. Oh, that was actually representative from the Australian Live Music Business Council. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My full name is Howard James Adams, and I'm the chair of the Australian Live Music Business Council.
Thank you, Mr Adams. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting you to make an opening statement, we'll do our introductions.
Bridget Archer, the member for Bass in Tasmania and Deputy Chair of the committee.
Hello.
And Zoe McKenzie, the member for Flinders in Victoria.
Hello.
And Brian Mitchell, Chair, and I'm the member for Lions in Tasmania. And we invite you to make an opening statement. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, and thank you very much for inviting the Australian Live Music Business Council. We represent venue owners, booking agents, artist managers, promoters, sound and lighting crew, security firms, basically everyone behind the scenes that it takes to put on a live show. All our members are Australian businesses. They're predominantly small to medium-sized enterprises or sole traders, so we don't represent any foreign multinationals. In my written submission from April, we made 2 points. We just restricted ourselves to 2 big points, and if you'd allow me to amplify those points briefly, I will do so. So the first point is that of the arena ticket levy, and in brief I can explain that as being as follows. We intend to put $1 into the production costs of every show with a capacity of more than 5,000 people. That $1 is split, it's worn by the consumer, the artist, the venue and the promoter, so it's 25 cents each. The money will then drop into a charitable trust. That charitable trust will be regulated in the usual way by the ACNC, and grassroots music venues will be permitted to make short-term grant applications for small projects up to $15,000. So the UK Parliament approved a similar scheme in May this year. The other point that we made was that of the Australian Touring Artist Programme. Now, we are aware that there are funds available for Australian artists to move around the country, mainly state-based funds, but we think that they're not really being very well spent. Simply what happens is an artist is given a sum of money up front, and that money doesn't really find its way into the industry in our experience, and we think that the public funds can be dealt with better. It's a little bit like, you remember the RISE funding that we had during COVID? It was given out to the big players and the thought was that it would trickle down to the industry, and it just didn't. So what we want is to try and introduce some more rigour into the process. We think that artists should meet some markers before they obtain public funds to tour Australia. That they would be around streams, for example, venue choice. We might look at venues in rural areas, venues that may have received some money from the arena ticket levy, for example. So it's much more joined up. They'd have to have a proper budget, they'd have to have a team around them, they'd have to make some contribution themselves. And then what would happen is that after the tour, if there was a shortfall, the funds would be used to top up a shortfall. So everyone has skin in the game. It's a little bit like the old export development grant that we used to give to artists who wanted to, say, go and tour America. They would wear the loss, but it would be topped up when they got back home. I just want to say one other thing before my 3 minutes is up, and that is this. There is a narrative at the moment that live venues are closing across Australia due to poor alcohol sales. That's not the whole story. And to be honest, if people are losing interest in alcohol, I think that that is a problem for the alcohol industry, not a problem that should be borne by the cultural sector. The problems are much more complex than that. You've all heard about the cost of living crisis, you've heard about changing spending habits, and of course the impact on COVID kids. But the music industry will weather the storm. The music industry has been changing since the 50s, and it will get through this. What I want is to preserve the critical infrastructure, which is the cherished live music, grassroots venues that build our artists, that then go out into the world. Not only our artists, but our sound technicians and all those other wonderful people who work in the industry and represent Australia on the global stage. Because the soft power and the diplomacy about bands like Tame Impala being out there working with Disney is incalculable, and we need to preserve that whilst we deal with the change.
Okay. Look, thanks so much for that. In terms of the venues, so you're saying, I mean, we have heard evidence that the alcohol sales is driving some of the deterioration of venues, and we had a fairly compelling evidence, excuse me, from the owner of the zoo in Brisbane, who closed it down, despite what he said was a record year last year for ticket sales. So he was saying he's got no issue with audiences; they wanted to come, but the costs, insurance, power, whatever else, staff, just didn't make up the shortfall that he was getting because alcohol sales were down, and we've heard previously as well about the critical importance of venues and how there's anecdotally fewer of them now. I think New South Wales government came to us and said I think New South Wales has 795 venues and they're looking to double it within 4 years. You wouldn't mind just expanding for us on what needs to happen to protect venues, other than obviously you've got the levy idea, but the importance of protecting the continuation of venues as they exist now and promoting more of them. There are obviously issues with local regulation, councils, gentrification, noise complaints. What needs to happen to ensure that there is a viable venue sector going forward?
Well, obviously there's no silver bullet, and as you rightly say, things like state governments introducing dedicated precincts for entertainment are important. They're not only important because you can make noise there, there's also a critical mass. When people know that an area of town is where you go when you want to be entertained, and if you don't like one place, you can just go next door and do something slightly different. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So that's very, very important. And look, there's all sorts of other things that state governments could do around, cheaper, better nighttime transport, and they are all trying. The City of Sydney is trying. We all know. What I'm saying is that at the moment, venues are going through, to use the cliche, a perfect storm. There is a lot going on with insurance, which probably will only really ultimately be solved when we amend tort laws, to be absolutely honest. Speaking as a lawyer, I mean, then that's a long-term fix, and what I'm proposing is to do something in the short term so that we can keep the lights on. Now, this idea that we can double the number of venues, I think, is a valid endeavour, but we need to really understand what is a music venue. It's not simply a venue where someone will perhaps do covers on a guitar on a Saturday night. I mean, that's terrific, and people enjoy that, and that's absolutely fine, and that has its place. What we are really talking about is cultural institutions, and there has been some discussion in other parts of the world that maybe these venues eventually will offer in a sort of not-for-profit situation. The Music Venue Trust in the United Kingdom has actually started buying venues because, for example, in cities like Preston, there's only one live music venue. And unless someone keeps it open, that will be a city, which has a university, incidentally, that will not have a live music venue. And we don't think that that's a sensible way to proceed. The interesting thing about people's tastes and what people want to do with their spare time is that, yes, sure, it is changing, but one thing isn't changing, and that is that people kind of make up their mind by the time they're about 25. There's a doctor psychologist in the UK called Sue Granger, and she wrote a paper in about 1997 that basically sort of came to that conclusion. And the logical sort of consequence of that is that we need to, if we want to keep people interested in the arts and all these other things that we think are valuable for society because it's social glue and enhances our quality of life, is that we need to get people interested early. So, for example, in Spain, they have a sort of 18th birthday present. You get a €400 voucher that you can only spend on live entertainment. Now, that doesn't mean rock and roll, it can mean opera, it can mean theatre, it can mean anything, but they take the view that if you give someone a gift like that at 18 and they start going to a few things, hopefully you will build a habit that is a lifelong habit. and a lifelong habit that you will spread amongst your friends and give to your children, and that's how things grow. Things grow organically. So I can't answer your question succinctly because it is a very complex question, but needless to say, everyone needs to work together if we all agree that these venues and this industry is worth preserving. And I think the difficulty up until, let's say, COVID with the Aussie music industry is that it's very competitive. It's very cutthroat. You know, no one will operate to help another person. But I think now, without being anti-competitive, we need to do something as a government or as governments to try and sort of build an ecosystem or a coral reef or something that all these people can exist on. Because it's not just the creatives who, of course, are the visible output of all this. It's the invisible output, the people that I represent, who are very, very important.
Can I just, before I go to the Deputy Chair, just we've heard the different ideas for the vouchers. Who pays for those? So, because one idea expressed was similar to the tourism stuff that goes out, but if a government was, or a state, was to provide a voucher of, say $300, who pays for that? So the person goes to the venue and says, "Oh, I've got a voucher here." I'm trying to think who earns it.
I can only presume that it's administered in the same way as the state-based vouchers were here during COVID. I can't remember what they were called, but they were $75 and they were redeemable, and you got change and stuff like that. And I imagine that's how they're done. One of the things that I've tried to do in my submission is look at a way that we can have a sort of user pays model. So that's why I like the arena ticket levy, because unlike France, for example, where every time you put on a live show you pay a tax to the government, I don't think that's really fair or necessary. I mean, there's so many pressures on the government purse at the moment. I think it's better if we try and keep it as a user pays model, and then of course the industry would be in charge of the grants as well. So the government doesn't even have to pay for civil servants to administer that, as long as it's done properly, as long as it's regulated, and as long as the trustees operate in accordance with the trust deed and their fiduciary duty, then I think we should be quite safe.
And one last one for me. I'm sorry, Deputy Chair. I've raised the issue about policing versus security. I mean, there's this requirement. I'm not sure it is a requirement, but the expectation that uniformed police be on hand, and of course they charge that back to the live music operators. Not unreasonably, it's a commercial undertaking, but could those functions be just as ably undertaken by less expensive security personnel?
As long as they're properly qualified. The security industry, and I must confess I only really got close to it when I became a board member of the Australian Live Music Business Council. It's a fairly complex industry, and the training that people have to undergo to do different roles is quite significant. Look, I think the police probably do have to be at a festival in the same way that they have to be at a football match, and I think that
why do they have to be at a football match?
For public order issues, I imagine.
Why can't security guards do that?
Or can they effect an arrest? I don't think they can.
But if somebody commits a crime, then you call the police.
I suppose so. But I think when you've got 15,000 people moving through the gate, it might be better if we have a police presence. I must say it's not something that anyone has really asked me to consider in depth, but to answer your first question, the majority of those crowd control jobs can be done by properly trained security guards. And the issue is, of course, finding staff to staff security companies now, because, of course, we still have a labour shortage in a lot of those sectors.
Yeah.
I guess I just sort of put a bit of thought into the idea of the arena ticket levy. That's something that we have heard from a range of stakeholders saying they think would be a good idea, some sort of a levy. I don't know whether it's just an arbitrary figure that you've arrived at, that, or just
it's a price point.
Yeah.
In the UK, it's £1. So I went to the UK earlier in the year, and I met with Mark David, who is the originator of the idea. He's been running the Music Venue Trust for 14 years. He's a venue owner and a fellow with a storied history in the music industry. And we talked it through, and it seemed to me that if we did, let me give this example. In the United Kingdom, if this goes through later this year, based on the numbers at the shows that I referred to, they would make about £17 million. Now, we've done back of the envelope calculations about what we might make here, and it varies between about 7 and 11. But let's say it's the high single figures. It's a significant number. And the grants, I think, would be best off being smallish grants, which are applied for simply and come through quickly, because the grants that take 3 months to apply for and they happen once every 6 months are fine, but you can't really plan. You know, if it doesn't come through, then what do you do with the next 6 months? You know, it's much more commercial to have them smaller and quicker.
Are you fixed on an idea of $1 per ticket sold based on over 5,000 sales, or you know, with the capacity there?
Well,
I know you want to keep compliance costs down, but you know, like the more expensive the ticket, the more expensive, the higher the levy. So if the ticket's over $100, make it $2. If it's over $50, make it $1. I don't know, but
I think when it's only 25 cents per stakeholder per ticket, that makes it nice and easy for people to understand. I don't really see that a sliding scale makes any more sense. Someone may only go to one show a year, so they just make one donation. That seems to be fair to me.
All right. Good, thanks. All right. Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the things we ask generally is, you know, what's the single most important thing we should be recommending in order to protect and nurture live music in Australia? I mean, you've come up with two very well thought out ideas. So obviously you'll say them. Other than those two, what else should we be doing?
The difficulty with the whole music industry at the moment, and you will have heard this no doubt, is that it is incredibly fragmented. The fragmentation between radio and Spotify, the fragmentation between the different genres of music breaking off and into their own tribes, the difficulty between live and touring, for example, it's very broken up. So anything that can be done that joins it back together and doesn't mean that we are paying for things twice or doing things twice, or that the left hand actually knows what the right hand is doing, is good. So if I can give you a little example out of our two examples, if we have an arena ticket levy, we will determine what are the grassroots music venues. That's what's been done in the UK. There's 804 of them. And we would try to encourage the tours that were also getting grant money to go through those venues. It just doesn't make sense that those two things are not operating together. So I'm not sure I can actually think of one thing. I've got a laundry list of things that I'd like to be done. But I think if I can ask you to bear in mind that joining the industry back up again and making it operate cohesively, especially in a small market like 25 million people, is critically important.
So would you see that as a role for Music Australia to coordinate that?
I think Music Australia are doing a fantastic job. I haven't really spoken to Millie about what her role should be, but I think they're very thoughtful. If I can give you an example, we approached them and said, look, there was one little sector of the market that wasn't getting any grant money, and that was the booking agents and festival curators. And she looked at it and determined that that was a worthy cause, and we've just done our first round of applications. We'll do 3 this year, and we've had 29 promoters and booking agents make applications, all of which are, worthwhile. So it's going to be a very difficult weekend sifting through them and deciding who is successful. But the thing about Australia is, and before I was involved in the music industry, I was with a Big Four accounting firm for 20 years. So we're not great and inventing things, but we are really, really good at adopting things very, very quickly. So it's very important that we look around the world and look at other things that are working and bring them here, because it's not that different. And that's why I'm passionate about the fact that people should be going to offshore conferences, meeting with people, drawing all the best ideas and bringing them back to Australia and implementing them.
Now, you've mentioned that you represent Australian operators, and you made a point of that you don't represent the multinational players who are significant. And I'll take you're a lawyer as well. I think you mentioned that before.
Yeah.
Do you have a view? Does your council have a view on the increasing prevalence of the multinational presence? Well, Australia, and what that's doing to the industry.
When I took over as chair of the ALMBC, I made it clear in meetings with some of those big players that we did not want to have a silly, time-wasting beef with them. They're here to stay. They're part of the environment. However, 5 United States have suggested that Live Nation have a problem around antitrust, and there's no smoke without fire. I'm not intimately familiar with the way that their antitrust laws work and how that lines up with our Consumer and Competition Act, but let's be honest, it's all there to try and cure the same mischief, and I think we all understand the mischief. So if that mischief is present here, then maybe that's something that will ultimately be looked at.
So we've heard evidence even today about the increasing vertical integration of the. It's not just ticket sales; it's ownership of venues. It's and the level of control that then brings.
Well, can I just stop you there, just so that you completely understand this? If you've been selling the tickets and you've got everyone's data, you know where they live, what shows they go to, you know everything about them, and then you open a venue over the road from the venue that you were selling tickets at, you are at an immense commercial advantage.
Yeah. And does that, there's commercial advantage, but does that present issues in terms of viability for live music in the broader sense?
Well, I think domination in any industry is frowned upon, and we are, as I've already said, quite a small jurisdiction, and we punch above our weight culturally in many respects, and it would be a shame if we lost that simply because we didn't police anti-competitive behaviour.
Thank you very much. Anything else you'd like to say before we wrap up?
I don't. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you. You also, you're done. And thank you for your attendance at today's hearing. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, or if there is anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretary by the 9th of August 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections. You are released and may go. Thank you very much. And the committee is now suspended for a break, and will resume at 2:20 p.m. from break, from our lovely lunch. I now call representatives of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Hi, I'm Natalie Waller, and I'm here before the committee on behalf of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation.
Thank you.
My name is Emily Copeland, and I'm also here before the committee on behalf of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation.
Indeed, yes, I'm Chris Scadden, and I'm here for the ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation.
Thank you all. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting you to make opening statements, we'll introduce ourselves.
I'm Bridget Archer, I'm the member for Bass in Tasmania and the Deputy Chair of the committee.
And I'm Brian Mitchell, I'm the Chair of the committee and I'm from Lyons in Tasmania, and we will be joined, I'm sure, by Ms Zoe McKenzie, who is the member for Flinders in Victoria. I invite you to make an opening statement if you have one.
Thank you. The ABC thanks the Chair and Committee for the opportunity to appear today at the inquiry. May I also take a moment to acknowledge that we are meeting on Gadigal land and acknowledge any First Nations people present here today, and Elders past, present and emerging. My name is Emily Copeland and I am the newly appointed Head of Music at the ABC within the Audio Division, having commenced there in May this year. My role focuses on music strategy and leadership of the music teams across the radio brands, including Triple J, Double J, Unearthed, ABC Country, ABC Classic and ABC Jazz. And I'm joined here by my colleagues who will introduce themselves.
Chris Scadden. So I'm currently the Head of Audio Strategy and also Audio On Demand for the ABC. Previously the Head of Music for many years, looking after screen, radio and digital content.
And I'm Natalie Waller. I'm head of ABC Music, which sits in the commercial arm of the ABC, and we are an independent record label that releases music on a commercial side of things.
Thank you very much. And I'll let you continue with this statement.
Thank you. The ABC has a proud history in supporting Australia's music industry through support, promotion, recording and broadcasting of live music performance and promotion of the creative arts. This is consistent with the ABC's charter obligation to encourage and promote the musical, dramatic and other performing arts in Australia. The ABC has a range of music programs on radio, TV, digital and live concert and event broadcasts. The promotion of music on the ABC provides artists with exposure and opportunities to find and grow audiences, as well as providing audiences with opportunities to discover and enjoy their new favourite artists. With over 66 locations across capital cities and regional Australia, we've got the ability to reach over 99% of Australians through our radio services and over 98% through our terrestrial television, as well as a suite of digital products. The ABC broadcasts a diverse range of music programming daily across Australia. ABC Research found the ABC's music-focused radio networks reached 5.4 million people aged 16 to 75 each week across broadcast and digital platforms last year in 2023. In the first 4 months of 2024, there were 6.3 million video views each week across all music stations' social profiles. The ABC also hosts a number of key music events throughout the year, including Hottest 100, the Classic 100, ABC Oz Music Month, and this year, the return of One Night Stand. Oz Music Month is an annual event in November, which the ABC uses to further celebrate Australia's rich musical landscape across all genres, as well as the incredible contribution musicians and their work have made to the cultural life of this country. Triple J's J Awards are held during this period, and they now include a live music category as of last year, and that was added last year in direct response to the challenges in the live music industry. Triple J's Hottest 100 is just one annual reminder of how much talent exists in the Australian music landscape. and how the Australian music industry is supported and amplified by the ABC. The Hottest 100 features more than 50% Australian musicians, most of whom credit Triple J as having contributed towards their career success. In 2023, Triple J received a total of 2.35 million votes in the Hottest 100, and 71% of those came from people under the age of 30. When it came to the broadcast of the Hottest 100, there were 3.64 million live stream starts, 10.8 million social video views, 35 artists made their debut in the Hottest 100, and 5 of the songs in the Hottest 100 were first heard via Triple J's Unearthed. These stats really demonstrate how integral Triple J and Unearthed are to the contemporary live music ecosystem, and how important airplay is for artists to reach audiences. All ABC radio networks regularly cover live music, concerts and festivals, as well as live music. In 2024, Triple J and Double J alone are supporting over 60 festivals and tours through partnerships and promotions. This really amplifies the efforts of promoters, live music venues and touring artists themselves, and we do this through our radio programs and our digital and social platforms. As I mentioned earlier, this week we did announce the return of Triple J's One Night Stand, which is happening on September 14, and just yesterday we let everyone know that the location will be Warrnambool in Victoria. In partnership with Music Australia and Support Act, One Night Stand continues the ABC's support of Australian artists and provides an opportunity for young people in the regions to attend the one-day live music event and really experience the joy and shared moments of a music festival. Tickets for One Night Stand went on sale yesterday, and over 15,000 were purchased in less than a day, leading to it being a sellout event. This really demonstrates the appetite for live music by local artists in regional areas at an accessible price point. The tickets for One Night Stand were made to be $10 so that there was a value put on the event itself and the purchase of the tickets. And some of the data that we got back from people who did purchase those tickets has shown that the large majority of people who purchased tickets to One Night Stand were both under the age of 24, and this will be their first ever music festival. Unearthed is Triple J's award-winning initiative for discovering and sharing the best new Australian music. It's a digital radio station and also an online platform where independent Australian artists can share their music directly, and it now offers 198,000 tracks from more than 100,000 different artists. It really opens the door for many to have festival appearances, and it's kicked off the careers of lots of Australian artists, including Genesis Owusu, Confidence Man, Tones and I, The Kid Laroi and G-Flip. ABC Classic has committed to recording over 160 live concerts nationally for broadcast in 2024. And ABC TV reaches millions with its New Year's Eve and Australia Day concerts. ABC Music, as part of ABC Commercial, operates as an independent record label. They regularly scout new talent at music festivals and live gigs. They have a huge roster of artists, and over the last 2 years have released 181 digital albums, 63 physical albums, and 375 digital singles. The ABC acknowledges the challenging operating conditions the music industry is facing. This includes the effects of COVID shutdowns, greater digital music consumption, the loss of live music venues, consolidation of suppliers and cost of living pressures, in addition to rising costs for insurances, staging and the costs of artists, as identified in Music Australia's 2024 Soundcheck report. The ABC is strongly committed to supporting the Australian music industry and the creative arts in Australia, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you for that very comprehensive statement, and thank you for your summary. I'll kick off with a few questions. I mean, some of it's been answered already. I was going to ask, what is the next Unearthed? Because we've heard a lot of evidence about the importance of things like Unearthed, but clearly the ABC is all over that. And you've got One Night Stand, and you've got your continuing program of live music support. I was going to ask, what else can the ABC do to support more live music events, particularly in the regions, I guess, but you're already doing it, so I won't ask that. One thing that you've alluded to, which is a emerging theme for us, is the difficulty in reaching younger audiences whose behaviours have shifted. The way they listen to music is through streaming platforms. I know the ABC's had a massive push into the digital world. What insights are you gaining? And I know it's a fast-moving space, but what insights are you gaining about how to reach young audiences in particular? When I was a kid, or young person, witnessed to Triple J, but and then that's where my introduction to Australian music came through, and I imagine the same is for young people who are continuing to listen to Triple J now, but the evidence is there's a lot who don't. So what are you doing to reach them?
Yeah, I think what's really interesting about the media consumption for young audiences is all media platforms are probably now having to think of themselves more as ecosystems. If you're a radio platform, it's more about how all the different ways of reaching an audience can work together, rather than just thinking about yourself as an FM linear broadcast. We do know that for Triple J live radio, our reach for people 18 to 29 is 23.1%. But then we look at our stream starts on ABC digital platforms, and in 2024 year to date, we've delivered 788,000 stream starts on those digital platforms. Overall, that Triple J portfolio with all the different channels is delivering 1.256 million streams per week. And then when we look at the social engagement that we're getting, our video views across our social media have grown significantly, and we're now at 4.34 million views each week in 2024.
And have you got any evidence or data that suggests that those 3.4 million video views, for example, translate into a higher propensity for those viewers to become live music customers?
I think that through all of our content, we are promoting local artists, and we have Friday news wrap-ups on Triple J where we announce things like tours that are coming or artist news. And so it's all about building an awareness of the artists, their music and their touring activity as well. And so I would say that by combining airplay on the radio as well as activity on social and digital platforms, we're doing a significant amount of work to promote artists.
I might just pause for a moment, but I don't think we can continue with that going on. So can you sort that out? We'll continue. Now, one sort of thing out of the box is we heard evidence, somebody said...
Being at a venue which needs better soundproofing.
Yeah. I'm not sure that they got the memo that there's a hearing on. So Friday afternoon, they're starting late Friday afternoon. We heard evidence that somebody suggested that Double J be made available, or the spectrum or the channel be made available through Regional Australia. Have I got that right, Deputy Chair? Are you able to express a view on that at all? We'll battle on.
Yeah, okay. So Double J is on DAB, wherever DAB is available, so the capital cities and the Gold Coast, in addition to being streamed currently on the ABC Listen app and web. Following an election commitment by the government to explore the possibility of expanding Double J into regional Australia, the ABC conducted and completed a feasibility study, and this has been submitted to the government for consideration.
But that's still secret squirrel still, is it?
Well, I believe it's sitting with the Department of Communications to address. The ABC's put forward. So I don't know if you're catching that.
Yeah, okay.
I'll lean right in.
She's a pro.
Very good. The ABC put forward recommendations about how we could achieve Double J being available either through.
Yeah, can we hurry them up? Sorry, go on.
Keep going?
Yeah.
Made recommendations about there's very limited spectrum available for FM transmission. around regional Australia. It's certainly what the ABC has access to. There are other technologies such as a low-cost DAB+ transmission that was part of our recommendations as well. But yes, we share those ambitions to have Double J more readily available in regional Australia, absolutely.
All right. Now, my last one before I go to my Deputy Chair, although I'll hopefully have more, is despite this, and I'm happy to say, incredible work, clearly a lot of work you're doing in this space. Despite all that, we're still seeing events fall over. So, you know, what more can you do? What more can you do to support the live music industry in Australia? I mean, you've clearly got the infrastructure, you've got the ability, you've got the people, you've got the networks, you've got the reach. Is there more you can be doing, and what would it take for that to happen?
I think that, you know, in discussing with you the importance of kind of multi-platform content creation and promotion for artists, that's definitely something that we would love to do more of. One of the challenges that we have when it comes to digital content is licensing and rights of putting music onto digital platforms and onto social platforms. So that's something that does at times restrict the amount of content that we would love to be pushing further on those platforms.
But what about the migration to more live music? What more can you be doing in terms of the live music industry, the live music sector? Are there, because we've seen the festivals fall over through all the issues that we've raised in terms of insurance and venue availability, those sorts of things. And the ABC is clearly doing a lot in the live music space, but what more can you do, and what would need to happen for you to be able to do more in the live music space?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that we're interested in looking at further, and something that could be done potentially in conjunction with Music Australia, would be exploring how to further develop platforms like Unearthed to provide more assistance to the live music industry through things like gig guides, or, you know, some of the requests that we've heard from the industry was that it would be great for Unearthed to have the ability to filter and search for acts by region or by First Nations artists, to therefore help promoters or bookers in finding new acts or local supports for tours. So that's something that we would love to investigate further. It does come down to resourcing. And, you know, I think also looking at the success of One Night Stand, obviously, you know, we'd love to continue the One Night Stand program. I think it's an incredibly important way for Triple J to continue to engage with young audiences, and particularly in regional Australia.
Now, you said that's re-emerged. Is the September gig a one-off that you'll then reevaluate, or is it planned now to be an annual part of the program? Or
I would have to take that question on notice. As far as I know, we've planned as far ahead as this One Night Stand in September.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there are plans at this stage for there to be the resources made available for additional One Night Stand. Yeah. Oh, Chris might know.
I'd say, previously it was an annual event for Triple J. It paused during the COVID period. We've hesitated to set it up and establish it or re-establish it because we, didn't want to get in the way of the live music industry itself. But overwhelmingly, the messages to us over the last 12 months, as we need from the industry itself, is that we need the One Night Stand and Triple J to just re-engage audiences about the value and the enjoyment of live music. So it's still very early days around this one. And I would think if the event itself goes well, then we would absolutely continue.
Before I throw to the Deputy Chair, just in terms of the economics of that, so $10 a ticket, 15,000 tickets, that's $150,000. Does that meet your cost, or is the ABC subsidising that?
Oh, so the $10 a ticket actually doesn't come back to the ABC.
Right.
So the revenue that is being made from ticket sales is going to Support Act, which is a not-for-profit that supports the music industry in Australia.
So the ABC is carrying the cost of the festival, and you're basically okay.
Yeah. So
in partnership with Music Australia, of course, as well.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Great. I guess I was interested. That sort of answers part of the question in a way, but I was interested in, what could we learn from something like One Night Stand in terms of the wider industry? what works about that? What are some things that the wider industry could look to? I mean, we've heard a whole lot of evidence about, which I'm sure are same issues that you will face around insurance and behaviour, audience behaviour or ticket buying behaviour, which doesn't sound like that's an issue in this case, but and it may be too early to judge that in terms of those people that have purchased tickets, how many then end up turning up to the venue, what other barriers there are, that type of thing. I wonder if there are things that we can learn about what's positive about One Night Stand, but also what those challenges are that you also have faced or may face putting them on.
Absolutely. And I think the audience behaviour and ticket buying behaviour is a really interesting one for us to be looking at. Ensuring that One Night Stand both placed a value on tickets but also made that an accessible price point was really important to us. And I think given that there just hasn't been the same level of music festivals since COVID began in 2020, you've got a whole lot of young Australians who've never experienced a music festival and therefore maybe aren't as driven to spend their money on going to a music festival. We were just discussing earlier during COVID, there was also a lot of people who forgot how great it was to go out and eat a meal at a restaurant, and the government vouchers that then allowed people to kind of not worry about the cost, but just go and enjoy a meal and remember how great it was to dine out in a hospitality venue was a really great initiative. And so I think it'd be interesting to consider what would it look like to take that risk away from investing into a live music ticket, knowing that there are young people who maybe just don't have that same level of realisation of how important a shared live music experience is.
Can I ask about the choice of Warrnambool? So,
not Mornington Peninsula.
Well, exactly. That's next year, obviously. No, but it's more that because of the digital consumption, we can tell so much more who's listening to what where. And is that why Warrnambool was chosen, or just why not Warrnambool?
So we received submissions from all over the country from people who wanted One Night Stand to go to their town. So part of it came down to the strength of the submissions. Part of it also came down to the willingness of the local councils to work with the ABC on kind of a smooth process of putting the event on, and then also the availability of event spaces at this time of year in different cities.
Because what we've heard from others is that you can actually pinpoint who's listening to a certain genre of music, or in particular Australian music, in what age demographic, through the existing radio platforms in particular, and you'd assume Spotify and Apple Music could do a similar thing. And if we knew that, it'd be easy to tell live or performing artists where to go, right? It turns out you rate your socks off in Ballarat, go there. You rate your socks off in Broome, go there, whatever. Just to give them opportunities in ready-made audience. Do you feel through your platforms you could identify that data? That there are particular places where Australian music, for example, is hugely popular?
I would say to an extent you could look at the survey data and see, where is Triple J particularly successful in different areas, and also through our social data as well. Where are the audiences engaging with us in certain areas? But that said, we also appeal to such a broad range of audiences. So, while we're programming for young Australians, we're playing all genres of music, from hip hop to a bit of country to a bit of, harder styles of music as well, through to your more like indie. And so, I think when you're just looking at the success of Triple J in different areas, it would be hard to tell which style of music, or specifically which artist it was that was driving that interest in that area. But I think that's also why on One Night Stand we made a huge effort to ensure that the lineup covered a variety of genres and a variety of artists, all of whom are local, because you've got the best chance then of having an act on the lineup that someone in that town is really going to love.
Because Chris Stewart from Q Music on Tuesday, Wednesday, it's all a big blur. Anyway, 2 days ago, said someone's going to make a ton of money out of this because somebody always does, right? Out of a crisis, they find a way to work out where the eyeballs or the monetisation is, or the ears, I suppose, in this instance, and they'll do it. And so the technology should enable us to be able to be far more spontaneous in terms of who plays where and not have the issue of cancellation at the last minute. You said it's not just your radio platforms, it's also YouTube. So you can also see where those eyes are watching particular music types. Anyway, it just seems to me that data is sitting there redundant.
Yeah, and it could be
work.
about, looking at what that data looks like across all the different platforms and finding a way for it to be shared more freely
with the sector
across the industry.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think when the industry can work together, it creates great opportunities for artists and great successes for artists. And there was an example we were speaking about just before with like a version that was done by Royal Otis earlier this year. And Royal Otis covered Sophie Ellis-Bextor's Murder on a Dance Floor, and it's one of the most successful Leica versions that's ever been created by Triple J. Got incredible reach on YouTube and on social media platforms, and ended up with Royal Otis charting internationally as well. Last time I checked, they were number 3 on the Billboard alternative charts in the US. And, and part of that was because that piece of content was able to live in multiple places on multiple platforms, and had a lot of different organisations working together to ensure the success of that track. And ABC Music was instrumental in driving the success of that track as well. And then we've seen a sold-out US tour for Royal Otis off the back of that too.
And then for Warrnambool, your $10. Do you know how many of those people buying tickets were local to Victoria at least, or are they travelling? And you must have a budget for dropouts, because if I'd only paid $10 and it wasn't sunny, and let's face it, it's Victoria, I wouldn't turn up. So what do you think will happen in terms of dropping out? Because it's just not a price point that causes pain if you don't use it.
I don't have data on
where.
On that, on the locations. I'm sure it's been captured. It just hasn't been shared with me yet, and because the tickets only went on sale yesterday, it's still we haven't got the full reports yet of the ticket purchases. But that's absolutely something. If you'd like me to come back to you on
It'd be really interesting to know. Like, is this sufficient? It's got sufficient gravitational force that people are planning to come from Queensland or the West or somewhere to be at this one day, or if it's just we didn't know we had 15,000 young people living in the Warrnambool environment who are busting for exactly this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We can find that out for you.
And then dropouts, what are you expecting? No shows?
I'm not sure that we've got an expectation of no shows at this stage, but obviously, as you said, at a $10 price point, it's
no pain.
It isn't a huge amount of pain if for some reason you can't come on the day. But I would also say, because the event sold out so quickly, it would be quite easy for people who don't want a show to pass their ticket on to a friend.
And are you going to prevent reselling?
I'd have to come back to you on that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, there are systems in place. We're working with Oztix on the one-night stand ticketing, and they've got systems in place to prevent reselling. And it's a risk we're highly aware of. And we're working as best we can to.
I'm pleased to hear of the you're willing to collaborate on information sharing, because we had evidence today from commercial radio and audio peak body for the industry for commercial radio, and they've expressed similar sentiments that clearly somebody is collecting data that will be useful in terms of being able to plan for things, but everybody holds it close to their chest, and obviously commercial confidentiality, you have to de-identify things, but it would be certainly useful from a strategic and planning point of view to be able to crunch that data and know who's popular and why and where, and that would be very useful, I think. So if you guys can get your heads together with the commercial sector and the community sector and share what you can and play nice, that'd be nice. Now, I've just got a question here about, you mentioned Oz Music Month in November, a whole month dedicated to Australian music. Fantastic. What evidence is there of what significance that has had? And I keep coming back to live music, because obviously the success of Australian artists is important in its own right, but in terms of us trying to nurture and foster and promote live music, how significant are events like Oz Music Month to a healthy live music sector?
I think what's interesting about Oz Music Month is that while we definitely use it as an opportunity to really highlight and champion Australian music, to be honest, Triple J and the other platforms on ABC do that every day of the year.
Yeah.
And so we're always championing, promoting Australian music. I do think that the J Awards are a really important, an important moment for the Australian music industry, you know, along with the ARIA Awards in the same month. You know, it's a really nice way of showing the artists that they're being recognised by the industry for their incredible artistic output.
But what I'm getting from that is that there's certainly plenty of evidence to suggest that Oz Music Month, the performance of Australian artists across the ABC channels is promoting Australian music. I don't think anybody doubts that, but I'm just wondering what work is there, if any, to try to get data that says, well, because we're doing all this, we can say that that is helping foster a more healthy live music sector. I think there's sort of an anecdotal view that, well, it must, because it generates interest in sales or generates interest in artists, but I just wonder whether you're getting any actual data points.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it probably is that general view that we're growing fan bases and audiences for artists who therefore, you know, and at the same time there's a lot of Australian artist tours that we would support in that month too as a presenting partner.
I mean,
and so,
sorry, I mean, for example, is there any evidence that if the ABC platforms are, I don't want to say promoting, but performing, if a particular artist is appearing on your platforms a lot, do you then see a correlation in terms of how many ticket sales that artist might get at a particular festival?
Just from, you know, I'm, as I said, from ABC Music, and thinking about our roster is predominantly Australian, and the fact that there's a month dedicated on media, you know, TV, radio, etc., to Australian artists. I think that's discovery. I think, you know, Oz Music T-shirt Day, where artists are wearing other artists' T-shirts, and, you know, prominent people supporting that, and it's just creating, yes, awareness, discovery, and I think, you know, a bit more space than maybe other months, and having the ARIA Awards in that month, I think is, you know, fantastic all around, you know, ARIA Week, and I know you're speaking to ARIA after us, but, you know, I think just that awareness and discovery, and the fact that we kind of have our artists at the forefront for that month and have more opportunity, I think that's really, you know, what, from my perspective.
All right, you know, I'm just trying to, how do we migrate the success you're having in terms of promoting and putting forward the discoverability of artists, because that's been a consistent theme, is just the relative lack of discoverability, and you're clearly doing a lot in that space. But then how do we then translate that into increased ticket sales for live music, and therefore increased viability for the live music sector? You know, so I'm just wondering, you know, just because an artist is getting a lot of airplay, does that make them more likely to be a successful live music act?
well, I think an artist who is being heavily supported by Triple J is often because it's an artist that's resonating very strongly with our audience.
Okay.
And therefore, if that artist was to come to us with a tour presents opportunity, and they were a core artist for Triple J, we'd be likely to support that tour, which then means that across the Triple J platforms, there would be promotion of the fact that they were touring, the tour dates, the locations, how you could purchase tickets. So we'd be helping to drive the awareness and ticket sales of the tour in that way.
Yeah, right. And that's a real strength of your ABC. You've got that national infrastructure. Anything else from you, Deputy Chair? No. I'll ask the catch-all, which is, if I can get an answer from each of you, that'd be great, so that we're not picking on one. obviously we want to nurture, promote, protect, grow, develop Australian live music. What's the single most important recommendation we can make to government to make it happen?
I think we have a unified response to this.
Oh, get
so,
out.
well, we do. We've really thought about this question, and I think that as a lot of people saying over the past 2 days, and I'm sure you're hearing a lot of answers, and from our various roles across the ABC, I think it was important to really think about what the answers, and this unified answer, I think, is important to, Emily to read out. And I think it was very well thought through, and I think that, we can add to it. We can add some things to it.
Sorry. So we think that government investment in programs and initiatives that help build audiences and fan bases for artists are incredibly important. And one idea that we are interested in exploring further, which I touched on a little bit earlier, and which could be done in collaboration with Music Australia, is really exploring how we can further build and develop the Unearthed platform. Unearthed is such an important way for young and emerging Australian artists to be discovered, to build fan bases, and I'm hearing quite frequently that it's increasingly difficult for young Australian artists to build fan bases. And so I think by developing Unearthed further, to be able to highlight live shows through gig guides, to be able to help promoters when they're looking to find local artists or First Nations artists who can appear on lineups through the kind of searching and filtering that could be added to the platform. I think that would go a really long way in providing that extra level of support for artists who are trying to grow their careers and therefore extend into live music performances.
So what would be needed to make that happen?
I'd probably have to take that question on notice, because I think, as we were talking about this earlier, we did realise that it would be an important thing for us to do in collaboration with a partner like Music Australia. We've not yet had the discussion with Music Australia about this platform. I do have a meeting with Millie next month. And so I would love to develop this a little bit further and see whether it's something that's of interest, and then we could cost that up and
for the proposal.
It extends into the recorded music industry as well, because that discovery on Unearthed is where so many artists get signed, and so many, that in turn comes back to the live music industry. So I think there's so many facets to the Unearthed platform.
All right, thank you. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, at this stage, except I guess to say just around Unearthed, it's the perception of it is it's a powerhouse, but it actually has a very small resource base within the ABC and a small amount of staff, and it's very effective. And then amongst all the various priorities within the organisation, it can be difficult to grow it further, I guess. So working with other partners is key.
Unfortunately, as you know, we have no role whatsoever in managing the ABC. That's up to the board, and a terrible state of affairs. But I think I put them down, so they'll get into trouble again now. All right. Look, thank you all for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there is anything else you would like to provide, please forward this into the Secretariat by 9th of August 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. And look, thank you for all you're doing.
So what they're doing next door, setting up the new exhibition? Yes. Brilliant.
Wasn't particularly horrendous. Yeah, and I could hear the I could hear the stud finder as well. Yeah, I knew that was more. Oh, is that what it was?
Please sit down, yes. I will now call representatives of the Australian Recording Industry Association and the Phonographic, that's not a word you say very often, Phonographic Performance Companies of Australia. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity, or names, and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Annabelle Hurd, CEO of ARIA and PPCA.
Thank you. And
Julia Robinson, Head of Policy and Advocacy for ARIA and PPCA.
thank you. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. And before inviting you to make opening statements, we'll introduce ourselves.
I'm Bridget Archer. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Committee and the Member for Bass in Tasmania.
Zoe McKenzie, the Member for Flinders and Victoria.
Brian Mitchell, Member for Lions in Tasmania and Chair of the Committee. And we now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for this opportunity to talk about Australian music, which we love doing. We're here today representing the Australian Recording Industry Association and PPCA. ARIA is an industry body representing the recorded music sector. We have over 200 members, which includes the major labels, independent artists, distributors, managers and media companies. And we exist to promote Australian music and local artists. And we're always thinking about ways that we can do that. Each year we produce Australian Music's Night of Nights, the ARIA Awards, a platform which showcases the year's best Australian music to a mainstream audience both in Australia and internationally. We produce the weekly ARIA charts and we highlight and showcase Australian music success stories in those charts by releasing the Australian charts an hour before the mainstream charts every Friday. We take every media opportunity to talk about Australian music. We run strategic initiatives to promote local music. For example, last year we launched 2 brand new ARIA Awards for best use of an Australian recording in an ad, which was really about encouraging brands to use Australian recordings and promote Australian artists through those campaigns. And we also stage Great Southern Nights, which is an annual program of live gigs and activations featuring local artists across New South Wales. And in 2023, GSN brought live music to over 80,000 fans across New South Wales. I'm also here today as CEO of PPCA, which is a separate organisation, a not-for-profit collecting society that licenses commercial use of sound recordings and distributes royalties to Australian artists and rights holders and to international rights holders. And last year we distributed over $48 million to registered artists and record labels. We're both organisations are deeply invested in the health of our nation's music ecosystem and the success of our artists and their teams. And as the committee has heard over the past few days, the industry is a deeply connected ecosystem. When one part of that ecosystem is struggling, the impacts are felt across the industry. And that's why I assume you've heard such a wide range of issues in the last few days raised by witnesses. Live performance is an absolutely critical means for recording artists to connect with fans and grow their audiences. Small venues are a critical starting point for new artists. Big venues and arena stages and festival stages featuring major local and international artists are critical discovery platforms for our local artists and groups supporting the headliners. Touring and live performance drive streaming and vice versa. The biggest challenge that we're facing in recorded music right now is that fewer Australians are listening to local music, whether live or recorded via streaming, radio or physical formats, and we see this every week in the ARIA charts, where Australian singles are few and far between at the moment, and even local albums are really struggling to get to a #1 this year. The challenge is a very complex and layered one that I'm sure you appreciate fully by now, and there is no easy one fix. The reasons are many. The COVID hangover, the sheer volume of music available on streaming platforms, the dominance of catalogue music or older music, the rise of foreign language music, media fragmentation, cost increases, skill shortages in tourings, the rental prices and cost of living, even societal impacts on young audiences from lockdowns and COVID. climate change, everything. But what makes me feel positive and confident that we can turn this around is the incredible talent we have in this country across so many genres of music, from indie to country, hip-hop, R&B. Our talent is diverse, and we have seen some incredible success even now. Kid Laroi, Camilla Roy artist from Sydney, his new single is flying up the ARIA charts and global charts. Kylie Minogue is just racking up hit after hit, won her second Grammy this year. Troye Sivan, also Grammy nominated this year, playing sold-out shows across Europe. Royal Otis, mentioned in the earlier session, is receiving incredible airplay. Australian dance music is absolutely on fire at the moment with artists like Dom Dollar, Rufus Du Sol, Tobias, Empire of the Sun releasing new music today. So there is incredible success out there, and we really are excited about highlighting some of that. And Australians need to know that our music is world-class and celebrated, and that's what we spend a lot of time doing. There's been a lot of discussion in these hearings about how local artists make a living from music and how tough it is. And of course, when we talk about artists, we're not just talking about those individual artists, we're talking about their whole teams around them. Their managers, their agents, their marketing and promo teams, their social teams. Copyright royalties are an incredibly important part of the income that artists receive, and that's certainly very important work that PPCA does for public performance of sound recordings. A recent report we commissioned by Mandela outlines the considerable financial benefit for local artists that would result from one simple change, which is removing the radio caps. The caps limit our ability, PPCA's ability, to simply negotiate a market rate for the use of those recordings on commercial radio and on ABC radio, including Triple J. And that is the simplest and quickest way the Parliament could get significantly additional money into the pockets of Australian artists. There is no simple fix to these challenges. We require urgency, creativity, innovation, and a comprehensive strategy, which we think should focus on audience development, a major uplift in export, improved data and skills development across the whole of this ecosystem. And we need to simplify the regulatory landscape for live music and festivals, and we certainly support the Association of Artist Managers Association of Artist Managers call for Michael's rule, which is to require local artists to support major international acts. And we're happy to take questions.
Lovely. Well, thank you very much for that. Really appreciate that. Now, you mentioned Great Southern Nights.
Yes.
Which is a live series of live events in New South Wales?
It's a two-week program where we stage over 300 gigs across New South Wales.
And how long have you been doing that for?
This year was the third year of the program. It came out of COVID when there was no activity and no live, nothing happening.
And how's that going from a viability sense?
Yeah, look, it's going really well. It's kind of evolved each year because, you know, it started in COVID where people were really not able to do much, and then this year it's kind of come into a quite crowded festival system, music kind of system, but it's going well.
Did you see a possibility of that being sort of rolled out nationwide, that sort of concept? Or?
I mean, it's something we would love to look at the moment. It's funded by Destination New South Wales in partnership with ARIA, so that's why it's New South Wales focused. Yeah,
state-based tourism.
But it was designed to happen. So it happened in 7 areas in New South Wales this year: Western Sydney, Sydney, Wollongong, Newcastle, but also Tamworth, Wagga, and Northern New South Wales. So there's a regional focus as well.
Well, look, I mean, if I can trouble you, if you've got any data, that would be useful for the committee.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I know one of the things you've said in your submission is there's a stark comparison in positive live music stories versus negative festival cancellation stories. I mean, there's no doubt that festivals are cancelling, so it's not like the media's making it up. But I guess what that's saying is there is another side to this where there are positive things, and that's one of them, I guess.
There certainly are. And it's evolving so quickly as well. And I mean, Julia can speak to this. She's had a lot more experience with festivals and live.
Yeah, I mean, it's just changed immensely since, obviously, for COVID purposes, but also with the environmental challenges. But it seems that even the season from beginning to end isn't the same. Some of them, I think you might have heard previously, there are some green shoots, some festivals have sold out, whereas others have cancelled. So there's no blueprint, it seems, at the moment, and it's really been fan-led, and it's just understanding, as you've heard, from what the audience are interested in.
Well, if we can understand what young people are thinking, and we'll all be very rich individuals. One for me is you'd like the caps removed. not entirely within our remit, but it's been referred to previously. Commercial radio says that's a very bad idea. So,
which I would say too if I were them. But really, this is an issue of fairness, and we're not asking. We're simply asking for a right to negotiate without a cap on top of what we're allowed to do. A cap that doesn't exist for any other copyright in any other country in the world. And yet in Australia we have a limit on what recording artists are allowed to be paid for when their work is played.
But is that a trade-off for the quota? Or?
Absolutely not. They're completely unrelated. The quotas exist. They're set out in the Broadcasting Services Act as an objective of the BSA to get Australian culture to Australian audiences. They're not actually there to benefit the music industry, and the television quotas aren't there to benefit the television product. They are there to get Australian stories to Australian audiences, and radio is given valuable public spectrum at a pretty low cost, and part of the quid pro quo for that is that they meet certain obligations, whether it's local emergency broadcasts or whether it's local content obligations, and that is completely separate from what they should be paying for the music that they are monetising on their platforms very effectively.
I think we'll let you slug that out with them. We'll stick to our knitting on live music, I think.
Well, it's related to live music because it actually comes back to artists' viability and their financial status, and at the moment they're just not making money out of radio.
So what sort of money, what quantum of money are we talking about if the cap was lifted?
Well, at the moment, artists, so PBCA receives $4 million a year from radio, and from the ABC we actually only receive $136,000 a year for all the music that they play. We love the ABC, we love Triple J, they're very important, but they do play a lot of music, they don't pay for it. They do pay for music that they play on television, and that's important as well because a lot of independent artists only get paid on Triple J, and they're not being paid at all for that at the moment. So we have done some work which we can submit to the committee from a company called Mandela, which actually literally shows what you would receive if the cap was removed, so far as they can tell, because at the end of the day it would come down to a negotiation between us and CRA. But it is material.
Okay.
And what it would actually mean as well for an artist is that they would be making the majority of their income from their music as opposed to from other sources. So if it were to change and if the modelling did pan out, then it would shift from most of their income coming from merchandise and other things to most of the income coming from their actual music, which talks to the value of the work that they do, which I think is significant.
So what's the downside? Why hasn't the cap been lifted then? What's the arguments against it?
It's a very good question. Look, radio talks about the impact on their profitability, but as we've said, what would happen if the cap goes is that we would then have to have a simple negotiation. If we can't agree, then it goes to the Copyright Tribunal, and the Copyright Tribunal would never impose, and never has imposed, a rate on any party that is unreasonable or that threatens anyone's viability.
All right, I'm not going to get in the weeds, but I'll leave to my colleagues.
And you said that's not the case internationally, and commercial radio still exists internationally.
Exactly. In fact, there was a cap in Italy that was removed a few years ago, and it's had the removal of the cap has not resulted in any bad effects for radio.
Has it resulted in artists?
It has resulted in artists being given more money, yes, when their music is played and monetised on commercial radio. Yeah.
And so it's a bit hypotheticals, I suppose, but in a scenario like that where it was I guess, easier for an artist to generate some income from that side of the equation, their capacity that's also currently constrained in that live space as well. They're going to have just a diversified income.
That's exactly right. And then what the report that we had commissioned also shows is that the rights money that goes to the record label would be reinvested into promoting those artists, developing those artists, which would mean their audience would grow, which would mean that they would be able to sell more tickets to live. And that's the kind of cycle that we're talking about.
And developing new artists as well, and growing the pool of artists.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, great. No, that's it. Thank you.
So we've heard a lot of. I'm not sure whether this goes to your representation so much, but the issue of venues and there's just less of them. They're gentrification, noise complaints, other things going on. Do you have any insight into this?
Look, I mean, one area we can certainly talk about is in the genre of hip hop. We can certainly, because we've been working really closely with the hip hop community to grow that genre of music in this country, and R&B as well. And, in those discussions, we've certainly had quite a bit to do with the challenges that they face around not only venues, but over policing, particularly in New South Wales. Do you want to talk a bit about that, Julia?
Yeah, I heard you talking about police before, and you'll have to stop me because I can talk for hours on this subject. But it was really clear in a recent tour that 1-4 did, which is a hip hop group, that have had difficulty playing in New South Wales because the police would prefer that they do not play here, and their last tour was really wildly successful everywhere, and they did not come to New South Wales.
Have they got a history of being problematic with their tours, or?
So the group is from Western Sydney, and there is an issue with representation from different areas of Western Sydney and gang rivalries and that kind of sort of issue, but it's not been played out in the live space, as in there's no, there's not been any incidents of note. It's more issues on paper as opposed to issues in real.
But it's not just, that's just one example. We've certainly worked with artists that have no issues like that, who still run into massive problems when it comes to the cost of policing hip-hop gigs, just because they happen to be in the hip-hop genre.
Or even venues accepting the gig in the first place because they're worried about their licence, because they have to maintain the relationships with the local area command, and the relationship would just be better if they played pop music.
So is that, how much of a hurdle is that? Not necessarily just with hip hop, because I think we've sort of asked this before, is how much of a hurdle is that having to deal with local command rather than a centralised entertainment sector liaison unit that would have a broader look at the whole thing. If you have to deal with individual commanders who've got their own individual issues, and they've got, I can imagine if I was a police commander in a neighbourhood that had issues, the last thing I would want is the idea of perhaps a headache from a perhaps problematic. So you automatically say, "Oh no, knock it on the head." I can see why that would be a thing.
It's hugely problematic. It means that everything comes down to your relationships as opposed to a set standard of practice. And a risk-based approach, is the way that police talk about how they do policing at festivals and venues. But that risk-based approach doesn't seem to take into account any of the mitigants that are put into place. So yes, this might be a high-risk audience to have a Western Sydney hip-hop band play, but the security company have decided to put on, Māori security guards because that's the prominent sort of culture that's going to be there, and there's increased first aid, and there's a different type of barrier system, and they don't take that.
And also the economic benefits of them coming to the area, and social benefits of so that's But is it particular? It seems like New South Wales has a particular culture, but is it only them, or is it just something that happened nationwide? Or
it's pretty New South Wales dominant.
Okay.
It does happen from time to time. Queensland does have a pretty good system, I think, where they've got a centralised event service for major events that you get booted off to.
So is there any way you can quantify how much of an effect this is having on live music across New South Wales? Is there any way to sort of quantify the impacts of this in particular?
You can look at it from the cost perspective relatively easily. I think the Festival Association have put together costing on police across the country that is comparable.
Of having officers there. But is there the opportunity cost of if festivals are sort of not happening, or because of it's just too hard?
Yeah, I think your previous witness talked about not coming into this market actually from Untitled it was, and so that's quantifiable. The 1-4 tour that this is their hometown but they didn't play. That's quantifiable if they weren't able to come to their hometown, play to their home audience.
All right, that's an interesting adjunct to we're looking into the hurdles of what's live music, and That appears to be one of them.
I think it's a specific, to what Annabelle said as well. It's genres in general, like being biased towards a certain genre is also quite cultural, and it
plays a whole other issues. Yes,
a whole lot of other issues, and it does happen, across different genres. Dance is another one.
And electronic is another one. And the thing about that is that dance and electronic music is one of the genres that is absolutely blowing up for Australian artists, both here and overseas. So, if you're making it more difficult to be performing live locally.
To put my devil's advocate hat on behalf of the police, are their fears well founded? I mean, if they're against dance, events because of I would hazard a guess they're worried about MDMA and those sorts of things. Is that a well-founded thing, or is it just a prejudice?
I don't think there's a lot of evidence to show that there's more violence or anything else at either hip-hop or dance events than there are at general culture, any other rock gig or anything else.
I think it's just also, again, it's what I said, you might have a higher risk. There are certain sort of groups that you'll have a higher risk for, but it's in no one's interest, of a promoter, a venue, a label, to have an incident. No one wants someone to come and die. So, they're going to do everything they can to keep people safe because that's in the best interest of the business.
And an individual risk profile rather than having just a
broad profile. That's
bias.
Right. And just taking into account all those things that are put in place to try and keep people safe, and then, as you say, the social benefit to actually having that event.
So you've talked about you support the idea of Michael's rule.
Yes.
I mean, given you represent the Australian recording industry, what insights have you gained about how what it is, American music is just absolutely smashing the Australian sector? Because we've heard evidence about how on Spotify in non-English speaking language areas or countries that they're like if you're in Turkey or you're in what was the other example given? There was Mexico. They're artists from those countries are at the top of the list, but in Australia, the top of the list are American acts. Because the language is essentially the same, not entirely. What can we learn from that, and what needs to happen other than your support for a Australian Support Act?
Yeah, look, I think, as I mentioned earlier, I don't think there's one thing that we can do. So what we need to do as an industry is look at the ways that we are marketing and promoting and, basically bringing about discoverability of artists. We also need to look, I think, from a government point of view at the levers that government has to encourage discoverability of Australian artists. But this is a big challenge, and it's not just an Australian challenge. And, the things like the dominance of catalogue music, and the fact that, you've now got almost every song ever created at the touch of a button, which is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And people are listening to more music now than they ever have. It's just in that massive amount of music, how do you find the little path through for new Australian music? And it's not just a challenge we're having here. Even in the UK, they're starting to see, and our charts do have a lot of UK music as well. In the UK, they're starting to see challenges with their own artists. So there's the catalogue problem and then the big discoverability problem. So that's why looking at the levers that government has, whether it's the radio quotas or anything else, is important.
Is it a particularly new issue? I mean, when I think back to the 60s and 70s, the Beatles were huge, Rolling Stones were huge, ABBA was huge in the 80s, Elvis was huge. There's always been a dominance of international artists in the Australian landscape, but then, of course, we can always talk about the Australian acts that we're familiar with, and I guess the concern is that maybe they're not coming through now with the same level of dominance. But is that necessarily a bad thing, that you're not getting a smaller handful of artists who are huge in Australia, but you're maybe getting more artists who are not as big but are still successful?
I think the problem is that there aren't more artists that are successful enough. I think we need our artists to be more successful for the industry to be sustainable, and it's a problem that the labels, whether they're indie or major, are all seeing with their local artists, that the streaming numbers are quite concerning. And that means that there's no revenue coming in, and that means that they can't invest further in keeping those artists on board and signing new artists. And I would think that is something that we should be really worried about, because we need an Australian local music industry, and we need that to be sustainable.
We've seen this across all media, though, this fragmentation and not just so much choice.
Yes.
And I mean, there's the industry part, which I think you've obviously heard, days of information from what it means for the industry and what it means for the artists, and obviously that's why we're here as well, and that's what's all, what this is all about. But there's also just what is the Australian musical identity, and what does Australian music mean to voters and the general public, because at the moment, if you think about, and a lot of people, if they think about what does Australian music sound like, you will probably get Cold Chisel, Midnight Oil, you will get that list, and are you getting what it actually sounds like today, and what does that mean for our young people coming forward? It's not always going to sound like Cold Chisel and Midnight Oil. It needs to.
No, that's right, but it's not new stuff. That's right.
There's certainly a lot less Australian music in the charts than there was, so that's a really clear indicator that we have an issue. It's not the only indicator, but it is a really clear indicator just based on data.
But is the fix there at a regulatory or legislative level of our level? Because we just had the evidence from ABC, and they just seem to be doing a ton when it comes to Australian art and discoverability, and just smashing it when it comes to pushing forward Australian artists. But as you say, we still have this issue of they're not charting, which suggests that consumers aren't buying. So at what point does it become that's not the government's role to sort of dictate to that extent that consumers must purchase Australian?
No, I think that's right. You can't force it down people's throats. But I think what government needs to do is what it does in every area, set the right regulatory settings and then get out of the way when it needs to get out of the way. And I think the creation of Music Australia has been a super important strategic change. Music Australia's only been going for just over a year, so it hasn't really had time to, formulate the strategy and then really roll it out and execute it. And we're all working with Music Australia to kind of pull that together. And export is the other thing that the government really needs to help the music industry, as it does with many other industries, because, in my view, if we put all the money into export, we wouldn't actually be going too far wrong, because, you need to be successful globally to be able to be successful locally nowadays.
That's critical mass, is it?
Labels are just not signing artists that are only going to be successful in the local market, and that's because, we just don't have a big enough market to sustain.
And maybe that's even the part of the answer to that sort of saturation that people are trying to break through, is to go the other way.
Yep. Absolutely.
Rather than just trying to force a sort of an Australian focus.
Yeah.
At what point though does an Australian artist who's successful overseas stop being an Australian artist? Kylie's been massive in the UK for years. She lives there. I'm not sure she still lives there, but she has lived there for a long time. If an Australian artist goes and then home bases themselves in LA or wherever it is, and take on some of the cultural tray of wherever they are, at what point do you say, well, we're all proud of the Aussie doing well overseas, but are they still an Australian artist?
Well, there's certainly a point about us wanting to retain as much IP in Australia as we possibly can, and that's something that's just, going to happen. Sometimes it's going to happen, sometimes it's going to be different based on the market. But I don't think Kylie would say she was British. She's out there representing Australia. Her name's Kylie, as you suggest. She is absolutely ours. Yeah. And I'm sure she would say the same thing. And an artist like Kid Laroi is another example. He's been massively successful globally. He lives in LA, but he's proud, First Nations young man. Yeah. Comes back to Australia, does a lot of local work when he's here. So I don't think that is the concern. We need our artists to be successful on a global stage as much as on a local stage.
The same question will be true of our amazing actors of,
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's why I had that in the back of my mind, Hugh Jackman and others. They retain the connection, but it's...
Some of them retain the accent, some of them don't.
I think we look at that across a whole range of other industries as well. We're looking to export a whole bunch of things that we make here in Australia, and sometimes they end up being based offshore too, whatever.
I don't know. I haven't got a formal thought in my head, but just here we're trying to make sure that we protect and nurture Australian talent and culture, and then so the way to do that is to shove them overseas, which then imposes them on somebody else's culture.
I don't think export is shoving them overseas. I think it's, yes, they have to be in those markets, but one of the great things that streaming does now, and the data that artists do have access to, is, they can see if something amazing is happening with their track in Berlin or in India. And, a local record label will look at that and the promo team around the artist and go, we need to get you to India, or we need to get you to Berlin right now to take advantage of that little spark that's happening.
But that's not anything either, because I think there was, I can't remember who the act was, that they were massive in Berlin, but not their own country, and they went over there and...
Yeah, and there are artists having great success in Indonesia, for example, but they're still telling Australian stories. I know there's a big debate about what is an Australian story, but they are still Australians telling our stories, globally, and most importantly, to our local audiences. Yeah. And there, an artist like Kid Laroi is such an inspiration for local, especially First Nations kids to look at, or hip hop artists to look at and say, wow, that path has now been trodden, I can do it too.
Yeah, just see you can do it. Dr. Chad, do you want to...
No, but I think that also highlights what's kind of disheartening when an artist can't perform in their own hometown.
Yes, that's exactly right.
There's a kind of an aspirational model that exists, but I think that's part of the challenge, that if you can't find those landing places to develop and nurture that where you are, you have to be able to look to elsewhere, I guess, and then hopefully come back the other way.
And success overseas in touring breeds success here as well. There's plenty of examples. We were talking to a team around an artist called Lies this week, who's had massive success in streaming, has just done some quite small but very quickly sold out local shows.
At a low cost.
At a low
price
cost.
point,
Yeah, which is another interesting point. The one night stand selling out for $10 tickets, I think is a really interesting thing that we should look at as a case study. This artist Live is selling sort of similar price tickets and sold out really quickly, but has had huge success globally before that.
And because that does seem to be, certainly some of what we've heard is around, again, consumer behaviour. Maybe there's a price point where people, they think, because some of what we heard in Brisbane, for example, was they, from the former operator of the zoo, was the shows were selling out, but then not everyone was turning up. That there was quite a drop-off, attrition rate when it came, and that was related to things like other cost of living pressures or transport. When the night rolls around, it's like, well, can't get there or can't afford to go.
Well, it's the reason why the airlines don't always overbook, because they always get an attrition rate.
And even the fact that younger people are drinking less alcohol is a huge challenge to the model, but it all just means that we have to come up with some innovative thinking and new ways of doing things, and that's not something that government can drive, but it's something that you can facilitate.
Government is the epitome of innovation. I'll ask you just this. You sort of related to your last statement there. In what ways can the music industry adapt to the shifting preferences of audiences who are increasingly connecting with music in the new and diverse ways? In what ways can what you're doing adapt to the streamers and in particular, in what ways can you adapt in order to facilitate more live music?
Yeah, I think one thing the industry is really great at doing is being agile and hustling and, finding new ways to do things. And, I'm constantly kind of inspired by talking to artist teams who are like, okay, that worked that time, it's not working this time, so we're going to try something different. Yeah. And I think data is really important to that, as you sort of have alluded to. We don't have a lot of data in the music industry. Certainly we don't have a lot of common data, and we're really, pleased that Music Australia is going to make that a focus. Sorry, my throat.
No, sorry.
I think as well, from a skills and education sort of perspective, something that we've talked a lot about is how Australian music businesses, so, it can include the artists, but it can include sort of smaller labels, also the managers that you heard from this morning. There's very little music business training that exists. We've got AFTRS here that does film and television and radio, and they do a lot of business training. They do a lot of, boosting the skills in, just how to analyse data or how to sell yourself, like how to pitch something. And that is something that the music industry is lacking, is that really high-level music business training for after you've already entered the industry. So that, I think that skills and education piece definitely needs a look in, which I think New South Wales has just done an inquiry into.
This is totally unrelated to what we're talking about here, but is the West Australian music industry, are they part of are they a subset of ARIA?
Yep. Oh, not a subset, but we have members from West Australia. Yeah, we're national.
Are there awards still going? The WAMI Awards? They're still going?
Yep.
All right, okay.
Yep.
Please do.
I believe so. I mean, I haven't checked in the recent months.
One of my favourite ever Australian songs of all time is Andrew Horrobin's It's a PC 21st Century New Millennium Romantic Arrangement. So,
there you go.
But it's the only thing he ever did. It's like a polka, but it's the only thing he ever did, or as far as I'm aware. And I've been playing it every time it comes on my playlist for 20 years, or no, 2007, so nearly 20 years.
Maybe there'll be some new artists from these 3 days that you'll pop into your playlist after hearing all of them.
We'll send you a
Tinges, they've got.
I'm ossified. I've got my taste. I know what I like, and I'm sticking to it. Look, I'll ask the catch-all. Is there, we want to see live music absolutely thrive. We want to nurture it, promote it, grow it, develop it. What's the single most important recommendation we need to make as a committee to make that happen?
Look, we have Music Australia now, which if we didn't, that would be my answer. We need a government body that's focused and planning strategy for the growth and development of the whole ecosystem. I think there isn't one single thing that I think you could recommend that would be the fix-all, and I think anything you do recommend really does have to be about ecosystem, because it all needs itself. But I don't know, Julia, what else can we add to that? I mean, other than what we've already sort of said.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, treating music in the same way that we treat our sports people and that we treat, other really successful export products, thinking of it in that way. At the moment, we're all focused on the Olympics at the moment and thinking how great our Olympic sort of sports people are, but, where's our moment for music and Australian music? And again, going back to that identity, like what is our Australian musical identity? Because at the moment, it seems like we don't know what it is.
There are so many layers as well that come into this, whether it's council or police or health or anything else. It's very difficult at a federal level to say this is the thing, but I think making cities and towns music friendly as opposed to the opposite. I mean, it was even really disappointing to see, the Anzac Day decision that all of a sudden you can have pubs but you can't have music festivals. Like, why? Why is that the immediate place that you go to? It feels like rather than being music friendly, it's almost, the opposite of that. So, making places music friendly, I think, and all of the stuff that entails, which others can speak to better who are more directly involved with live. But
all right. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, I think there's a few things you're going to get back to us, or if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 9th of August 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you're both free to go and enjoy the rest of your Friday afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for being involved in this. It's very much appreciated. But thank you. It's a fair whack out of your time. So. call representatives of the APRA, AMCOS and the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Music Office to the hearing? No? You're a support act. All right. And I believe we've got someone on the line. Could we just who's joining us by phone?
Hi, I'm Leah Flanagan from.
Lovely, thank you, Ms. Flanagan. The number's different that we've got here. I'll do it again. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? We'll start with you, Mr. Ormston.
Yes, Dean Ormston, CEO of APRA AMCOS.
And sorry, Ms. Flanagan, I forget you to do that again.
Sorry, yes, Leah Flanagan from the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Music Office.
Thank you. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting you to make your statements, we'll just introduce ourselves.
Bridget Archer, I'm the Deputy Chair of the Committee and the Member for Bass in Tasmania.
And Zoe McKenzie, the Member for Flinders in Victoria.
And Brian Mitchell, Chair and Member for Lyons in Tasmania. And we now invite you to make your opening statements if you have them.
Thank you. Leah, did you want to kick off?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay? I switched phones for a better connection. Can you hear me clearly? Hello?
Yeah, that's very good.
Okay, cool. All right, no worries. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, well, I'm in Darwin, just outside of Darwin. So my name is Leah Flanagan. I'm the Director of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Music Office, otherwise known as the NATSAMO. We're a leading service provider for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander music creators. Our team is made up of 6 Indigenous music industry professionals who, outside of this work, we also have successful live music careers. There has never been a better time when Indigenous music is being consumed on such a large scale. Our artists now dominate the categories of the most performed works at the APRA Awards. 3 out of 5 artists in the most performed work of the year, this year, at our APRA Awards were from Indigenous artists. The success of artists like King Stingray, Wildjura and Electric Fields have not just their ethnicity in common as Indigenous people, they are also the most exciting live acts in the world right now. So from Arnhem Land, Single Head and Mimili community, these artists have been growing their live shows through consistent touring from community stages to metropolitan music venues to the international world stage at venues like Central Park in New York City to Eurovision. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists in general are being included in major festival programming like never before, and venues in metro areas are becoming much more accessible to our artists. We're getting traction on grassroots stages to more commercial festivals. Venues becoming more sensitive to making their spaces welcoming to our artists has been integral to our artists being able to participate in the live music sector. It's really opened up national touring to more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists. Just recently, I hosted an Indigenous-specific export workshop with Sounds Australia, where the head programmer of the major international festival, South by Southwest, said to our artists that it was important for them to build their live show at home and build traction in their own territory if they want to be picked for a major showcase opportunity through the South by Southwest platform. He advised that industry attend South by Southwest, or that the international industry that attends South by Southwest, want to see that the artist from Australia is doing their work in their own industry at home if they want a chance to be picked up for an international opportunity. But all of this comes after many decades of exclusion for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists and musicians at most stages of their career. It goes without saying that there is a lot of work to do and to bring parity of career success to the next generation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists and industry workers. The work that we do at the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Music Office has strong vision and strategy for there to be substantial and real change in having Indigenous owned and operated music businesses that can service the entire music industry ecosystem, from labels, publishers, sound recording studios, and, you know, the bread and butter industry, venues and festivals. So it's timely. The opportunity for our community is really strong right now for our artists to make more waves around the globe, and for us to be opening up the doors for more Indigenous participation in the wider music economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan. Mr. Ormston?
Thank you. First, I just want to thank you for this inquiry and the invitation to present to the inquiry. It's incredibly important, and grateful for the opportunity. I might just hand, if I can, we have a colour shorthand handbook version of our submission with some lovely charts, just as a reference. And just, I thought I'd just make a couple of opening comments to contextualise APRA AMCOS and why we're here. We represent over 119,000 songwriters and composers across Australia and New Zealand. So we've been around a long time. APRA was set up in 1926, so we'll be shortly celebrating our 100th anniversary. And when you are a songwriter or composer, you assign your rights. You can assign your rights to APRA, and we administer those rights for you worldwide. So for us, the IP in the song is the critical part of the ecosystem, and more than ever, owning IP in a work is the key to a sustainable career, to be able to earn amounts of money from various revenue streams. And of course, the one we're talking about today, live music, is critical to that. Over the last 15 years, our organisation, APRA AMCOS, has collaborated and co-partnered with successive governments to invest in what I would refer to as being critical milestone interventions in the ecosystem of the contemporary music industry. To give you some examples, we believe that songwriting in schools is critical. There are a plethora of advantages to children being able to express themselves through music, which goes way beyond learning an instrument. The confidence that comes from being able to express yourself in a lyric form and in a musical form, we say, is at the heart and soul of a strong cultural nation, a confident nation. But to swing to the economic, countries like Sweden, who've long invested in songwriting, are now a net exporter of music. So a small nation like Sweden is one of 3 only net exporting nations in music, and songwriting is at the heart of that. We've presented to successive governments that Australia should have the vision to become a net exporter of music, and we were really thrilled to see the current government establish Music Australia, which is critical to that vision. At the heart of the contemporary music industry is the live music industry. If you don't have stages to perform on, to hone your craft, to develop audience and a fan base, you won't have an international career. We do believe that the thinking and the strategic thinking should be around an export focus, but in doing that, it should drive all elements of the ecosystem. So, as I said, from songwriting in schools all the way through developing live music venues and helping people export digitally to overseas markets. Just quickly, some of the other programs that we have initiated. Leah, who heads up the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Music Office, we established NATSAMO some years ago in supporting our own Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander members. As I referred to Songmakers being a school program, we have an adult version of Songmakers called Song Hubs, where we create local and international co-writing opportunities for Australian songwriters and composers. At the moment, we have a women's screen composition song hub happening here in Sydney. So we invest in the breadth of the industry, genre agnostic. So it's a very broad approach we take to it. You've also heard yesterday, I believe, from Sounds Australia, which APRA AMCOS set up with originally the Australia Council some 15 years ago. I guess cutting to the chase in terms of live music, we are absolutely at a point of crisis, we would say to you. It's been a while coming. The live music industry wasn't in great shape before COVID, and then it fell off a cliff with COVID. our data in terms of the venues that we have licensed for the presentation of live music, since the beginning of the pandemic, some 1,300 venues have stopped presenting live music across Australia. So that will mean some venues have actually closed up shop, others have just stopped presenting music. And whilst we've all been hopeful that post the pandemic there would be some sort of bounce back or recovery, it's certainly not a bounce back. And for a variety of reasons, in particular the cost of presenting live music, I know you will have heard from many people over the last couple of days around insurance costs, the cost of presenting live music, audience behaviour. It's very difficult putting on live music. So for those reasons, and additionally a range of state-based reasons that are around state regulation, the layers of communication between layers of government all the way through to local councils, and people being all on the same page around the objective and the why that sits in why we would present live music, we say there's never been a more urgent time for an intervention. And in our submission, we have made reference to what we are calling a national catalyst is required, and we're putting to you that being in the form of a tax offset, a rebatable tax offset to live music venues. We've had, firstly in 2016, Ernst & Young do a study on how a tax offset might be framed, so rather than just calling for an offset, doing the heavy lifting on what it might look like and how it would be implemented. More recently, in the last couple of years, we asked Oxford Economics to redo that study to make sure we're on the right track. The data that has come out of and the thinking that has come out of the work that's been done by Oxford Economics is that a tax offset, a rebatable tax offset, would provide substantial benefits to both venues and musicians. It could boost musician incomes by up to $205 million annually, create 7,400 jobs, and increase the number of gigs by 203,000 plus per year. The University of Tasmania did research some years ago around that every dollar you spend on live music returns $3 to the local community. So there's a range of economic, very hard and fast economic benefits in supporting and investing in live music, which would be our primary ask and put to this inquiry, that whilst there may be no silver bullet, certainly an investment in the heart, the centre of the live music equation being stages is critical at this point. Just a couple of other quick comments allied to that is now as whether you are a songwriter or a performing artist, and I draw the distinction between the two, and I'm happy to take questions and answer what I mean by the difference in those two. But it's never been more important for there to be the opportunity for visibility across all media as an Australian songwriter or artist. So by that I mean local content on commercial radio, being visible in the playlist, the curated playlists of streaming services here in Australia, by production opportunities in video on demand, multinational platforms here in Australia. So we look across all of those media and say there is an opportunity to get IP into all those spaces and the performance opportunities of IP, which is all becomes an economic return. And finally, just to, I guess, reiterate that relationship between live music venues where you start and hone your craft, where as a career artist you return to the stage. It's absolutely empirical and imperative at all stages of people's careers. The connection between the live stage and local content on community radio, commercial radio, the streaming services and the video on demand context. And that's all critical in being able to develop a globally facing career. So wherever you're located as an Australian songwriter or composer, your location is immaterial. It's the fact that your IP is working for you around the world. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Ms Flanagan as well. I'll kick off. I've got a few, then I'll throw over to the chair, Deputy Chair and Ms McKenzie. Ms Flanagan, I'll start with you, if you wouldn't mind. And you talked about those amazing results for Indigenous artists, who are just smashing the charts and the global presence. What can we learn from that? Is that, do you put that just down to their talent and their talent being recognised, and therefore, it's just a due consequence of that, or is there something that's being done for them, for those performers, organisationally, through management or elsewise, that is organising that success? I guess it's a combination of both, but I'll ask you.
Yes, it is a combination of the both. I think access is it improves in the digital age, right? With more opportunities to being exposed to musical performances, having technology to record in regional and remote areas certainly makes a difference. It also makes a difference that those particular areas are really strong have really strong musical foundations where they can actually play live. Arnhem Land's quite incredible with all the infrastructure that's around there for bands wanting to, actually make a go of their careers. So, Single Head not being that far from, the Gold Coast, Byron, that kind of touring circuit. And then, you have to say that the hard work of, Zachariah Fielding is once in a lifetime type of a talent. So, that doesn't happen every day for people. So that's a lot of consistent hard working in your live show. Like, they are so dedicated to their live show. Like, it helps having good management, but there's only so much management can do without a good product, right? Yeah. So the reality is that these communities don't, that for every one of those artists, except Zachariah. Yes, I'm a fan. But there are plenty of people that are just creating some of the most incredible music, and I'm lucky to hear so much of it being submitted to our programs, especially by young songwriters. The quality of music being created by young people is quite inspiring. I've got goosebumps as I say it, because I get blown away every time we do a call out for opportunities for our songwriting programs, because the quality is just so high. Like, our artists have they can make it on the international stage. It's just creating that pipeline for that to happen, which, historically has been difficult. Yeah.
Sorry, I was because what I'm trying to, find out is what lessons can be learned about the success your artists are having compared to some of the problems that are occurring more broadly across the live music sector. What can basically, what can be drawn from your experience and applied to the wider live music sector? There is a strong Indigenous business network. As an artist, you are a small business, and you have to learn how to operate yourself as a business, and you have to know how the ecosystem of the music industry in order to participate and grow your business. The music industry has embraced a lot more First Nations cultures after movements like Black Lives Matter. We've seen an increase in people making conscious curatorial decisions to spotlight Indigenous music. The other side of the coin is that in our community, these artists are well known. It's just how do they break through to a non-Indigenous consumer base. So they are getting the spins on the streaming platforms within their own communities, but it's been quite. We're seeing people earning more money from their music, seeing more performance opportunities because the exclusion barriers are slowly. There's still a lot of work to do, but they're slowly being pulled down. Thank you. Mr. Ormston, you talked about how you'd like to see Australia become a net exporter of music. How close are we to that goal? Where do we sit at the moment?
Barely halfway.
All right. So what needs to happen to get there?
It's interesting. Part of just picking up on what Leah said, I think the opportunity is in two laneways. So from an artist perspective and what's presented to a local or an international audience, diversity is what the world's looking for. We don't all need the same look and the same sound. So Australia is, unbelievably well positioned to provide a product, and I don't mean to make that sound crass.
The music business.
Yeah, but the extent to which artists singing in language, artists looking and sounding and being different to what is on international stages is a major selling point. So that's in an artist development laneway. We obviously need to be looking at don't produce the same as what everybody else is doing, be the best at whatever we do, and look to, maybe it's telling our own stories, maybe it's diving into deeper who we are as a diverse nation and celebrating that. Parallel to that laneway, and I mentioned it earlier, is the craft of songwriting, where you may or may not be the artist. And to give you the example, in Nashville there's about 150 Australians, members of APRA, who are earning a fantastic living co-writing for artists of the world. And Nashville is no longer really just a country location, it is where people go and write. Some of the best songwriters in the world are Australians living in Nashville. So that's a different type of export. No one's telling an Australian story in that context. But if you're looking at an industry and a commercial industry and coming at it from that perspective, it is critical we invest in that, because it brings sustainability back to our own local industry. Many of the people who are working internationally ideally want to spend their time living in Australia half the time, somewhere else in the world half the time. So that's where I think we have something to learn from the Swedish example. We're really good at what we do. We should absolutely aim to be the best globally, and then strategically work out, well, how do we get there?
And when you talk about a net exporter of music, would, for example, the fact that there's 150 Aussies living in Nashville, would their product be counted as part of that export product?
Yeah, absolutely. And to give you an example, Lindsay Rhymes, who is a fantastic Australian songwriter who many people won't know, but co-writes with some of the best around the world. When his song is registered with a society like us, we write the split that he wrote the song. So he might have written the song with an artist, and so the ownership is 50-50. Every royalty that song earns, his 50% is returning back through us here in Australia. So you can absolutely quantify the economics of that artistic process.
One last one before I throw to the Deputy Chair is, you've stated 1,300 venues have stopped providing live music. Does that include venues that may have emerged as well since? Is that like a net loss of 1,300, or have 13 closed and there might be a handful that are open but haven't been captured?
The 1,300 is that data is probably close to 12 months old, so there's definitely been some reactivity, but nowhere near bouncing back. The figures are low. I should add to that if you look at in the nightclub space, the audiences were down about 55%. So that part of, if you take the broadest definition of live, so DJs, etc., performing in nightclubs, has been decimated as well.
Of course, it wouldn't include the zoo in Brisbane, which closed a couple of weeks ago.
Correct. Correct.
All right, Deputy Chair.
Oh, thank you. That was the question I had that you've answered now. So,
I have some, yes, on algorithms, and if you could regulate them and or change them in some way, how would you do it? And then artificial intelligence, how does that work with Australian rights?
Two small topics for a Friday afternoon.
Yeah. Yes.
So on the algorithms, I don't think it is our business as an industry to impose influencing the algorithm in another industry. That's a matter for them. But I think from a cultural perspective, there should be an impost and obligation on platforms that operate in this territory to make visible, provide real estate for local talent. If not, then in a period of time where you've got a Taylor Swift performing or an Ed Sheeran album release, you hear nothing else. And we see that as an absolute outcome from the fact that whilst the curatorial teams for the streaming services do a fantastic job, they all have the best interests of the artists they work with and that they support here in Australia, it's very much what we would call an A&R approach. It's a relationship with you as an artist. What we need is support for the base of the pyramid, to say that irrespective of what the strategic business plan might be for any one of those streaming platforms, we know that there's an opportunity for visibility. The example we talk to within the audio streaming services is for those locally curated playlists, then we don't want to touch your algorithm. We just want to know that in any given week, month, whatever it might be, that X percent of the content that's being made available is Australian. And we think that's achievable. We don't think it's impost. It's really about providing a floor or a benchmark, if you like. With radio, we take the same approach, that it doesn't really matter what the audience focus for commercial radio is. If it's a contemporary adult easy listening format that covers 4 to 5 decades in terms of its audience, then there's never been more music available to that radio station to curate. We don't see that there's any downside to that. And so we would say that irrespective of the commercial radio format, you could put a quota in place that, for instance, is 25% across the board. Why couldn't 1 in 4 songs on commercial radio be an Australian song? Talkback radio or anything, it doesn't matter. So whilst we don't want to play around and get in the weeds of the algorithms, we think the appropriate level for us to talk to is at a more a policy sort of level, to say this is really what we want to see. Now, how you achieve that's really a matter for you.
And AI?
AI is, if you're being doom and gloom about it, an existential crisis if policy settings aren't put right.
The music or like everything?
So yeah.
The music or everything?
Well, I'm barely an expert in my own field, let alone talking to others, but certainly, the current landscape is large language models are ingesting the world's creative content with no permission, no transparency about what has been hoovered up, and no payment whatsoever. And so we say that's untenable. We also say on the output side, there is another commercial thing happening there, and creative industries should be partly beneficiaries from those two commercial contexts. Again, we've said in various forums and to government, we're not tech Luddites. Musicians will be using AI, which is a fantastic thing. We're all using it. It's magnificent. But if I'm sitting opposite Google, my comment to them is, we want you to make a lot of money out of this, and we want our cut of that.
So an Australian using a generative AI product to make music, a song, would you expect to have royalties passed back through you to that person?
Yeah, at this point in time, what we're seeing is that songwriters, musicians will be using AI like any other tool. But they, as a human, are still sitting there driving all the component parts to get the end product. That product can be registered with us. Yep. That can then, they could upload it to Spotify or any other service. When it starts generating royalties because people are listening to it, sure, that money would be returned to
them. So no one in the industry is refusing to register AI-generated musical content?
Not in this territory here. There are certainly conversations around where do you get to when there's no human involved, and what's the story there. But certainly at this point in time, the overwhelming example is people utilising AI as a tool.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms Flanagan, do you have any input on either of those questions about AI and algorithms?
No, I think Dean summed it up pretty well.
All right. You've done a pretty comprehensive submission, and that's very useful. I'll go straight to the catch-all, and I'll ask Ms Flanagan first. Given that we're tasked with wanting to nurture live music in Australia, what's the single most important thing we can recommend to the government to practically achieve in order to protect and grow live music, Ms Flanagan?
I would certainly say the tax offset. I'll let Dean speak to more of the kind of policy side of things, because whatever benefits the general kind of Australian community is going to benefit our community. We need to remove more barriers to access, creating more infrastructure in regional and remote areas where Aboriginal musicians can foster their careers, where they can perform live, but they can also record music. They can also, build their own music communities within their regions. That creates that can help create touring paths around the country as well. So, realising that there is like a metropolitan touring industry, but there's also a bush music touring industry, and both of those are quite healthy. They just need the infrastructure to be sustainable, and sometimes the infrastructure around them is completely out of their control, especially in regional remote areas. And once again, whatever benefits the general kind of musical community, the more access we have to that, it's going to benefit us all.
Before I throw it to Mr. Ormston, I mean, I should have asked that before, is, the tyranny of distance, particularly for remote and rural Australia. We've already taken evidence about just the costs involved for touring Australia. It's cities and towns hundreds of kilometres apart, so it takes a long time and a fair bit of money to get between them, which is very different to the United States experience, where your populated areas fairly close to each other, even in the country areas. Is there anything that we can do at a government level to mitigate that cost burden in order to get up to promote a live music touring circuit? Ms. Flanagan, I think you've still got it.
Sorry, was that a question for Dean or was that for me?
That was to you, Ms. Flanagan, yeah.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
I thought I heard Dean Ormston. Yes. Look, I live in the Northern Territory, so we do see investment in structural kind of infrastructure, but like, who is there to service that infrastructure, and where is the education and skills in kind of maintaining that is Indigenous owned, operated, and led? So more investment in skills development and also providing jobs to sustain those spaces that do get created is a big one in regional communities. The reality is that musicians in this country, they know the tyranny of distance, right? I've personally been doing it for a long time, and you know how to make things work. Touring is a lifestyle. Musicians, it's a love and hate relationship, touring, but it's the part of it that you live for, right? So it is much more difficult in the sense that it is compared to the USA, but it's our industry and we're really proud of it. We're really, really proud that each town that you go into has its own identity, it has its own community, and that kind of like community building that you have as an artist, where you can walk into a place and you make relationships. They're not only just the punters that come to your show. That's your community for the rest of your life. If that sustains you throughout your entire career, regardless of whether you're on a Spotify algorithm or not. So I'm sure you've probably heard the perspective of a lot of musicians, but I think that the more that we invest in making live music accessible across everything, so the community spaces, venues, that touring path, that's just going to flourish, because it's the thrill. It's why musicians do it. And I'm just speaking from a personal perspective there, not necessarily as a national Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander.
No, thank you so much. That's very, very, very good. Well, thank you very much. Mr. Ormston, what's the single most important thing? The tax offset.
Tax offsets, but I want to give you a bit more of a why.
Yeah, please do.
And that is, and we thought about this long and hard, and it was part of what we worked with Oxford Economics on. Your average pub isn't equipped to apply to the government for a grant to put on live music. That's not the headspace. Whereas if you can tick a box on your tax return to say, I've presented live music and here's the relevant expense areas that might be applicable to applying for an offset, they can completely get their head around it. So not only do you incentivise the hotel to consider putting on live music, you actually change a behaviour, which is them being clear about what are the elements of music that you need, what are the elements you need to pay for in presenting live music, which includes paying an artist. So, you pay a plumber $100 to turn up at the door before they do anything. Most musicians get nothing. So it provides an opportunity to educate hoteliers around this is how you put on live music. Here are the associated costs, and happy days. A number of these are subject or part of being able to apply for a rebatable tax offset. In our study, we also looked at applying the notion of tax consideration to self-touring artists. So just picking up on what Leah was saying there, that, you know, it is expensive to tour around Australia. And for those mid-level artists where you're investing in yourself on the path to developing an international career, that's a very costly business. So we do think there could be something within a tax consideration that supports artists who are investing in themselves to do regional tours. So we think the tax piece ticks a whole lot of boxes. The trick in it all will be not making it overly complex. We've now surveyed, or expensive for government, we've done forecasts around the cost to government. It ranges between, I haven't got the number right in front of me, but I think it was $150 through to $400 million, depending on what expenses you allow to be considered and what percentage of those expenses you allow to be claimed. So in the numbers I've given you today, we base that on being able to claim 5% of those expenses if you're already presenting live music. If you've never presented live music before, we say a cash consideration of $12,000 in your first year. So we didn't ask Oxford Economics to solve it. We just said provide the government with an understanding of what the parameters might be and how you could play around with those in order to manage the cost.
And as part of that, was there that if this was to occur, then the growth in live music would be X? Correct. So where's that?
We actually do that on one of the pages there, where we map it out at 5%, 10 and 15% and extrapolates out. So, for instance...
So I've got here, you're saying 2 and 3 venues agreed and offset would encourage them to host more live music?
Yeah, so under the 5% scenario, a $235 million rise in revenue across live music venues. So really, if you said, well, the government's happy to be more generous and provide a 10% or 15% consideration, it would be extrapolation out. But there's thinking in the detail of the study that says there is a bang for bucks point. It's not necessarily just a simple multiplier. So there is detailed thinking and background to everything that's there. Thank you, worthy assistant. Right, so the two parts I mentioned before, where the venue hasn't presented live music before and you provide a cash component, the combined offset would contribute ultimately $636 million per annum to gross value added to the economy. So that's if you've got the 5% for venues who are already presenting, or $12,000 in cash.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Formal words. I should know them off by heart, but thank you for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 9th of August 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you may suggest corrections. And there being no further witnesses scheduled, I ask a member to move that we stand adjourned.
So moved.
The committee stands adjourned. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance.
you.